Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the closed qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. We've got 3 teams remaining with only 1 slot to go play at Shanghai. A lower bracket and then a best of 5 grand finals awaits us. Gunnar, how are we doing today?
Doing good. I'm excited for these games. If you looked at the C region for the qualifiers, top 3, you'd probably expect some of these teams, right? Reconics, OG, Grindback, I think they all have the players we've known, they're the orgs we've known, they've had the success throughout the year, and we got them here. The biggest surprise, I guess, it's not that big, but Reconics in the lower bracket with how they've kind of gone through the tournaments this year, but these should be some good games.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. These are going to be some very exciting games. Unfortunately, we saw Execration. This is 4 years in a row where they finished 4th place in the closed qualifiers. That's insane. That is insane for this organization. A lot of the players as well have been on that org for those results. So unfortunate for them, but this is the position that we are in. So if you take a look, actually, the upper bracket round 2 real quick, I'll draw the attention now. We've already seen these teams play. So Reconics and Grindback have versed each other. Reconics were able to get a pretty clean 2-0 victory, but Grindback, of course, had to have quite the run here in the lower bracket, winning a couple of series, knocking out Carstens, knocking out Glyph as well in that best of 3 we saw yesterday. So, of course, the winner will move forward and play the boys on OG in a best of 5 grand finals, and we are already ready to go.
Yeah, I feel like Grindback's kind of they've slipped a bit in some of their games. Like they kind of missed their footing. There's a lot of games that they just look really just not good in. Like yesterday in the game number 1, they kind of got stomped, and we were like, whoa, like is this just a 2-0 and they're gonna get out? But in the games that they kind of find their footing, they look really good. And so that's why I'm not too worried for them going into this. Like the fact that they lost them already, it could have been an off day. Which like for some teams I feel like that's kind of cope, but if you consistently are kind of having like good games, bad games, but like the average of their gameplay has kind of gone up through the tournament, if that makes sense. Like a lot of the mistakes they were making early on, I feel like they're not making it most of the time now. And so maybe that's not the best thing they would want going to TI. Like most of the time we can do okay, but it could be enough for a qualifier.
Oh, this is definitely what is probably going to be the story for this series in particular, especially if it's the same as the previous one with these 2 teams and just the qualifiers as a whole. It's really the competition between Storm and Puck, and then also the other spirits that are then involved. We'll talk about Earth Spirit in potentially another game. We've got the Ember in this one. The one thing for me is like, why is the Void Spirit banned up first phase? That to me is very interesting from Grindback.
I would have to assume they think it's the best puck response in the game, which I am personally not a huge believer in it, but the only reason I think anyone would ever pick that, excuse my language, terrible hero is purely because of puck.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess, yeah, because that was the response yesterday against Execration. Ken had a very good performance on the Void Spirit. I'm not actually sure what was banned out as well. What other options he had? Let's actually take a look. There was everything available. The first phase bans for Execration that game, there weren't anything like to protect the park. The Ember wasn't gone. The Earth Spirit wasn't gone. So, which we've seen have been a little bit, have more success. So, yeah, interesting. Nonetheless, so we get the Storm into the Ember matchup.
Yeah, this is just the most classic Storm response. I would say even to some extent more popular than the puck one. The puck one's only more popular because people are just picking puck like first pick anyway every game. But this is like you pick Storm, they're gonna pick Ember. Okay, guys, what are we gonna do about this? Like, what's our solution? I still don't necessarily have a strong favorite to either one. There's strengths for both. Storm's a better laner than Ember. Ember can still kind of clutch the lane and get a kill if he's able to kind of maybe dodge a few remnants, get some good last hits really. But it breaks down more to mid game. Storm has a stun, which helps lock down the Ember. Like he can start a fight on the Ember, kill him. And then Ember has the issue of he doesn't have a stun, but he's a really easy to use root. So it's like both of them, it's gonna be like a pure skill expression kind of throughout the whole game between these two, which is always fun.
It looks like the UI doesn't unfortunately show the change with the axe, but we can see it being in the draft. What's going on here for some people that may not be aware? Maybe they haven't logged into Dota today, haven't gone on Axe or tried to play him.
Yeah, I believe Axe has gone missing, if you guys have not heard. So There's some posters out. We're all looking for him. We're trying to find him, especially before TI, because he's such a good hero. We really can't have him missing for too long. But thankfully, you know, he's banned, so there's a reason, at least in this game, why he's not going to be here.
Yes, absolutely. We don't want to get the Nico Axe. Definitely one of his better heroes. So we'll see. They get the Coddle Storm pairing. And now it's just a question of what second support that they would like to pair with it. We'll see if they actually even go. Sometimes we're getting a lot of the, when you don't have the 24th pick, you can have all 3 cores to close out the second phase. So they might do that as well from Team Grind or Grindback.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that too much. If there's some, when a lot of the really strong offlaners are taken, you could do like some Shadow Fiend, but it doesn't look particularly good. The biggest offlaner that I've noticed has fallen off favor is the Slardar. I want to say like a week or 2 ago, it was super popular, but then nowadays it's getting ignored. And also Snapfire is being completely ignored so far, and especially with a Phoenix pick. That's kind of surprising to me.
You think there's potential we see Reconics even pick it up if they want to play it as a support or even offlane for FBZ?
Yeah, I don't think that I like, don't you just pick Snapfire here? You can even put as 3 and pick your pause 4. You can pick some like Spirit Breaker is not too bad here. You have a good lane. We've seen Snapfire even like mid game just catch Stormseer off guard with like some random cookie, all the burst damage early game. You have a lot of roots and setup for your team for the ult. Like this looks pretty scary to me to like give up the Snapfire this late in the draft.
Are there any weaknesses that come with the double support of the Coddle and Phoenix that Reconics can potentially punish?
It would have to be some carry that deals very well with. I guess the heroes that are generally good versus Snap are the ones that are able to full hard commit on Snap and also not die to her in the early game. Which one that is actually available that gets banned a lot as well is the Kez, is something that's in the pool right now. Buys a Mage Slayer, can buy Manta, has a Dispel. I don't mind it on the 18 pick for Grindback.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that it slipped all the way through, to be honest, especially with Reconics. I know we've been seeing a lot of Jigoro Kez throughout the year. I don't know if we've actually covered a game where Savages played the Kez, but I have to imagine that he has the ability to do so. They'll go for the Muerta, so a little bit of flex from them if they want to. Delul also is kind of one of the few position 4s at the moment is still playing this this hero.
I think the Muerta is a flex here, right? Like they can put it as a 4, they can put it as a carry, but to me that doesn't really make sense to flex because it's not like a particularly good Muerta. It's not like it's a perfect Muerta game for carry, so I feel like it's probably just picked as a position 4. I think like you pick it here and you just pick some tanky offlaner, which it's a pretty tanky offlaner.
Kind of take a hero that's been working quite well for Nico as well. Of course, we covered the game against Glyph yesterday. Game 3 performance, and then they picked it again versus Execration as well.
10 seconds remaining.
FBZ, of course, has got a very good Primal Beast too.
5 seconds
Support's not really going to do a whole lot versus the Primal. I mean, you compare that with like a Crystal Maiden. Be very frustrating. So FBZ should have a good time.
Dire team back.
Okay. Generally, the solution to Primal Beast throughout like history has been you want a hero with a stun in his lane, so he can't just run around and have a completely free game. So pick a carry with 2 stuns. Also just good for some in the mid game. The only positive for Primal Beast in this matchup is status resistance doesn't work on the Primal ult. Like it'll always be full duration no matter what. So Tiny doesn't get that benefit, but I don't think it's that bad. Like for Tiny, he should be completely fine. And it's just a good pairing with the Phoenix as well as a carry. Like the high HP with the percentage based healing helps you a lot. And it just like stuns. It just looks good with their draft, I would say, for now.
With the Tiny getting drafted, they're going to have to remove the Necro. So Jigway won't have this one. Let's see what else. Did you get rid of Kez here still as well?
No, I don't think that there's a chance that there's a Kez. I mean, maybe Grindback is scared of the enemy Kezing, but
Yeah,
there's a
that's
lot
what
of
I mean.
AoE damage
5 seconds
for them and like control between like the tiny, the phoenix. I wouldn't be super scared.
Okay.
You probably would just prefer to ban something that's protecting your specific offlaner, which for them, what would I want for them?
10 seconds remaining.
Largo's in the pool. I think Largo could be pretty good
5 seconds
for grindback if they want it. It's not terrible versus the Muerta. It's very good versus the Ember and the CM. Like they're just roots, so it's a great way to purge them. I think if they end up banning the Largo, Dawnbreaker is also pretty good here. Just like to break up the fight into the Primal Beast and the Muerta. Like they both kind of want a full commit, and you have a nice like way to anti their BKBs in the fight.
Does the Drow kind of protect those two picks for grindback, or is this maybe signaling something else?
Drow protects the Largo for me. I every time I see Largo, I say Drow, which I think I'm like just have a bad take on the hero. I think it's just stronger than it is apparently, but to me that one is specifically like an anti-Largo hero.
Let's see what the choice is going to be from Reconyx, what they get rid of. What are some carry options as well for Jikro? What are they currently lacking with the draft that they need to cover with the one?
I think Luna's always looked really solid, but at this point, Muerta could also just be a good carry. I think with the Tiny being picked now, she does magic damage instead of physical with the right click, so she's ignoring like the Tiny armor, and she does so much damage that she can just kill this Tiny. Like if you ever full commits in, definitely depends on what grindback picks. If they pick some super strong laner, maybe you're forced to pick like a Luna, but. There's a lot of good picks for them. They could have Muerta, they could have Luna, TB.
10 seconds remaining.
I think any of those are probably acceptable for them.
5 seconds remaining.
I still do like this Largo though. I think that this is a pretty easy pick for grindback. And Largo to me has looked super good. Even versus Doom, which I think that sometimes that can be a hard matchup. I know it gets picked sometimes. I feel like that makes the hero hard to play and hard to have impact. But when there's not many stuns in general. Like it's a bunch of roots that are purgeable. And they end up going for the Darkseer, which it's okay. It's looked good this qualifier.
You don't sound like too big of a fan of it though?
I like it. I just believe this makes the Muerta 4 and they're gonna pick an anti-Darkseer in the safe lane. Maybe there's not enough left, but something like Ursa Lifestealer in the past. It's kind of spicy in a good way.
All right. So when you brought up the Luna and the TB options for Reconyx, I was actually going to mention if they could Darkseer here for grindback to maybe deny pick some of the options for Reconyx. I think we spoke about a couple of days ago that at the moment it feels like some of the Darkseer counters, they're not as strong at the moment, right? The Ursa we're not seeing, the Sven we're not seeing as well, which are definitely two of the bigger ones. But they get a different way, especially when you have a Storm Spirit in the game. Then it makes the Anti-Mage pick even more tempting. So I don't know how you feel about this hero. I would probably say it's when I see AM and PL, I kind of put them together in regards to I really don't like these heroes. So I don't know if you feel like AM's a little bit better at the moment.
It's definitely a hero.
Okay.
I mean, there's good things about it. There's bad. The supports don't deal with them at all. Like they have no stuns. So the only way you can get caught is Storm, which, AM is historically very good for Storm. And then you do have Tiny though. Tiny with the Silver Edge with 2 different stuns. So like there's a good carry matchup, I would say, for the side of grindback. But he could pop off on the Anti-Mage. I'm not gonna go crazy about it yet. Because I know even the Darkseer matchup, surprisingly, people who play Darkseer now are like, oh, it's kind of good into Anti-Mage because you just make a really good illusion of him. You have like this vacuum to set up your other stuns in your team. You generally like shove the lane in kind of hard and you can push into him. So it's not this much of a one-sided matchup as it used to be. But if he gets off to a good start, I would want to hope for good things from him.
Okay. Well, let's find out. It is game 1 here of the lower bracket. Reconyx wanting the rematch against OG and a best of 5. And of course, well, there are a lot of storylines if Grindback were able to make it Nico, can he get his revenge? Savage, 2 chances to qualify last year with Talon. Lost, of course, both of them with the best of 3s. Then we saw Ollie as well over in China, got 3-0'd by Extreme. So these are a couple players that weren't able to make it last year. And meanwhile, Roconics, they've got a lot of people on this roster that haven't even been to TI before. Yes, we've seen they've been competitive throughout the year and making it to these LAN events, but they do not have people that have played there. Just FBZ is the only TI representative. So there is going to be some potential young guns and new guns, I should say, playing in Shanghai. We're going to have to find out, though.
Yeah, and finding out all starts with this, right? Because this could be the start of a very long day for either of these teams. So winner of this gets the prize of a best of 5 versus OG later in the day. I think specifically for Grindback, they had a very long day yesterday. That was just such a long day, and hopefully they rested up for another long day here. And laning wise, I think actually all lanes are pretty even. I think that top lane should be fine, except FBZ trying to win the lane at the start.
He didn't blood grenade. He'll use it now.
Might get first blood.
Whoa, Savage. Okay. Very close to dying.
Does this? No, it doesn't kill. Okay, well, that's a really good start for him in the off lane for FPZ. Maybe they could have gotten that kill if they used the blood grenade a bit early, but this lane, Primal Beast in general, I've seen do okay versus the Tiny. As long as you can get past the first 2 to 3 levels, he can always cut, and Phoenix doesn't deal with the Primal Beast cutting that well. So I would assume top should be pretty free for both heroes. Mid, always gonna be a fun matchup for me. I love the Ember Storm matchup. I think there's so much different small things that can happen on this first wave, the first couple waves. Anyone can win, which is what makes it really fun. And obviously, there's the Anti-Mage bot lane. This is the new hero on the block. We haven't really seen it too much lately.
No, we haven't. I don't know about the other games going on, but I don't think there's been any other anti-mages. So you mentioned about Darkseid still being okay to play into this. Do you need a melee 4 to be a little bit, for the time to be a bit easier versus the anti-mage? Is it going to be okay with the coddle? How does Nico need to play this lane?
I think the scary thing about this lane is you want to keep shoving it into the anti-mage, but he just burns your mana so easily. The nice thing is that they have the Keeper of the Light. I don't think he needs the melee 4 necessarily. Hopefully, the way I see it is you just press the Iron Shield every wave and you just abuse your coddle, giving you mana so you never run out. Which so far has worked pretty well for him, and he's top of the net worth.
So just took a look. I think we have probably about over 130 games so far in all the regions in the qualifiers, and there's only been one anti-mage game that was played by S-Star backs or E-Star backs. So in a loss. Yeah, that was just one game out of 140. Okay. Nico, first blood. Okay. There we go.
Your effort was wasted.
That was just really greedy. They were trading on the side, he was helping his Keeper of the Light, I think, block the small camp. And then he's like, oh, I don't want to take too much damage. I'm just going to surge myself into the lane. So then he just surged into a Frostbite and an anti-mage hitting him.
Is Nico wearing his OG jersey? Did I see that correctly? Kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Ken's going to take the Water Rune, TP up, and try and get the other one. So he'll have at least better position in regards to the resources. Last time we did see this matchup, the Storm did far better. I mean, he's 10-7 to the 9-2, so more denies at the moment than in your dream. Was that Emo? Who played that? No. I don't remember, actually.
I think it was Emo on the Storm. No, Emo was the Earth Spirit first.
Yeah.
Storm.
I do remember we saw that Storm Ember one time, though. I can't remember who played it. How's top looking as well at the moment from Savage? Savage is farming 15-3, 13-4, nothing too crazy. So even with that kill down bottom, if you take that out, it does look like all the cores are pretty happy with the current status.
Yeah, pretty just stable lanes from both teams, honestly. I think that's also one of the best things you can do later into tournaments is just picking really stable lanes. And for Grindback, I think that's also important for them, kind of with their performance yesterday. The one game they picked relatively weak lanes. They had a Medusa. They had, I guess they had a Storm mid in that game too.
Bottom lane, linked away, and instantly Nico trying to surge him down. They use the blood grenade aggressively, but Nico kind of gets blocked a little bit. So the dive's actually not going to work out. Jikro's fine. He had a big one to end Fairy Fire too, so it wasn't going to be the easiest kill. Mid in your dream. It's going to be able to get the
Ken
water rune. I think
trouble.
with that. Oh, one more right click. Can he bottle sip out?
Slight
He can.
chain.
Ken, careful. He keeps right
He's got
clicking.
no mana.
The run up. There we go. Lands and the dead shots in. Formed the lull as well. Very close to getting the kill onto the Ember, but unfortunately just overplays his hand, and a nice TP from the lull secures the kill.
I felt so bad. He was so close. Just that one last remnant needs to hit, but kind of like I said, this matchup can go either way. I think generally we see it as a Storm winning it, but it's not unheard of. There's still a good chance that the Ember can win, and when he gets ahead at the start of the lane, it's always just going to be good for him.
How do you normally skill build with the Ember versus the Storm?
I usually think you put 3 to 4 points in your E and just probably like aim to max it. It helps a lot with these trades. Like,
Oh, it's going to TP up. Now the Remnant. Whoa, so close.
Radiant's middle tower is under
and
attack.
this lane is gonna probably get a bit easier for him now, like almost the level 6 right in your dream, and that's like the big timing. But still, I think Ken is not too sad, even though he did get killed. His gold is fine, his XP is fine. He didn't miss too much. Just he was able to like push the wave out before he died.
Well, we are going to see the supports already start to move to mid. Dilla wanted to make sure the creep wave didn't go under the tower, so he's nearby. Rish is here as well, and Dire supports will mirror this. Probably would say Radiant supports maybe a little bit stronger. Maybe would just with the
Early game,
Scanning.
for sure. They have way more like burst damage and kind of control, which I think is kind of the indicators of like the 3v3 mid, versus Dire has more of these like scaling team fight mid game supports. Like Keeper of the Light, every time it hits some point at like 20 minutes, it feels like such an oppressive hero. Like you're constantly giving mana to, in this case, probably the Storm Spirit, gonna be playing the map, a lot of healing, bonus damage. Phoenix as well, just sometimes can feel impossible to team fight into. But right now, if you look at this, no one can really approach this mid, because if you do, this is what's gonna happen.
it's just dead. Your dream with the level 6. It's a catapult wave as well that they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto the tower. We'll see what the response is from Dire, because Ken is actually with half mana moving top, but he really doesn't have anything. Soul Ring, I think he's getting delivered on the courier, and without this, BZ is just going to be able to walk away. Now, they actually don't keep their catapult alive mid. Raconix wanting to try and steal the wisdom bottom instead.
Ken already TP's here though, so they want to fight this. It's gonna be a
Or doesn't have-
4v4 at the very least.
You'd love Mana Void for a fight like this as well. Nico's already out, and Ken could be a great target. With the blast already charged up from Cube, the aim will be able to blink away. Meanwhile, the dead
what a
shot
good
back of the
work with
silence. Ken stays inside the calling, and they don't have the damage for the finishing blow. But Gryback bring all 5 heroes, even Savage, felt it necessary to show up.
Still, that's a pretty big win for them. I think it would have been like if they didn't bring this Storm that early, I think that Nico probably would have just died. You do see the impact, I think, of the Muerta. The silence was like super impactful, not letting Ken cast a single spell with all this control, but just too tanky. I think big shout out to his item build on Ken, which is just a straight Soul Ring rush. I think that the extra mana from that, the extra health, and also having the wand, like having those like extra stats mattered there. Whereas a lot of players would probably just go the brown boots. But I think just respecting this early game fight, wanting to make sure he has the resources, and even just to farm the jungle, and not having to require the use of his coddle to be able to play the game.
So Radiant still have this high ground ward at the triangle where maybe Varish is trying to walk over and soak some experience. It does look like in your dream and Delul are even thinking about heading on over. We'll see if they're going to be fast enough. I think Q was able to refresh the Iron Shell, so Nico's already got a double on the Ancients, so it might be a little late. What do you want Nico to itemize in a game like this as well? We know this hero is pretty versatile with the build.
Versus them, BKB I think is pretty necessary, or a Lotus, just to be able to play with the Anti-Mage, the Ember, like the supports. Like this is way too important of a game for him to need BKB. He's going the mech, which I also do like the Greaves for the same kind of reason. It's like a dispel.
Great scan. As soon as they deward the cliff, they know that the rest of the team's
Nice
moving
wall,
over.
though.
They do get the anti-mage illusion. Ollie's going to show up and make it a little bit frustrating with
here.
Ken zipping on over. If they got the damage to secure the kill, they absolutely do. Nico is still getting ran down. In Your Dream's going to have another slide. It's only level 1, but that's not going to be a problem. And now Ollie as well to the west. Another dead shot puts him back into the grasping hands of In Your Dream. And it was a great contest for Reconics. They get 3 heroes. They lose the AM. Was you happy with that? 3 for 1.
At least they do get that little bit of prize of killing the Anti-Mage, but this is like the early game pressure that they have with the support trait. I think this right now is mostly on the support difference, where it just feels way too strong in these team fights right now with all the roots from the Crystal Maiden, the Max Frostbite. It's super hard for Ken to kind of get in there. If you watch how he's playing in the fight, it's very outskirts. Like he jumps through everyone, tries to get the Anti-Mage, and then he can never commit in again because he knows the second he jumps, he just chain stun 100 to 0. So I like how Reconics is kind of utilizing their the strength, right? They're not playing a bit slow. They're not trying to farm. They're not trying to get items. They know that as long as they're on the same screen, they can win pretty much any fight.
Sure. What is the strength that the supports on Dire bring then instead? When can we kind of see it from them? I know you mentioned about, you know, the Coddle probably 20 minutes in with the Chakra. Is there anything else like with them and the Phoenix?
Definitely is now when the Keeper of the Light is going to have impact. It's just not going to be seen in the fights because he's getting that level 3, level 4 Chakra magic, has the ult. He's not going to necessarily win you a fight with the mana, but he's going to give the Storm effectively like more gold to farm with, more just presence on the map, and that's more space for the Tiny. There's more space for the Darkseer. It's just a lot big kind of buff to your team rather than a fight winner.
Does look like though with the aggressive positioning from Reconics, they're going to continue to try and put some pressure into this tier 1 tower. They see Varish really far behind. Ken's already used a lot of his mana, but the Chakra's going to be up in a second. But FBZ, look at the angle. Crashing into the middle. Now 23 Savage TP'd in with 0 mana. He's going to have to bring the Darkseer as well. Nico can maybe surge him out. Savage is actually thinking about turning it back around. There's another onslaught for FBZ, so he should be able to walk it off. Can the Ember as well? He's got a Remnant.
He's so tanky on the Tiny right now. He is over 2,000 health, and it's like 11 minutes in the game. You can pretty much have 5 heroes sit on him for half a fight, and he's still going to be pretty healthy. But just really aggressive by Ken. I think just overplaying his hand. He's diving onto a Crystal Maiden. I know it's a squishy hero, but like you don't chain stun, you jump kind of wrong. You don't jump far enough away, you get frostbitten. Even if the primal was in there, I think Ken would have went down. Trying to make a move though on mid, on top rather. Going on FPZ.
Maybe with the blast off the mark, even then it's probably pretty difficult.
Going
Actually
again,
still gonna... Oh, they don't get the Vortex.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That brings their forces away from mid, so finally Reconics take this objective with the power rune up in 10 seconds. We have a Battle Fury online before the 12-minute mark as well.
Dire's bottom tower
So he's doing the pretty standard anti-mage build as far as I can see, which is Battle Fury, Manta, and then Ags. His also, it's changed a lot of times, so I wouldn't fault you. You know, anyone watching doesn't know it. But currently what it is right now is it basically after you blink, your next auto attack is super strong. Like it burns 20% of the mana, and they can't get mana for the next 6 seconds.
It's not cheap.
So like versus Keeper of the Light,
What?
they
Wow.
the chakra doesn't work for 6 seconds after you blink and get that first right click off.
Wow.
Which definitely does matter. Like soul rings, wands, chakra magics, none of that's gonna work. The greaves from Meg, arcane boots. So it definitely is gonna be a big shutdown as a specific like anti-Keeper of the Light mechanic versus this storm, and also just getting that like 20% mana burn on one hit instantly,
tower is under attack.
which is just kind of crazy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I would say the thing that
How,
makes it not scary is like you have to blink to activate it, right? Which means you have to blink and commit, which means you're fully in the fight. Let's see, like Blinks of the Storm and then 23's there with a Silver Edge, just gets the kill. It's not this like,
Has fallen.
there's a bit more factors in it than just one-shotting a Storm.
Of the Storm. Ken on the low ground. FBZ got a glimpse of him. He does have Varish nearby. Delul did leave the area
okay.
after taking the tower, but he's starting to walk back.
They
FBZ,
have no way
nice
to
stun.
cancel.
They're going to be able to get in range for the second. Yes, they will. And with the overwhelming amount of control, In Your Dream's even going to be able to go for Q. I mean, this is starting to get a little bit out of hand here. Grindback don't really have any ways to be able to contest for Conics in the early game, and Q's going to get dived. Now they're trying to set up on the Anti-Mage bottom. Savage gets in with the toss. Jikroy blinks down towards the right side. They'll search Savage, but without the avalanche back up, this is... I don't know if it's really going to work.
They might get him, actually. Oh, he got one hit off.
A Fire Spirit? No, I should be fine. Not enough. Definitely not.
It's so close, and there is definitely this interaction I'm scared of for the Anti-Mage, which is the Tiny. Like him getting the Silver Edge, he's going to be strong. Usually, I'm always afraid of Tiny's impact. I think in this game, I can already feel that he's going to end up being really strong. It's kind of squishy heroes. A lot of them are squishy besides the Primal Beast. A lot of them he can kill in a combo. So to me, the game's starting to look a lot on how much impact 23 can kind of find in this mid game. Not a good win rate though.
No, this hero overall has been pretty underwhelming. Ryan back first. Real proactive move from them with the smoke. Seems like it's a bit difficult for them to get the kill into the Ember, so they'll zip down Varish. Savage is even TPing to the mid lane just in case the further fight breaks out.
Radiant's bottom tower is
All these TPs he's having to do is definitely hurting his game a bit though. Like having to TP for that Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes, having to try to go kill the Anti-Mage again bot. Like he's kind of farming almost in the shadow of his storm because he doesn't want to take a storm like area. And even with all that, his storm is bottom net worth. And I would say if he was kind of ignoring his team and playing his own game, he'd probably be that like second or first gold in the game.
Which it feels like from what you're saying is absolutely necessary for Savage's game. So gonna have to see how he can kind of keep up in farm. And is he 400 gold away from the Shadow Blade? He's closing in on that. They got a 4k deficit already 16 minutes in the game, and Radiant have done a very good job to continue to control the power rune. They might even think about going for... I mean, it's 2400 health. The Spirit Vessel definitely helps. Just maybe trying to poke. Now an Arcane Rune for In Your Dream. FBZ drums into the BKB. This is already completed for him, so 3-0-1. He's ready to now take some further fights.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the build on FBZ is kind of interesting. He went for Tranquils. He had Bearings queued up actually, I think at the start of the game, but changed it. And just the Tranquils in general, we don't really see because I think Phase Boots has so much value on the hero. But probably once Bearing at some point because of all the like random slows, like the Keeping the Light slow, Darkseer's gonna get Shivas and stick you in the wall, which also slows you. So I actually really like the Bearing as a whole, but I like the concept to go BKB first because I think that getting his BKB and getting these ults pretty much secures a kill on any hero in the game for his team. And that's kind of his job, to go in first, tank all the spells, and stun some guy till he dies.
Bottom lane, 23 Savage. Trying to TP down to set up.
Really deep right now.
Absolutely. Delul, can he get the dead shot? Surely with In Your Dream, they can use some remnants. Now, he is wasting some time, and Nico's trying to respond. He's got the Greaves to give him a bunch of health back as well. They haven't confirmed the kill. Spirit Vessel out's going to make it so problematic from Savage. Sunray's not going to do a whole lot, and they do get him. Now they can turn to the Supernova next as well, and this Storm Spirit, they're going to be able to run him down next. There's no problems here from Reconics, and they're not even done. Even the Chains finds the Darkseer to the secret shop. Reconics can do no wrong in this game one.
That was scary for him to be hitting that tower all alone. I know they want to get something off the map and they're feeling like they're falling far behind, but you can't be giving up Tiny like that. And the team knows that. They're trying to respond, but just when you're hitting a tier 1 tower, you get like maybe a second to show before they're there. And even that, just a bit greedy from 23. In Your Dream, don't get the +1. Okay. Get rid of the Q.
Yeah, no. Again, in a game where you need this Tiny to really be the person. I mean, this is the game for 23 Savage. If you can get the team over the finish line, kind of has to put them on the back, it feels like. But that is his first death, but still feels like you can't have too many. It's hit this time and he's got to do it fast, but going to amplify damage now on In Your Dream. And we're getting close to the Tormentor as well, which is going to be up in a minute 30. Dire, so Radiant will smoke. I believe In Your Dream was under the cliff ward. Maybe they saw this.
Radiant are
If
scared.
they get the tiny again,
Nice scan.
I'm already worried that one death is too many for 23, but we'll have to see. It's an 8,000 gold lead right now, just at 18 minutes, which is not insurmountable, but with a Anti-Mage, you don't want to be giving their whole team just this good of a game.
Are scanned.
Scan once again, so both times goes red. It's just going to walk on forward. Pops the smoke, 23 Savage. They don't have any vision. There we go. Sets up here with the Shadow Blade. Tries to get the kill, but doesn't have the damage. It's a good combo. It is a great combo from Dire. Radiant have already lost both their supports, and the Mana Void doesn't guarantee the kill. And now Ken tries to catch up to Zik Joy with all his mana. Surely one more right click, he gets him. Ken finally is able to bring him down. Now FBZ as well. Onslaught, they need a little bit more, and they're going to get it. He gets 23 Savage at least before he dies, but Dire are not out of this game. That's a 4-for-1 for them.
Really big from 23 that fight. He goes down, which is super unfortunate at the very end of the game, or the fight, but he gets that triple, like stun, triple vacuum, really big hit in the wall. And I think killing those supports at the very start, you kind of see how different the fight is when they're not able to get multiple rounds of the spells off.
Is he actually going to go for Q? Yeah, okay, no, man.
That's greedy.
Now, this is great. They're going to be able to cut that lead in half. They get the D ward that was freshly placed behind the tower. And now let's see. Do you feel like you're this? Do you want to see Grindback potentially even contest a Tormentor fight if Reconics go for this?
I think it's a bit hard when they're super fully set up to do a contest right now for Grindback. The way I see their fights to be easy to execute are preferably they get the silver edge on the tiny, and then he starts the fight with one hero down. Like, whether it's a support, I mean, if you randomly get the Anti-Mage and you kill him at the start of the fight, that'd be perfect, but just, he has to start a fight on something, and I think him walking into a sentry, like casually on some Tormentor, is probably one of like worst case scenarios. Like, he gets kited, he gets silenced, he can't do anything, and then his team has to try to bail him out, and pretty much every time they've tried to bail him out, it's been a massive failure.
Too early, FBZ. You got to go back for that. Shut up.
I've done that so many times.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. It's, you like try to like be the greedy and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get out at the last like 0.1 seconds. My model will just be leaving out with the XP.
The TP ones are worse, right?
Oh, the TP ones are bad.
Trying to time the TP. Oh god. Oh.
Okay.
Nico with
On pause.
Oh boy.
23.
I feel like how did Nico like insta voice line? It seemed like it happened as soon as they left, like it was coded in or something. Indeed, Austin, what's going on?
No. He
No,
would
no.
never.
Never. I still think it's so funny that Nico's wearing the OG jersey. This is great. Look.
You're gonna be good or bad karma, right? Like, I feel like if you're gonna do that, he should have waited until he made it to the grand finals and then changed between games. Like, that would have been peak.
True.
Right now, you're like, you're trying to send a message to the universe. Nah, sometimes the universe doesn't really like that.
Yeah, but sometimes it does. And the storylines, the stars do align.
Sometimes
Maybe they.
the universe does like funny things a lot of the time.
Or the crap
Right now
that was
the
spoken afterwards. That would
Yeah.
definitely be interesting.
Maybe
Sorry,
some
what were you going to
all
say?
chatting next. I was gonna say the biggest concern for me right now is Ken's game, which is a good and a bad thing that he's having a bad game. Which is, it's bad because I think that he's gonna definitely struggle to find impact, but it's nice that at least there's like a Coddle to back him up. But maybe it's a good thing because he's against an Anti-Mage, so the less mana pool he has, the less Anti-Mage can kill his team with.
Ah, yes, true.
You have to think about the little blessings in disguise.
Oh por Dios. Oh por
In the
Dios.
ideal world where maybe Ken had a bit better of a laning phase in early game, would this have potentially been an Orchid game versus the AM and the Ember?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That I only have seen that build or wanted to buy it specifically versus Puck. Oh, they're out again. I've only seen that build look good versus Puck. At least in recent years. I know like very far in the past it was good versus the Anti-Mage just to have the like pre-Manta timing, but I think that Dota has just sped up quite a bit in terms of how fast heroes are getting items, like how much gold there is on the map. And being that there's so much gold on the map to farm, it's sometimes harder to get a bunch of consistent kills with Orchid.
Sure.
Which is why it's definitely taking a step back. I think it's way better to get more like consistent items that let you play. The Manta is definitely very greedy. Like I know he wants it versus Ember and the CM, but the Muerta silence is always going to kind of scare me. But as long as he's quick with his Manta and able to zip out, I think that he should be fine defensively.
How would you itemize in a game like this for the Storm?
You definitely want the Kaya to pair well with your Keeper of the Light, like give yourself more mana. I would say in the past, I would have really liked the Witchblade, but it's basically you go two paths right now from what I've seen with Keeper of the Light. You either go Sanj and Kaya, or you go Kaya Yasha into a Manta. And then you go BKB if you go Sanj, and you go Ags if you go Kaya Yasha, which he's going to go for the Manta Ags build, which is just the scary one, right? The BKB one is definitely the weaker one, but it's safer. Whereas the Manta one is stronger, but it requires you to make much less mistakes. Like you don't have a free get out of jail free card for CME draft.
Can you elaborate as to why when you go the Kai Yasha Manta that you often go Scepter straight away after?
It's because you have like built-in attack speed, I would say, so you don't really need to go an attack speed item. There's still other options, but generally when you go like a defensive item, kind of like Manta, right? Like sure, it's kind of an aggressive item, but it's not. It is a defensive item when you buy it on Storm. You don't want to also buy a BKB directly after that. It'd be the same as buying like what's like a good example of this? Buying like a Yule's on Puck and then having to buy a BKB immediately after that. That feels really bad because now you have these like double investments into defensive items. So as long as you're going like Kaya Sanj, the Sanj gives you health that lets you like want to stay in the fight with the BKB. So it's like you're still building into this like tankiness kind of vibe. But when you go the Manta, you'd rather utilize your attack speed.
Okay. For In Your Dream as well, what's kind of a 6 slot look like for the Ember this game? He went Spirit Vessel, had it a very early timing. It was 5-0-8, so he's having a great start to the game and has gone Mage Slayer next. But what is kind of the other items that you would like to see him consider?
In this game, probably just need some raw HP. I think probably Kaya Sanj into like a Shiva's is pretty good. You could always argue for a BKB, but I don't think he really needs one, especially with his draft. So just having enough mana and health to be able to commit in. And then after you go to like Kaya Sanj, you go to Shiva's, probably an Ags somewhere in there. Like those are, I would assume, are his next big
Is that
three. He has
Scotty?
actually a Scotty queued up, which I
Interesting.
don't like.
Definitely interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know if we can cope and say with the 2 healing supports. There's no ranged carries though. Maybe Storms. Yeah, no, it's not like some right-clicking carry who's gonna want that against him. Smoke up from Reconics, I believe. Ken did run into FBZ. But be careful actually how long he sticks around for as well. Doesn't have the best mana, and okay, well, meanwhile FBZ just jumps straight onto the
Grab
cuddle.
on him, but yeah, Ato's already done for the Muerta. Gonna be a free kill. Okay, I'm thinking about the Scotty. So normally I like it for the first region, which is the slow, right? Which is better versus range heroes. But the second one that it does is the health restoration, which, applies the same on every hero. And there is a...
Oh, Savage is here. Vacuum back into the avalanche as well. They get the toss. The zip is there from Ken, and what a bait from Ollie. No way, but how quick were Grime back? They were there in an instant when Ollie got gone on.
I thought that was gonna be one of those situations where you like egg to just hope for the best, and then you know it just dies to the hero's casualty. They walk away, but dude, what a sick vacuum! And 23's there just at the perfect time.
Radiant's middle tower.
And those are the two absolute biggest kills you could have asked for.
Radiant's middle
I
tower.
mean, that's a streak on the Ember. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at that. I thought the Phoenix was absolutely dead. I mean, Jikroy did Mana Void. Who knows if that would have been able to actually confirm the kill before the yours. Uses the Essence, dive away, like 50 health probably. And you mentioned like Savage this game, the Shadow Blade. Like this is something that's going to be problematic. And when you have a combo like that set up from Nico, this puts him in 1,000 gold deficit. Like we absolutely have a ball game here.
Yeah, the game has pretty much gone back to even. I think that showcases the nice thing of Tiny versus Anti-Mage in particular, which is you have a ground targeted AoE stun, and then while he's stunned, he can't press his E, and you have another stun with the toss. So you have like two different ways to kind of catch the Anti-Mage.
All right, Ken, hang on a second.
He's
already used the Mantle. And force him out, Nico, as well.
Helping his boy out, vacuuming the potential charging Primal Beast.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little concerned they kind of get a bit too aggressive now, too confident from Grindback with that. Like, I still feel like these have been absolutely perfect fights for Dire. And I think that kind of needs to continue for the next couple of minutes. Like, maybe it'll get easier, like, especially when Savage gets BKBs. He still needs the recipe, but those last engagement were kind of the best case scenario.
Yeah, it was a 2 to 3 man vacuum both times with an avalanche directly instantly on top. But that goes to show, I think, that the fights aren't difficult for Grindback to execute. I think a lot of the time when you're behind in gold or in these drafts, you're on the back foot in the games. It's like, oh, these fights are so hard to execute. This needs to happen. This needs to happen. But the whole game has just been 23 needs to walk in, tank a spell or two, press an avalanche. That's pretty easy to execute for me. Obviously, yeah, it does include like support's not getting caught, Ken not getting caught, maybe Nico to get a decent vacuum, but all in all, this is definitely not one of the hardest drafts we've seen for them to have to play.
Oh, it does look like they're kind of setting up for a potential Tormentor, but Vrish also missed on the D ward, so which could mean that Dai can contest this. Now, Radiant are actually going to go through the portal instead, try and clean up bottom. Have to keep that in mind though. If they come back, you still have this ward that Grindback can use, and this will absolutely give you a good advantage here to get the combo that they need. They're a little bit far away. I don't know if they take it super quick. Oh, freezing. Yeah, with all 5 heroes, it's going to be fast enough. They're coming on Dire though.
Oh, I mean, it's gonna
Long
be
zip
fast
in.
until Ken zipping
Can
in.
Nico find man vacuum? But where's Savage? They still got the 2 supports. Savage is a little late to show up to the fight, but it just doesn't matter. With 2 supports gone, this will be another victory for Grindback and FBZ, along with the Tormentor as the cherry on top. And now they are the ones with the net worth lead, and just that miss on the D ward, it's just out of range if you look at the sentry, and that costs them there.
That's so sad that there's a ward right there. What a zip, what a vacuum from them to be able to just get this fight, and everything we're worried about hasn't really happened. Like, In Your Dream wasn't really able to get a lot more impact after this early game laning stage, and just the team fights themselves, I think that they are struggling a bit to kind of fight into these mid game, specifically the Darkseer. Like, I think Nico has started every fight with a vacuum that they've won the game, or won in this game so far.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And he's about to have Scepter as well. So you now have a potential second illusion versus the Anti-Mage, and even just a little bit of extra control as well. It's minor, I guess. It's not really that much.
Yeah, I mean, the stun is really good. I think that just having like an extra 1 second stun, it's a free illusion, does a lot of damage too, just killing the supports. And big shout out to this free shard that he got from the Tormentor.
Yeah.
I really love Darkseer Shard. I think it's super good, especially if you put on like the Tiny or the Storm. Like, they kind of go into this backline and then drop this like sludge on the ground and no one can walk around. Like, it really kind of hurts the team fights in a good way. And I mean, I'm starting to get concerned and am expecting to see some hopeful Anti-Mage impact, because we haven't really seen him feel that strong throughout this whole game so far.
No, absolutely not. I mean, he's level 20. He's about to have Skadi completed as well from the Anti-Mage, but it's not like he's too far ahead of everyone else.
Are scanning.
Now, the scan from Radiant will go red. Nico tries to jump in aggressively to take away the amplified damage. He'll purge off one stump, but he does have some boys playing behind him this time. Phoenix a little bit of danger, but Ken's going to try and zip in. And do you want to take a fight into the Phoenix where he can get the Supernova off? They will not follow and have the same fate as the Crystal Maiden, so it is just Varish that dies.
Just a bit too deep on the Crystal Maiden, but I think they're starting to feel the struggle of some damage issues without their carry, right? I think Jacroy is feeling pressured in these fights to not be able to go in versus the Tiny. Like, he thinks that he will just get bursted if he gets hit by the Silver Edge Tiny. Doesn't see him at the start of the fight. And compare that to 23. This guy's just walking at the start of every fight with no cares. He has BKB. He has 3,000 health. He's going to go for a Blink Dagger too. Like, there is no fear that he should even possibly think about. Like, it can't even be in the back of his mind to be scared of anything. As long as he's has just Nico behind him, I don't think he's killable.
We saw, of course, the Tormentor fight a couple of minutes ago. As soon as that fight occurred, Draconics instantly bought the gem. So you now have this one on In Your Dream. So recognizing how important the Vision game is going to be, especially with all the initiations that Nico is going to be has found so far. Dire as well bought their own. I don't know where it is actually. I did see them buy it. Unless they sold it. Yeah. Anyway, never mind. I don't see it. Oh yeah, it's in base. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, too many inventory slots on one of them. And now the biggest kind of decision making for either of these teams is going to be the Roshan. I want to say neither team has a particularly strong Roshan. Tiny's not the best at taking it. Neither is the Anti-Mage. So it's more going to be playing for map pressure, these tower objectives, like farming. It's like gold is kind of the objective for both of these teams. And I don't know how Draconics wants to be able to set up their map to feel comfortable right now. A lot of what you're seeing is them split pushing and them trying to hide away from Grindback, and Grindback's being the one to push the lane aggressively, look for a kill. Push the next lane aggressively, look for a kill. Be 3 to 4, be ready to do anything. And Draconics needs to find a way to maybe start trying to get pickoffs in these side lanes.
Great top lane. They're already going to set up. Nico gets the illusion. Ken's going to be here as well with the Vortex, and now the vacuum as well. Decree, 2/3 of his health has been taken care of. How does he play his hand out of this one? And the high ground, the illusion to scout. Are they going to be able to see him?
Good blink spot just in that tree line.
Through the bottom they go. In Your Dream showing the lane. Quick move from Grindback. Get a Dream though. Varish is going to TP out as well. Interestingly enough, the little solo smoke too. So maybe looking to try and get a deep ward down. It's going to be working on the Scepter. See that extra little bit of control, but Ken did go for a bit more of a defensive build. Kaya Sanj, BKB. Now he's actually going to go the Scepter.
I wanted to say that this smoke was probably, they had vision of the enemy team take the gate, and it was probably like the Lulu, like, guys, let's go smoke and kind of kill them. And then it seems like, bro, we're nowhere near strong enough to fight them right now. I think Jerkroy does need this BKB to kind of commit, or they need a really clean fight from them where he's able to jump the backline, maybe get a good mana void. And they're smoked up for Grindback.
Ken tries to jump in with 23 Savage as well. They'll kill off the Crystal Maiden. You see Radiant are respecting the counter initiation from Nico. Nico instantly jumps in the fight as soon as he sees the Anti-Mage to try and get the illusion. And with the avalanche as well from 23 Savage, they're going to kill off Jikroy once again. The question marks around the Anti-Mage impact proves to be a problem. And now In Your Dream as well under the T2 tower, Ken can just continue to go from one hero to the next, and Grindback are rolling.
It's so hard for them to actually get these jumps in the fights. He did kind of do what he needed to do on the Anti-Mage. He jumps the backline, he tries to do something. He's killing the Phoenix at the start, but it's just not enough. 23's like, oh, let me just turn around and do 3 right clicks on you. Let me just kill you 100 to 0. It's just way too much kind of health pool right now for Grindback. I don't know what Reconics can really do to fight through it all.
Whenever an anti-mage draft goes wrong, just back to split pushing. That's always what it is. That's what they say in the
guys,
pubs. Just
wait.
farm, guys.
My next item, that's my favorite thing is carries. You don't know how bad it feels as a mid laner to hear a carry go, you guys,
One more item,
just wait
bro.
for my butterfly and then we're gonna win. And then he gets his butterfly and he goes, oh wait, he has MKB. I need an Abyssal Blade. Wait for my Abyssal Blade. And it's his Abyssal Blade and he's like, oh, I need my heart on Anti-Mage. Okay, wait for his heart. And he's like, actually, let me farm buy. And you're like, dude, they have mega creeps. Like at some point we gotta do something.
Oh shit, this has been the way of this hero for quite some time. And you mentioned he kind of did the role that was necessary from him inside that fight. But as soon as he showed Nico quickly there to protect his support, and just how do you then take fights into this absolute ridiculous wall? The tiny, the Darkseid wall, the Supernova. And man, this got to feel good for Ken as well. 6 and 4, it's been a great comeback for him. He's got Scepter now online too, and he's been having so much impact after the rough start that he had.
You probably are gonna want to. I think the BKB is a bit necessary for him at this point. Like, it's crazy to hear that Anti-Mage needs even more items to fight, but he really needs to be able to jump the Darkseer or the Storm uncontested and burn their mana and get a good mana void. It's like a lot of different things he needs, and he somehow needs his Primal and Ember to force out their BKBs. Preferably in an ideal world, Primal grabs the Tiny during his BKB, Storm jumps in the same time, you burn all of Storm's mana, when the Tiny BKB ends, you mana void, get 2 kills. Like, that's like the very, that's paper math right there to how to win the fight. And if Ken gets his Aegis, I don't really know what their next step is if you can only kill him the one time. Even if 23 takes it, which I don't know if he really needs it on the Tiny, but
Yeah, I kind of like the Storm, but it's like Savage is gonna have a difficult time of being killed. BKB in the backpack, he TP's back to get the wisdom.
I just feel like he's not really in danger this game, whereas the specific reason that he would probably pick it up is if they want to end the game and go high ground. I think if that's not really their game plan, then yeah, it seems a bit strange, but definitely in a position that they can consider going high ground. Cooper Light's one of the best supports at enabling this push, because you have full sustain. You have health and mana regen sustain, so your team can just keep going. You have to never back, never have to recover your resources. Thankfully, Anti-Mage's BKB is probably going to be finished after this mid wave if he goes to farm it. Just what can the rest of his team really do to back him up?
We saw, I think it showed previously that around 18 minutes of the game, Radiant had an 86% probability, but now at this stage, looking 76 for Dire. I think it's been 3 fights in a row that Grindback have been able to win. Also, momentum is heavily in their favor. Now the high ground could be under siege. 2 T2 towers have been taken. They still have the top one. They are starting to group together like they want to get some objectives. Now we'll see. This is definitely a more difficult task and team fight for Grindback.
Looks like 23 does want to go high ground. This is the siege too, so really easy push for them. He's way too tanky to take damage. Keeper of the Light has the ult, has the Holy Locket, so he's permanently going to be healing on 23. What do you really do to stop him if he just decides to go?
Lose one catapult. Onslaught in. FBZ looking to try and put some pressure on. They're able to drag him out. Meanwhile, Ken actually goes in, but he doesn't get the greatest vortex. Savage without the health will probably back away. Maybe they can wait for the healers. They've got Sunray out. The blast too. Jikro, Ken actually, does he see him? High ground.
He's actually super close to running out.
Everyone else is getting pretty close as well. Ken will be able to get the first one with the vacuum back of the Avalanche. They've got the toss and they have a second one shortly as well. And Jikro is dead for 100 seconds without a buyback.
He just bought out the BKB.
Savage once again, we saw the poke previously. BKB in the backpack. Lot of damage onto FBZ, but the Dino is also going to die as well without using his own BKB. And he too doesn't have a buyback.
I mean, this is probably just two sides right here. You do have the Keeper of the Light to just keep spamming the heals out. You have the Phoenix with the laser if you want, and it's also a Hex on Ollie. So Ember tries to be cheeky, tries to do something a little cute in the backline. He's probably just dead.
We're going to try and get some kills as well. The chances are out of the T4 tower. Ken's got the BKB, of course. Now, turn to Ethereal is going to be the Muerta. Ken's actually even thinking he can secure the kill and get away with Savage here. Absolutely the case, and they know, they absolutely have to know there's no buybacks with how aggressively they're playing, and there's the cute play. In your dream, feeling like it's absolutely necessary for him to pull something off, but unable to confirm the kill onto Ken. He will be able to TP back.
Just two sides just like that. No real way for them to be able to fight it, and you got a bit of time. You have a minute left on the edges. Probably just a tier 2 top into the... I would assume back. I don't think that there's really anything necessary to be able to like force this tier 3. Like, you get back, go farm, get the next Aegis, win the game, right? Like, Reconics are the ones who are feeling all the pressure. They're the ones with the mega creeps in their base, or the super creeps in their base. They're the ones on the timer. I don't think they necessarily scale into this game a lot better. This was a game that they really wanted to be ahead, this like 5,000, 10,000 gold to really utilize the Anti-Mage, because again, I don't think the Anti-Mage Tiny matchup is great for Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage Darkseer is not particularly good either. It's just versus the Storm, and if you watch how Ken is playing, he's always so far back that has he even, I don't even know if he's been mana voided once in this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, if he has, it hasn't resulted in a kill. So they know the importance of going towards the backline heroes, because the Tiny is not an easy person to bring down. But the Aegis is out in 5 seconds, though. And they are well aware of this. 23 Savage tries to put the BKB in the inventory, but it'll have enough mana. Greaves also doesn't give him enough. They're going to turn to deal this. What? They got the Egg Kens too late with the Vortex. Nico tries to go in. Have they got it by themselves without 23 Savage? They need the Tiny. And without him, unfortunately, available, this combo, they will not be able to capitalize. And now it's a question of, are they going to be able to get away? The Frostbite will hold Nico into place. Have they got any more remnants to be able to close the distance onto Ken? Ken has a little bit of mana. Picks up the illusion as well to refill. Or give the chakra so Ken... Can he really going in? Ken? But what have you got left to be able to get out though? That's the question. You're pulverizing. You're just dead.
That's also the gem being given away, and I mean, why are they pushing like a tier 3? Your Aegis is down in 30 seconds. You could just back. They don't need to end the game now. They're fine. Just play 5 more minutes of the game. Is it really that necessary to just end it? I mean, they're still probably in an acceptable state of the game, but just those are the kind of mistakes that I have seen Grindback make throughout this qualifier, and that's what concerns me about this team. Like, they have the ability to play so good, and they honestly cast their spells pretty amazingly. Like, individual skill is definitely there, but I feel like sometimes their decision making just puts them in these awkward positions,
which is surely something that you would hope the experience would, you know, be enough of a factor here for Grindback to not be making those calls. But there's potentially been a problem in the past for some of these players, and now it's a 10,000 lead still for them. They are still I mean, they don't have Ken. 23 Savage straight back on the map, assassinates the Crystal Maiden's life, tries to get the Harpoon to get away. FPC still got the blink. They're going to try and force the fight. So with the Storm Spirit dead for 10 seconds, the Supernova doesn't help too much. It can maybe help the rest of the team disengage, but does it really keep the COD alive? The Ghost Scepter's actually going to be enough.
Okay, 1 kill and a buyback force. That was like, it's an amplified damage 2 for 23. So probably just have to force run away for the side of Reconics. I think that if they're anywhere near the Tiny, you just die. Even for this
Anti-Mage. Play with high ground ward. Reconics actually try and smoke themselves. Savage CG Crew straight on top of the lane, and they're going to be able to go.
Oh, no, they got
There's
him.
the punch. The dead shot
the
will
heck?
push Savage away, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Once again, the AM no buyback. FBZ doesn't have buyback as well. And that should just be the game ender. It was one mistake from Grindback, but this is going to be a catastrophic error from them if somehow this game continues, especially with the kill now on the lull.
Yeah, this is definitely mega creeps, if not the game here. That was definitely a bit greedy from the Anti-Mage to just hit this mid wave. I think that they should have known something was up with the Tiny being there, and it felt like they did with them being smoked, them being sitting under a ward. But I mean, maybe they have a chance killing the Tiny, but he's so tanky. You have Keep Light, you have a Lotus, you have 4 steps. There's still a Greaves up. There's so many different buffs in this game to just. Did you just see that Ember Hex?
Yeah,
wall
what
remnant?
just what just happened?
I don't think I've seen a flying pig for a very long time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I guess Radiant might win this game when pigs fly.
That's what they need, apparently. It's a miracle like that. I'll drag the Muerta out of the base. The dieback on her in your dream. Unfortunately, they will not be able to do it. Grindback. I mean, this was looking like it was in a position where it was just going to be a clean game 1 victory for Reconics, and then there were some potential concerns about it could just be a replica of what happened in the previous upper bracket series. But what a performance from them to be able to take some incredible team fights playing from behind.
Yeah, I want to be happy for Team Grindback, but I want to say this was kind of, to me, Reconics making more mistakes than Grindback doing stuff particularly good. Sure, I think the Darkseer, like Nico in particular, he was my MVP. He was destroying a lot of these fights. If we're going to look at the highlights, I'm going to assume every single highlight's going to have a vacuum to start it off. Like right here, this was the first vacuum that kind of let them win the game. But a lot of this to me was, sure, we can laugh and be like, Anti-Mage carry, haha, what are they doing picking the Anti-Mage? But I think a lot of this was just greediness from them. Like this chase onto the Phoenix, the chase behind the tier 2 top, this tormenting without having the proper kind of like pressure on the map or the respect, I guess, for Grindback. And so many times they just kept giving up these kills. And again, right now this is a meta where no matter how far ahead you are, if you give like a series of like 3 kills in a row for free, like a kill, AFK for a minute, get another kill, AFK for another minute, 2 kills, which is kind of what happened in this game. You've thrown your entire lead away, and there's so much golden XP for this kind of like rubber band, I feel like, in this patch. No one can die, including your supports. Like, everyone has to be on the same page. Everyone has to be going aggressive. Even if you're trading kills, that's just much better than giving away these, like, pretty much solo kills to the Tiny and the Darkseer.
What are some of the key things you're looking at heading into game 2, specifically with the draft, from what we saw, and how they prioritize game 1 and then the outcome of this game as well?
I didn't like the Anti-Mage pick particularly. It didn't feel like super good to me, but I wouldn't say this is a super draft issue. I would think that this is mostly on play. If you wanted to say anything of the draft, maybe even the Primal Muerta, one of the two, if not both, they could have done the Darkseer for themselves, and they would have the Darkseer Ember combo. Darkseer has looked pretty strong. This whole qualifier, to me, he's kind of like a top 3 offlaner. It's like Axe has to be there, Darkseer would be there, and then I don't even know what the third would be that would put it on the level, but just maybe valuing that a bit higher than the Primal, maybe valuing Muerta a bit less. It's probably like the big things, and even just banning the Darkseer. I think that was also a pretty decent ban they could have done instead of. I don't remember what their 2 bans were, but Nico
Dawn
just played a phenomenal game.
I don't remember the other. Yeah, Dawn +1. Absolutely played a phenomenal game. I know yesterday in their series versus Execration, he played it, I believe, in game 1, and then game 2 was actually first phase banned. So it's definitely at least getting to a position where, yeah, we need to look at this hero in general, because it's simply winning games. This Darkseer looks great. And again, something we touched on the draft is the fact that it feels like there's not a lot of strong carries at the moment versus the Darkseer. You pick one that's a good lane, but we saw just the game matchup. like what he was able to do. So there is, again, there's been a lot of question marks around Nico, but he has been performing in these qualifiers. There's a reason he has that OG jersey on early. He wants that revenge. He wants to be able to get that best of 5 matchup, and they are now 1 game away from getting that match. So we're going to find out, will it be grind back getting a 2-0, or will Raconics continue to send us to a game 3 decider? See you guys after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're back and ready to go here for our second game in the lower bracket final. Reconics, they're going to be playing on Radiant with second pick, Grind Pack. They are on Dire with first pick. They did have priority, so it looks like at least the order, everything's going to be the same. We'll see what the adaptations are, though, heading into this game too.
Yeah, draft-wise, I don't know how much I'm going to want to change. I think that Ember pick is fine. I don't think you should be worried like, oh, we can't pick the Ember into the Storm. Spoiler alert, Storm got picked again by Grindback. So probably gonna be a little bit of a similar draft here. I think you picked the Ember. Maybe the first one I could say as a change is instead of picking this Crystal Maiden, you pick the Coddle. You take it yourself. Coddle's still obviously an amazing hero with
10 seconds remaining.
the Ember Spirit, and I think it's fine versus the Storm. Like, you end up being kind of tanky with the heals and the Glimmer Cape you want to buy. So I want them to not change the Ember. So okay, perfect. I like this so far. Just really for me, it's this Keeper of the Light. Give up, I don't know, Crystal Maiden, Phoenix, like whatever they want to pick with the Storm, let them get that, and then just change up the draft after that. But I think if they get baited in the Crystal Maiden, I'd be a bit worried for them.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you feel like the second phase changes at all? We had the Enchantress in the line was banned out from Grindback, and then Reconics got rid of the Axe.
Team ban.
I think you still ban the Axe. I think the heroes are too good to kind of give away.
10 seconds remaining.
I pretty much want nothing to change with the Keeper of the Light. I think obviously the 16 and 17 will change after other heroes are picked, but the other possibilities, if you don't like the Keeper of the Light with your draft, you can ban it. Just basically don't give Storm Coddle away. That's been a consistent combo forever.
Okay, well, let's see if they change things up here for Reconics or not. I think one person that a big person not seen on screen at the cams right now for Reconics, of course, is MC as well. I know he's been there for a couple of months now. Or is that Axeman? But yeah, I know he's been there for a couple of months, so helping the team kind of off screen. I imagine he's kind of probably not in Indonesia, so helping online. And I don't know if too much with the drafting. Again, I feel like they said that wasn't really the case. So since then, and with the addition of him, they've still qualified to some LAN events, some online events. Of course, the biggest one recently was that EWC victory with the grand finals versus Glyph, where they won 3-2. And for Grindback, I don't think they actually have a coach as well. So doing it just with the 5 men. There is the Muerta for Reconics. So they're putting more priority on this. Let's see if we get the Coddle now for Grindback. And of course, the Phoenix was there previously.
10 seconds remaining.
Scary to give away. I mean, they're giving away the Coddle Storm,
5 seconds remaining.
which still, that's a question mark to me. I don't really know why. Like, oh man, it's like so obvious they're gonna pick it, and Muerta's not gonna get stolen. Even if Grindback picks Muerta Storm, like, okay, whatever. Do they just not like Keeper of the Light? They could just pick Phoenix again if they really want to. Phoenix, they can pick CM, they can pick Snap, like they can pick anything here, and I think their draft's already consistent again. Sure, we can go back and say the early game was still really favored for Reconics, so maybe they could say, hey, maybe we need a bit more catch compared to the Crystal Maiden. Maybe we need a different carry than the Anti-Mage, stuff like that. They can make those adjustments and try to keep the summer early game, but I don't know if you want to fight into this like bad mid game.
Yeah, did you like I kind of posed the question the last game with Coddle Phoenix if there were any weaknesses. I felt like as the game went on, we saw that wasn't the case, but the early game when we were comparing supports, you mentioned that Reconic supports were really winning them the fights. If we just get a repeat and last game looks similar, do you feel like you need to maybe make one support change on Grindback just so the early game doesn't look like how it did?
I don't know if you would, it would be the Phoenix, but I don't think it's necessary. I think they're completely fine just picking the Phoenix and the Coddle. Like, it works. It's a really good mid game, and some of their early game issues were just kind of gameplay.
Okay.
Here, let's see. What can they... Now I don't want the snap either because you have the Muerta. You already have like this pause 4. You don't really want to do snap 5. I think it's kind of a waste of the hero. You could do like a snap offlane with Muerta, but that doesn't also seem good.
5
So
seconds
in my
remaining.
head, I want to pick a 5 with catch and an offlaner. Primal Beast is okay, but maybe there's something better than the Primal. Or what if they pick like Kez Grimstroke here?
Sure. I know.
Like you put that in the safe lane. I think Kez should be fine getting through, like getting through the lane even with a Grimstroke 5, and then you have like Inkswell for the Ember. You have the bind for the Storm. I think it could be cool.
I'm happy with that. I know Team Vision in their opening series in the Europe qualifiers, they played Kez and Grim in both games. So don't know if we've seen a Grimstroke, at least in our game so far in the C. I'm not sure if the other ones have had that support as well. Saw yesterday versus OG Reconics, but the Hoodwink is another one. I know you're not going to open the Muerta, but we haven't seen the Hoodwink in back-to-back games now. They went Lich and Disruptor. So Lich is kind of another support that we haven't seen just yet. Just in general, though, some of the supports that they've been prioritizing so far through the event.
The Disruptor's okay as an option to me. Like the ult's very good versus the Storm and the Glimpses as well. I just always worry about damage when I have that hero. Muerta maybe makes up for it, but Ember's not the super highest damage mid. It's like this hero that just eventually kills you in the fight, usually. So I would be like somewhat concerned.
Disruptor.
But I end up picking it anyway. I think it's like the best for their draft. They just need more damage. That's like how I see this hero.
Let's see where that damage is going to come through. Is there already
10 seconds.
a hero that's signaling for you that might be able to help provide the damage?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I think the Kez is still good here. Maybe they just don't want to take their carry here. And they'd rather take their offlane. If they do want to take their offlane,
Dire team
Largo isn't damaged, but I think he provides enough damage for his team to be happy. Like he amps his Ember's damage, he amps the Muerta's damage, so that could be pretty good. There's nothing really with high damage that they can
10
pick.
seconds remaining.
Dawnbreaker maybe, Darkseer, I think is good too.
5 seconds.
Maybe just taking away the Darkseer here. No,
Dire
go for the
team
Primal.
banned.
Yep.
They tiny?
So
Okay.
it's the same draft, except
Alright.
for CM for Disruptor.
Sick. 3P.
Hmm.
So that other band they had last game was the Undying with the
Yes.
Dawnbreaker.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see. Probably that will be a Darkseer
5
instead.
seconds
I'm no Disruptor's a better versus the Darkseer.
There's no way they're gonna give them Darkseer again after that performance last game, right, guys?
Right?
Right, guys?
Surely.
I think you have different bands that you need though with the Disruptor, because it's a different hero than CM, right? Like CM is actually good versus like creep heroes like Beastmaster, Lycan, stuff like that. Whereas Disruptor is bad versus those zoo heroes. So maybe they're gonna be more worried about some random Lycan on last pick or a Beastmaster and even Undying to some extent. But yeah, I don't know. If you're gonna ban anything, I think it should be Darkseer +1.
Dawn again? Is the band? No. So +1.
10
I don't think so. Not versus Disruptor. Like you glimpse her until she gets her shard,
5 seconds remaining.
and then when you get the Ags, you can just ult on her ult, and then she like drops in without a BKB and she dies. Oh no! Undying is banned again.
Well, they for Gryback, they also got rid of the Necro in the last game. So it was Drow and Necro at this position. See if that's going to be a repeat for
10
them.
seconds remaining.
Let me see. Let me look at this game 1 draft. How many bans are different?
5 seconds remaining.
So far, Reconics has done everything the exact same except
They're
for the
all the
CM and
same.
Disruptor.
Everything is the same.
Everything's the exact
Everything
same.
but the
Every ban.
Disruptor.
Yes. If this is a Necrophos and then it's a Dawnbreaker, it's the exact same draft except for the 1 support.
Surely not. Are you actually gonna get this? Who was it Falcons and who? Who was the second team that did the repeat draft? Do you remember? Was it XG?
Tundra was the one I think that they just kept spamming, and then there was the other one I always think about for like drafting stuff like this is, do you remember the Beyond the Summit with VP
Radiant team
10 years ago?
The one where they played a hero in every game and you
Yes,
won?
a new
Is that-
hero every single
yeah.
game, and then they won the whole tournament.
That's
Those are always like,
insane.
to me, the like fun drafting. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Necro banned again.
Who came second place?
Dawnbreaker or Darkseer?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't
Do you know
remember
who
of the VP
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember. I just remember that
5
VP just
seconds
kind of
remaining.
dog walked everyone who.
Yeah, I wonder if they were just like, obviously, they must have been so much better than everyone else. There's the
Darkseer
Darkseer
ban.
ban. So,
Something different.
so what do we got? Well, of course, you mentioned you don't like the Dawn in this game. What are the other options for Nico?
I think the Dawn's okay. It's not like particularly bad, but it's not going to be the same hero that Darkseer was in the last game. There is like, so Beastmaster's banned, Lycan's in the pool, but I don't really particularly want them to pick the Lycan, so maybe you could also.
Radiant team.
I don't mind the ooh. I was gonna say I don't mind the Dawn, but that's a hero.
This? What carried you picking the Omni?
um TA, because he's a lot of like single burst damage, but then you're picking TA into Tiny, which is not the absolute best because Tiny's a bit too tanky.
I thought it was good for TA because you
5
just the
seconds remaining.
right clicks. Like
It's like good and bad. I think that
Okay.
it's good because you do just get in that position in the fight versus Tiny often where you can just like spam right click him and he dies, but it's bad in the sense that you might not burst him and then he presses his double stuns on you and kills you because you try to like avoid BKB on TA a lot of the time. This is a weird one. I actually don't know. Like now I'm thinking you get weird and you pick like your own Kez or TA or something like that, something not super meta. Is there some ranged carry I'm missing? I can't think of it.
SF is in the pool.
Luna?
Get a life steal.
Okay, I thought of this hero, like I instantly see it because strength hero, strength hero, strength hero. Phoenix as well. Like should be in theory a very good lifestealer game. My worry is I think he's just gonna lose the lane. Like straight up, I think that this lane is pretty bad for the lifestealer.
Yeah, I think there's a concern where you just have the. This is definitely the big strength about the Omni Knight, right? I don't know a whole lot about the hero, but I feel like whenever I do see it get played, it just absolutely destroys lanes. And you've got a Coddle as well that can, the nuke with the blast can be a little bit frustrating. Buff up the Omni, potential dive. This hero has also looked super hit or miss on the Lifestealer. You've got some Infest Bomb carriers. Sure, there's value, but yeah, the big concern for you is just getting through the lane. So let's see if Decoy is going to be able to do that. So we do have 3 new heroes in this game, at least. The draft is not completely the same.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Hopefully those 3 heroes are gonna be good for Iconics. I want to say that definitely the Darkseer for the Omni Knight should be worse for Team Grind. But like I'll be honest, I don't know this hero at all on Omni. His new ult, I had to check to see which version of the ult is. It's currently the one where he clicks it and then he gets like a bubble around him and anyone in that can't take physical damage.
Okay.
So I guess that's okay. It's not even that good this game, right? Like the only physical damage hero is Lifestealer. The others are all magic. So it's like not a good Omni ult game. I'm kind of curious as to why he wanted it. My assumption would be it's a good repel game, like with your team. And he probably just assumes like, oh, with Darkseer, I pretty much just searched my team to run in, and now I'll just repel my Tiny and he runs in.
Oh, por Dios.
Kind of curious to see like what his items are, what his impact is, like how he goes. I think the only thing I can say for certain is he's probably winning the lane.
Well, it's going to be a concern that if it doesn't win the lane, we've got to see him do that. See, the C patch, I mean, it was some of his spells got buffed. The cooldown reduced on the repel, the damage increased from Hammer Purity. So, anything
definitely
else?
Potentially an underrated hero. The other cool thing about his ult nowadays is it's not dispellable. So there's no like nullifiers you can do like the old days. Like they're for sure 100% immune to all physical damage. I have to do a lot of research going to be done this game on the Omni Knight. I guess when you're up 1-0, why not just try it out here? Maybe they want to like save a little strat for TI.
No. This idea, I mean, your word has a little bit more weight than mine, but I don't like this. Like, you're one game away going grand finals, just get 2-0. Why test this Omni Knight? Just, no, I don't want that.
I have to assume this is something they've played sometime before. I know there are times where players just like say a hero that they haven't played or their team hasn't played. When I can think of recently, it was within last year. It was like there's one time Liquid picked Nisha Dazzle, and he was like he hadn't played Dazzle in like months, but he's like, oh, this is a good Dazzle game, and they just like crushed the game with it. So like sometimes you just get the vibe, and you know, maybe you win, maybe you lose. But I want to hope that Nico has a plan going into this, and again, so far the lane, I think that this should be a pretty free lane for him. Like versus the Lifesteal doesn't really do anything, and nor does the Disruptor.
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be a lane we're paying close attention to. Of course, still, I know we saw it last game, but the Storm Ember as well, with how much kind of outplay potential there really is. And we already saw Savage as well kind of start the lane once again like previously. He had to go back to base in game 1, but here he already got trampled down and deadshotted, so he's already having to go through a bunch of his regen.
No, it's still CSing wise is going to do fine. That's usually kind of the nice thing about Tiny. You take 500 damage and you're still healthier than some heroes at full. Just with like one tango there. And so I would assume both top and mid should go pretty similar to how they did last game. It's the exact same matchups they played it. Yeah, bot's the fun one. 3 new heroes to this game. Brand new, undiscovered. I mean, I don't want to focus too much on the Omni, but there's like so many questions I have. Like, what items is he going to buy? Is he going to go the greedy like Radiance, like a Doom build kind of thing? Is he going to go some Echo Saber early game? I genuinely have no idea what his kind of goal in this game is.
I'll try and find the games, but it looked like in South America they had 2 Omni games. Backs again played this. Yeah, they also attempted with the Anti-Mage. LGD also had a game with it. Bottom, Nico, yeah.
There's a very fine lifesteal there.
Oh, they got him. No way. All right, Jikroy will be ran down by the looks of it. So Q at least is able to also get the carry. Barish is going to have enough mana pretty shortly here for the Thunderstrike. Q tries to get rid of the clarity, but has done so a little bit too late. And now the Disruptor gets the double kill, about to be level 3.
Okay, that's a really big kill on the Omni Knight. Again, his job this game should have been to, at the very least, win the lane. Like, that's my idea of the hero at a baseline. So if he's losing the lane, it's going to be really good for the Lifestealer. Lifestealer's also not necessarily the strongest laner. So being able to get that extra bit of gold towards his Radiant. Sure, he didn't get the last on the kill, but I think just having a support that now has items kind of helps get you into this game.
Okay, well, LGD played the Omni on KJ, so can't really help out too much there. I'll see how Starbucks played it in a little bit. How is mid shaping up? So Ken's doing pretty well. 94. I don't remember, actually, how did the last game the lane go? Was it even? Did anyone have a slide advantage? Of course, I know that in your dream, with the supports rotation, then Ken kind of really struggled, but just purely the lane.
I think it was kind of similar that Ken was slightly winning the lane early, but usually what can happen around this level 4 timing in particular is if the Ember gets a really good trade with the Flame Guard, like he tanks a Remnant or he dodges it with the Slight and then the Storm wants to 1v1 him and he gets chained, like it's pretty much like a 400 damage trade in the favor of the Ember. But that hasn't happened this game. Ken's probably not going to die to a support rotation, but Dalul is actually here for the top rune, so maybe in your dream we'll try to contest bot, but it's kind of scary.
Nico was trying to fight Jikroy. Jikroy stepped away. Now Varish is going to be the target. He's got a full creep wave onto the tower.
In your dream actually loses both water runes. One gets taken by the Muerta, one gets taken by the Storm, so we'll be a bit sad here, but doing fine for himself. Gonna hit this level 5 and max flame guard, or at least 3 points in it means pretty much Storm can't touch you in the lane.
Now that I'm kind of like seeing Nico's name on Omni, like I have a feeling he's played this, attempted this hero a couple times previously, like on, I think even when it was on OG, in fact. I know really the other big Omni player riders, Muerta and BB. So just kind of these, or at least him specifically. I found that second game as well. Estabax also played as a support. So, you know, the 2 games so far in all regions have just been 5.
Okay.
He's only got 18 last hits compared to the 25 though for the lifesteal, which, you know, again, you know, the big question mark was like, it should do well in the lane, then what's going to happen afterwards? Mid, silence with a perfect placement of the chains, but they don't have the dead shots that have been used from below.
Yeah, the Lifesaver's doing super good for himself. And is this... I wonder what the gloves is. Is he going treads? There's no way he's going tread. Oh no, wait. Gloves. Is this an armlet?
It's armlet.
I guess an armlet. I think usually people just rush the Radiance, but maybe he wants to be able to be a bit more active and go like do the armlet into Radiance build that sometimes Lifesavers go.
So good old K1 value glove.
Oh, the good old days. Raking with the gloves of haste. Yep, my favorite.
Sick.
See how the 6 runes break down. You have 2 supports for the Dire there, but no Storm. So Ken's just accepting to give it up because he wasn't level 6 there. But unfortunately for them, Disruptor has to deny it, so neither mid gets the rune. And this kind of insistence on securing the 6 mid runes is always going to give both side laners free farm. Ollie.
Dived into the calling. Nice placement from Dulu. They may need to bring some heroes mid. The catapult's still up.
I don't think that they really care about this pressure too much. They would rather split up and go stack camps for their team or just go kind of pressure the side. Ooh, Jerkroy takes so much damage from Nico. I am pretty surprised that this lane ended up going bad. I think they maybe like traded a bit awkward way on that like early stage. Because you also do have the Keeper of the Light, right? So it's like you have infinite mana to just keep healing yourself. So sustain-wise, I think that they should have been good, but thankfully now he's kind of secured a decent spot in the lane for himself and even kind of forcing Jerkroy to jungle.
Will be the the gloves into the Radiance. He's got the casual
Hector
gloves.
gloves.
Efficiency, he knows. And
Is it? It can't be worth. I feel like there's no way it's worth. I mean, Hector's right. Whatever. Hector, greatest carry of all time.
450 gold for 20 attack speed.
Mm-hmm.
See how fast that
Innate's
Radiance
already
comes
given
up.
him 20 attack speed. He doubled his innate ability. if you
Damn.
think
All
about it.
right. True. True. Shit, they're so fast. Look how fast he's farming the jungle.
Yeah, when the Alpha Wolf just makes him do much less damage. Very good.
Ken? That's actually going to be the haste top in your dream. Didn't take it. Now he's going to have to walk all the way back. Well, FBZ also was here just in case. We'll see if he farms the stacks that they've made. To triple at the hard medium. And they've got a pretty big ancient stack as well. Dire also have their own that they're back farming. So both sides are very much playing the efficiency game currently.
Yeah, both are kind of utilizing their jungle farmers. Dire's using the Coddle Storm as a way to farm. I think probably FBZ will bring himself a smoke. Is usually how I see these primals farm the ancient stack. They smoke themselves, press W, it gives them movement speed so it's even faster, and also the creeps don't like move around, don't kill you. He would definitely just die if he tried to do it right now.
Bottom, they're actually going to make the play first here. Draconics with the haste room. Nico
He gets the level
looks
6. Oh, they denied the range creep.
no.
Are you okay?
Close. Actually, not close enough. Nice read from them. So they get the kill. Meanwhile, they're also... Oh, they didn't even farm the Ancients. I thought they were doing this at the same time. FBZ with the smoke had to go all the way back to base. No resources. He's doing
They
the
tried and he didn't just have enough. Like he took too much damage from them and then he got smoked after and now he's the TP back.
I
But
see.
still probably gonna make it there in time if he TPs. Yeah, he should be good.
Is it similar to game one where you feel like Radiant's ability to make plays early is better than Dire's?
Radiant's just game plan is all gonna revolve around In Your Dream and either FBZ if he goes for Blink. I think in this game it's another one he can just rush the BKB. But it's basically just In Your Dream with supports volume, whereas Dire I think has a couple options for goes. Like 23 is actually going for the Blink Dagger as his like first item post Echo Saber, which I think is kind of interesting in this game. I don't see like a significant reason why he would prefer it over the Shadow Blade like he did last game.
Q. When we dive behind the tower, a little bit of revenge for him stealing the region or denying it. In Your Dream did use a lot of resources for this kill. Ken was waiting for this. He tries to give them Lotus into the TP out, but they've got the damage and now Varish
Bold.
might be chased down. Ken's going to be a little bit careful. Doesn't get the vision for the glimpse back.
That was definitely a bit too deep, and not having the Remnant like as a backup situation. I think a lot of the time versus Storm, the scariest thing that can happen to you on Ember is like you throw the Remnant out as the Overload is slowing you, which is kind of exactly what happened there. You know he wanted to be aggressive because FBZ was there. Like he's hoping, oh, maybe I bait the Storm, jump me, and then FBZ is able to catch him, able to kill him, but just giving away a pretty free kill. And that's the kind of stuff that started snowballing last game for Grindback. And I really want to see Reconics kind of lock in and not make the same mistakes, because just like game one, I think their lanes are going pretty good for themselves.
Does Ken need to itemize differently this in this game, or can he in a game like this where of course he's not playing from behind and maybe not into some bad matchups?
This is an even better game for BKB because the Manta does nothing versus the Disruptor. I mean, I guess you could say there's like a Manta dodge with Glimpse, but
Cool.
I think he's probably going to go the same build and try to play this like greedy playstyle and play off you have a repel from your Omni Knight, so you have like a way to just ignore any defensive items and can go pure offense.
He's top net worth currently after farming the stack. Really the one person who on Grindback we haven't seen on a pretty big name team. Oh, Reconics bottom lane putting some pressure on the T1 tower. Multiple silences here for the Omni Knight. Is he going to be able to tank through the damage? He's got a big one. Tries to get out of range, but the dead shot will help with that last little bit that was necessary. Now this tower will be confirmed as well. Grindback, they've got Ken and Q nearby, maybe hoping that someone walks into a Remnant. Kaya along with the Arcane Rune, but they will not get a straggler.
It's a lot of damage on a Storm if he tries to get a pick right now, but yeah, the enemy of Omni Knight is just going to be any silences. This hero is pretty much invincible to ganks as long as you get your W off, because you can W ult TP out against any non-BKB cancels, which is only going to be the Primal Beast for majority of this game. And just for him, I think just playing a bit safer on Nico, because he's currently 0-3, and a lot of the time that there's these heroes that are I think he's
Rage level
fine with the Rage
2?
TP.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these heroes that have are not picked for some reason. Oftentimes one of the reasons is they have one of two flaws. Either they farm slow compared to what other strong heroes farm, or they don't really play well from behind and they don't have the numbers to just win the early game. So I would say Omni Knight kind of fits into potentially both of those categories. You don't play well from behind and you don't farm fast. And so he's going to have to rely on a lot of Ken.
They're actually going to come to the portal first. Reconics were trying to make a move to 23 Savage's safe lane, but they're going to be a bit too late. The pulse is there with the silence as well on top. Is the Storm going to be able to live through it? No. They get the kill, but Grindback should also be able to run down the Muerta. With the Pierce to Veil now expiring, the Lord's just going to die to the right clicks. In Your Dream is trying to play with the Vessel, but Varish is here. Static Storm's actually out, but I don't think In Your Dream has got enough resources to be able to fight back Dial.
Still, I think, unfortunately, the Primal does go down, but I think being able to get that ult off onto the Storm and kind of secure that kill for his team was really big. Like Tiny's attack speed's too slow to kind of get good hits off between the stuns, and now it looks like 23 wants to kind of open up the bot tower potentially.
It's a bit difficult. Oh, he did actually go blink. Okay. So I was going to say maybe it's a bit difficult for them, but with this, get the avalanche to start. The toss as well with the vortex means that their chain control is perfect from Grindback.
Okay, some good back-to-back kills for Grindback, taking out the tower. Again, Lifestealer, thankfully for him, it is about the 15-minute mark. Every time there's a Lifestealer in the game, my very simple answer to how do they want to play the game is defend your safe lane tower for at least 15 minutes. I'll say he did an acceptable job of that. Part of it being him winning his lane, but after that kind of pretty bad bot lane, he's fallen behind in net worth pretty significantly, like only slightly above the Omni Knight, which had no game just a couple minutes ago.
And he's also going Lotus Orb first item here for Omni. So he's got 2300 gold. It doesn't look like he's too happy with this decision at the moment from Nico. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I know it's a pretty decent Lotus game. I don't know if this is what I want to see from my weird Omni pick. I'm definitely going to give, of course, Nico the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, like you're already Omni with some question marks and going Lotus first.
I think he's doing that so that he probably has like a defensive tool for himself to be able to make sure he gets a repel off on his own. Like if Ember presses chains on you and then Muerta silences you, at least you have a way to like get out. But I don't know. I like every time I see this hero, I imagine it kind of playing out like a Doom, where you go the Radiance, you get really farmed, and then you'll just win late game fights by just being significantly stronger in team fights than the enemy. In this case, it's because of the repel, whereas Doom, it's because of Doom itself. But yeah, kind of turning into a support is a bit underwhelming, I guess. There had to have been, if they wanted this, just a stronger hero, like Darkseer, for example. Obviously it's banned, but does a similar role, right? Like he provides just a lot of free damage even without building any damage items, but he provides so much utility with the vacuum, with Ion Shell damage, with the surges, and I think he's trying to replicate that with Lotus.
They're going to try to make a play here for the Storm Spirit, but Nico should be in range, and now can actually zip over on the Static Storm. Great position from Grindback. They were still around because of that attempt previously. Reconyx had brought a couple of heroes towards the bottom room. And now even Savage is here, of course. I mean, he's going to be very active this game with the Blink Dagger. So there should be another T1 tower for them. It will open up all the... Sorry, it will even up all the objectives. So 2 for 2 from both Reconyx and Dire now.
That is definitely the one amazing thing in this game in particular. It's first the Disruptor. Omni Knight, as long as he's not the one getting jumped by Disruptor, crushes Disruptor the whole game, right? Like even if Disruptor gets Ags, you can give your core a free BKB. You can walk in with your own BKB, give him like physical resistance. So you have a lot of this counterplay to just the Disruptor itself. So maybe that's like, you know, the new hero countering the new hero. It's no longer Crystal Maiden anymore.
Sick.
I don't think it's that bad. I just keep bringing it up because it is this like new hero that we don't really see too often, especially as an offlaner. It's just I'm worried that if his impact in this game ends up just being a repel bot for an anti-disruptor, like is that going to be enough when you compare it to a Primal Beast who has ability that pierces repel, right? It does way more damage than Omni Knight, assuming Omni Knight's not going carry items. I don't know.
Radiant?
I think that it's good, but it's not good.
They have a good high ground ward. Oh, they get a shield bridge. Probably the best you could ask for. Nico, of course, is also in range as well. So with that, they're going to disengage it. Of course, also aren't fighting with the Lifestealer. So a 5v4. I mean, Jikwe does TP in. He's got the Radiance, so maybe feeling like he has to show up. Right back on to respect this. Never mind. Savage actually jumps in, tries to get the start. They'll kill FBZ. Supernova down on the low ground as well. Nico out with the pit with the ultimate means, but Savage is going to be completely okay, and they just tank through every single spell on Reconyx, and they've got no damage on Radiant. With the save from Cube, the heal as well from the Omni Knight means with a combo like that, they can just dive without any cares. And there was a buyback as well from Delul, and it's just game 1 and game 2. It just looks like Grindback's team fighting execution is just on a level above.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm gonna say it. I think he can just be a repel bot on Nico. Like every time that there's a disruptor ult, just repel the guy who gets disruptor ulted. Give him an ult if he needs it. In this case, it was 23, and then you just see Ken has a completely free fight. Like he's not even really worried about what he has to do. He knows that every button's getting clicked on the tiny. You can see here, it's like 23 goes in. Maybe that's also why he's comfortable going for the blink dagger, because he can bait so much for his team.
Yeah, because how do you fight into this when you get a kill like that? I mean, Supernova's already laid down. You got the blast heal from Q, like you're saying, the heal from the Omni Knight. These are problems that I don't... Do you see Draconics being able to address anytime soon?
So there's no way... So you have to... Yeah, they can't dispel the repel. Repel's funny of a spell because it says it's dispellable, but I believe it has to be like a BKB piercing dispel, if I'm not wrong. So like Nullifier wouldn't work.
Huh.
But like a Doom would work, a Winter Wyvern Curse would work, a Shadow Demon would work. But I don't think there's any items that pierce BKB and dispel. Like I don't think Disperser or Nullifier do.
I don't believe so.
So I think it's just like a pretty much 100% that whoever gets repelled cannot die. So you effectively have to find a way to jump the Omni Knight and chain stun him, which there's options. There's no BKB cancels for like a Primal Beast ult. So maybe when Primal gets like a blink BKB. But if we're saying Primal Beast is their only solution to it.
In your dream. They're actually going to double back. They'll get the Vortex inside him with Savage nearby. Surely this is going to be... Oh, no! Long zip from Ken. Ken doesn't have the mana to be able to catch up, though. Oh, they just needed that one toss.
Unfortunate for them. But good on In Your Dream, able to get out of that kill or that death attempt. Just getting a little more space in the map, a little more time. And I would say for Reconics, they need time. Like that's the most important thing for them. They have the armlet now finished on the Lifesteer, so it's really funny. Lifesteer is actually a super squishy hero, even for being strength, until he gets the armlet, and then he starts actually feeling tanky. So I wouldn't say his Radiance timing is particularly strongest in the game. It's definitely the Radiance armlet. So definitely more of a fighting chance for them, but I would be very comfortable with them playing a bit more spread and trying to delay for some more items, some more team fight, because right now Grindback can just have 5 heroes on the same screen, and I think it's borderline impossible for them to lose a fight.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you don't want to see them potentially contest this Tormentor bottom. Grindback are actually going to leave the area anyway. Look like they were... I know the Disruptor did TP out, but it seemed like they were setting up for a fight bottom.
Yeah, I think you just give up the Roche. It's a little too much to try to contest it here. I know they're not doing it, but just give it up. You really need items. Like I would say that Ember needs another +1 item. Lifesteal needs another +1 item. That, or you somehow find the Omni, but it's not that realistic.
Q's actually going to run back into them. In fact, it's because the rest of Die are also coming on down. So once again, Radiant kind of clumping together. They have this Observe Ward that they were hoping to get a pick off with. Classic Disruptor. You're expecting the early game for you to be the ones controlling the tempo, and well, at least this is where the hero is best suited, and that's absolutely not the case. 7-13, 8k lead, and this Tormentor is going to be claimed as well. No shards currently on Dire, so it's just going to go to one of the supports, either Q or Ollie, and it will be Q.
Would have been good for either, so not too big of a deal. I think Reconics has kind of hit like a wall in their game plan. They were probably assuming to big... Oh, okay, it's not gonna show. I think they were probably wanting to like go fight them, press disrupt rolls, get some kills, do this fight, and then now that they started playing, it's a repel. I mean, Nico's in the front.
They see 23 Savage bottom lane though, so they know that the Tiny's not here currently. They'll get the silence, push him back into the second one as well. Really nicely done from Reconics. They scanned the twin gate, so they knew that Grindback had come through here after taking the Tormentor, and with that ward that we mentioned bottom, by some of the jungle camps, they saw 23 Savage, so knew that this was going to be a free attempt onto Nico.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
And this Muerta's trying to scale. The Lul's he's got the A+, but he's got Mjolnir currently queued up, so...
Well, if you can't do physical damage versus the Omni Knight, you can do magic, I guess.
Okay. FBZ does have BKB. 2600 health is a... They have a Hex?
Ollie has a Hex already, just 24 minutes in.
Oh, this is a... Is Kaori playing? Hello, Ollie? Name change?
Kaori, the best Phoenix in the world, has somehow found his way into the Southeast Asia region. I do think... I want to say, I think that the fights for Reconyx are easy if they kill the Omni Knight at the very start. Like, they found him there in that fight. I think that if Grindback tried to take that fight anyways, or they got caught a bit more...
There's the chain control. Bruce is in a pretty good position to counter, but it doesn't matter. With the BKB on Savage and now Disruptor will also be ran down.
Oh, that's not a way you start the fight. That's the opposite of going for the Omni Knight. It's just dying in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower.
Not enough health for Ember. I think that... I mean, it's... The reason why Tiny, I think, is such a powerful carry is because of his map threat. There's not that many carries in the meta that have this, like, I'm going to stun you and do 1500 damage to you. And then if anyone on my team is there, you're guaranteed dead. Left, like, stun carries don't exist. So when there's one in the pool and everyone else wants to be these kind of, like, somewhat squishy, ranged carries, he's going to feel so overpowered. That's why these teams all just...
They have his high ground ward still. Cam with the vision. They're going to run into the Disruptor at the moment. Lifestealer tries to enter the team fight, but the Deadshot might actually be enough to disrupt the chain control. Supernova's going to be laid down, so they need to kite to the right side. With the Infest, they'll be able to do so, and this looks okay for Reconyx. They absolutely have to capitalize with an onslaught in the middle like that. The Sunray's going to try and kill them back up. They secure the kill up to 23 Savage, but they did also lose the Lifestealer. Now, Ken... Is he going to have enough mana to be able to continue with the team fight? Manta tries to get away, but the Deadshot timing is there. Ken stands his ground. No way. Zip over the north. Finally, they're going to be able to kill Ken. Reconyx trying to catch up to Nico. Is this possible? Sunray back up in 3. Hex is out as well from Ollie. Nico standing strong, but still it's not easy, especially with the Lord nearby. His spells are back up, and this is what we've been waiting for Reconyx, hoping for a way for them back into this game.
I think he gets him too,
Mano at the end in your dream. No remnants, one back up. Things are gonna get out.
Ooh. Disruptor here's 2. No repel for 3 seconds. 2. Okay, he's gonna get out.
Under attack.
Oh.
Glimpse back. Nice repel.
Oh. That was like just 2 seconds he landed the disruptor roll. But what a back and forth fight. I think that there's definitely windows of opportunity for both. The biggest thing I saw that was like a very small and really, really hard was Lifestealer actually was hitting the Tiny during the Omni Knight instead of going for the egg. I think that if he like turned, walked left, hit the egg there kind of at the start of the fight, and then they re-engage with the Primal Beast plus him after, probably could have just completely stomped that fight. So kind of showing that they have a lot of strength still in their lineup, like the carry to carry matchup between like Lifestealer and Tiny still is going to be really good for Lifestealer as long as he's able to survive the initial burst. But just so much damage for Grindback that it's hard for him to survive that initial burst.
Still, unfortunately, they weren't able to get enough of a lead or a victory out of that. Doesn't mean that Grindback going to be able to walk into Roche and take this for free. Now, Radiant will smoke. Let's see if they actually try and continue to commit with being late. They have a ward around mid. Nico's got to be the one jump, but a BKB now for him. This makes it even more difficult to deal with the Omni Knight. Savage is going to try and enter. Blinked in. Doesn't get anyone inside the tree line. He's still going to try and move on forward. Meanwhile, FBZ, there we go. They found the Omni Knight. The Sunray is going to prove to be pretty problematic to get the kill onto Nico. Supernova this time in your dream wants to kill it, but FBZ's trampled, so he can't right-click. So the egg goes off. Ollie's going to be able to live, and now 23 Savage jumps back in. The trample stopped him from right-clicking enough, and now Chickroy's got to get out. With the Infest already used, at least he can rage, but in your dream, he will not have the same fate. His body is going to be buried in Radiant's jungle, and Savage is already blind jumping on the high ground, recognizing that what is going to stop the Tiny this game?
Oh no, he was trampled so he couldn't attack, and then he had enough time for one, but there's so many creeps on him. I think he hit a creep instead of the egg, and that one actually potentially just fight losing for them, right? Like the egg goes off and makes sure like the FBZ guarantee dies because of it. He's not able to like ult the tiny and kite out a bit longer or just survive. And you see the second that happens, they instantly get out. And there's so much chase on Dire. Storm feels like he has unlimited mana in these fights, right? You look at his inventory, you're like, this guy has a Manta. Like, does he deserve to have this much mana? But just Coddle Storm, just, I don't know, too big of a combo to give away. I would say like 2 games in a row, just giving it away for pretty much nothing strong in response.
Yeah, definitely a combo that we've seen has been problematic for many years of Dota as well. And they've got to be careful on Reconics. They get the D-ward with the cliff back live, but they're going to be fine. And man, I mean, this is, again, heading into these qualifiers, we've got to keep in mind, Grindback, just a couple of days before TI, they changed their roster. T here was the 5. They bring the experience in Oli in. They get kind of the Aurora and Talon, 3 men that worked well for them. And now they are potentially a couple of fights away from getting the grand finals. Dick Roy has enough time to pop the rage, and this is not a bad start. I mean, you could almost get the kill onto 23 Savage. Repel stops the glimpse back, so they won't lose the Aegis for free.
Almost is just not good enough though when there's an Omni Knight involved. He still has the Aegis 2 for 2 more minutes, and just towers can go for free. Again, the only way I can see Dire possibly losing these fights is if they jump the Omni Knight. But now this guy has Lotus, he's got a BKB, he's pretty tanky. I think it is not the easiest kind of feat for them to jump him. And there's just so many different layers of the team fights. It's looking like it's pretty tough. A lot of it is probably gonna be on Jikroy to get this BKB and just completely crush a fight, which I think is possible. I've seen a couple times of these lifestealers like are in this kind of dire situation. They force out every BKB and then they still have one more set of rage or a set of BKBs, set of like times to fight the full duration. And it might be enough to kill a hero or two.
Ken. He's got a regen. Of course, a bit difficult for him to get Jikroy. Make it a little bit annoying though. Force him to rage TP out. Let's see what they can get out of the map with the minute left of the Aegis here on 23 Savage. This tier 2 tower should be easy.
Are you okay?
Try and de-ward the jump as well. We're getting close to really anything on Radium, and FBZ's got 3,400 gold in the bank. Lincoln's currently queued up. What would do you like this on FBZ? Does he need another item?
What's the Lincoln's for? Is it just, I guess, the Hex and Stormpool? I don't particularly like it. I think if anything, the coolest item you can buy is go back to the old school days and buy Refresher. Obviously, you don't have the double BKB you get from it, but to me, the whole team fight revolves around finding Nico. So if you get him before his BKB, you can still do like ult into an onslaught, into a refresher, into an ult, and you'll stun for the entire duration of your BKB. And if you can't kill an Omni Knight by chain stunning for 7 seconds, I don't think you win the game. So in my opinion, it's like refresher or a hex for kind of a similar reason. I think going for like a defensive item isn't really going to fix any of their problems in this game.
Looks like he's going to change his mind. Scepter with the call for FBZ. So,
I mean, it's just damage, right? Like that's another way to just build more damage on your hero. So I don't mind it. I think it's fine. I think it's definitely better of a choice than the Lincolns. But stressful game right now for Reconics. Their backs are against the wall, and you also have to consider throughout the full year, like you said earlier, this kind of was the team to beat. Right, yeah. Like as the qualifiers went on, they went to so many different lands, and so much different experience. For the other two teams, we have OG, we have Grindback. They've made it to lands, and obviously all their players are experienced, but this has not been the best year for them, at least inter-regional.
Absolutely. Yeah, the first time that OG actually played in one of the qualifiers, they won one series and then got eliminated in back-to-back series afterwards. So they didn't qualify to Dream League. Really, you're relying on these invites, and then. For recently, your Reconics, I think, lost one qualifier to Glyph. There was some earlier in the year. Nemesis were also taking some qualifiers as well. Ken once into the disruptor. Quick and easy kill by the looks of it. Reconics with the start to this. They're also going to be able to find the Ember. Tries to get the toss, but not going to be there. The counter is out from the Primal Beast. Importantly, Jikroy needs to start right-clicking some heroes. He's having a bit of a difficult time to be able to do that because of the Nico ultimate, but now that it's expired, the fight will still be kited down to the south. Storm Spirit kills one. Meme of the Primal just survives on a slither of health, so FBZ is going to be able to get out, but Delul and Jikroy are still fighting on the complete opposite side. The Rage TP does mean that Jikroy will live, but you bought back on In Your Dream.
Yeah, there's 2 different buybacks and the disruptor. They still got what, the 1 kill on the Phoenix after all of that, and it was just barely they were able to kill him. I mean, Lifestealer hit for the full duration of the fight. He did the most damage on his team, and
Good lane, FBZ.
I think it was.
Awkward. Delul now is also in the river. I mean, Ken doesn't have the most mana. Oh, yeah, sorry, he's got a regen. Okay, cool. Regen
this is a
small
regen,
once
right?
again. Jikroy beating onto Nico. Nico's got this Guardian Angel back up. 45-second cooldown, the ultimate. Oh, jump in. FBZ instantly. BKB on cooldown means the Pulverize is not going to last long. They try and give it the help of the Infest, but it's not enough. Down goes the and now Jikroy trying to run in the middle. It's not too bad. Might be able to secure the kill onto the Omni. So they'll lose Nico. Can they also find more Savages waiting on the high ground with the Avalanche onto 2? They've got the chain control. Jikroy, the main damage source on Reconics. He's got a buyback as well, but he's not going to be able to re-enter the fight.
Ultra kill for the Storm. The fight, it looks so good for a second because, again, I think when they have the BKB advantage on the side of Reconics, the fights are, they can take them, right? Like, that was a fight where pretty much all BKBs were on cooldown for the majority of it, and you saw Lifestealer was actually able to do a lot of damage focusing the Omni Knight. And then you want to hope for the dream of, man, I can just kill everyone, but just way too much sustain. I think he was every fight he's hitting the Tiny for like 25 seconds, and this guy drops like maybe to half health after all of that.
And now the buybacks kind of left scratching our heads a little bit for Jikroy. Unfortunately, felt it was necessary. Something a further fight was going to break out. Thought he was going to be able to get there in time, but this is I mean, you are 1 fight away, pretty much on Dire. Like the siege maybe is a bit slow. Yes, Tiny's. I mean, he's great. He's got AC. Everyone else doesn't help too much, but you've already used 3 buybacks on Radiant. Disruptors on cooldown, importantly, Ember and the Lifestealer too. So it's like a 1 fight. There's no T2 towers as well. If they don't even end the game, you could just get Megas.
Oh no, he's going for Nullifier on the Lifestealer. I'm very sure it doesn't work against the Omni Knight. Like, I think the only thing he can purge in this entire game is a Glimmer Cape from the Coddle.
Ooh.
Like, okay, I'm looking at it. It says Guardian Angel cannot be dispelled. And Repel, it says dispellable, but I'm pretty sure with debuff immunity, Nullifier doesn't work through it.
Oh, he disassembled the Radiance. He has it online. This feels like the final fight potentially for Reconics. FBZs will lead the charge with the Infest. Nico, he's going to blink.
He went the wrong direction.
Guess the wrong way, and he's under the Watcher as well. So instantly Dire. Turn to smoke, and they're ready to go. They know their opportunity to get that spot in the grand final. Oh, Savage is stuck. Okay, Harpoon out. They find Ruish. Quick and easy kill to the disruptor. Now they're going to be able to toss this Primal Beast up into the air as well. As FBZ started to get smacked down, but Nico might die to start the fight. It gets the ultimate off, and the Sunray heal is going to be enough. Radiant must retreat. They've got to get away. But can they cut their losses at just the 2 supports? As In Your Dream, no remnants, no BKBs, means this will be a 2v5 defense. Maybe, never mind. They're a backup. That's okay.
It definitely did not purge unless my eyes were broken there. So just now he just feels really weak too, right? Without the Radiance. And I don't know. We were questioning the Omni Knight. I think he's done everything that he needs to do in this game. He is pretty much just pressing Repel on whoever gets jumped, and even sometimes being the one that gets jumped but being tanky enough to survive it and bait every fight for his team. it feels like one of those times you're playing versus save and you don't really know how to deal with it. You're playing versus some like Oracle, some Shadow Demon, and it just is unbearably hard to fight.
Well, In Your Dream believes. Say bauble for the Ember. We go late.
Oh, we're playing for the 70 minutes.
Yes,
Just 30
yes.
more minutes. Okay, good. I'm feeling very confident for that one.
Sick. Easy, careful. How long you stick out of the base here. Well, 40 seconds are going to have to hold 4v5.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I'll keep up the bottom set by the looks of it.
Are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they can stall just a little bit with some dead shots. That, unfortunately, really is about all.
They can keep going because this is a Roche into a push, and whenever you do Roche directly into a push, you just have so much time to just keep pushing. There's not going to be another one of those mishaps of 23 pushing with Aegis 20 seconds left, and I would be surprised if they don't get mega creeps in the next minute or two.
Yeah, let's see if they even stick around, to be honest, with the lead they have. Do you play the disciplined game? Do you
What do
still
you even
just
need to
feel
wait
strong
for?
enough?
There's not really any big items I see that are going to come out anytime soon. I guess the closest would be a refresher for Ollie. He's only a couple hundred away from it. Like, come on, man. He's your 5. You're such a strong carry. Are you really going to wait for your 5? He's like, guys, wait for my refresher. Nah, you get in there. You commit to the push. You try to end the game. This is ticket to the grand finals, right? This is the big tournament of the year. This is all that matters. There's so much riding on this game. Why not just end it now? Why play safe? Why not just risk it all to get the win as soon as possible?
Nice game from Jikro on the high ground. Won't get baited by the full wave. Savage is not going to get the kill. At the moment they're trying to get the lanes in a position, it's a bit better for them to go. And well, they also now have refresher too, so they've always got this. They
Alright,
don't
pick
have to
out
wait
the
too
item.
long.
Yeah, and they're smoked. So probably looking to push right now. I think that everyone understands this is potentially the last fight, so everyone's going to do their best on everything. In terms of buybacks, there are only one on Muerta for the side of Radiant.
FBZ charges out of the base in the mid lane. Ken was pretty quick as well with the Vortex. Look at the damage from Ken. This Bloodthorn kills him in an instant. In Your Dream's just gone as well. Muerta tries to blink to deal with the Supernova, but they are unable to do it. GG's Accord. Grind back, get their revenge. They were knocked down to the lower bracket by Reconics in 2-0 fashion. And now the stage is set for OG versus Nico, for Savage as well, who came second place last qualifiers. Ollie second place as well. Ken is looking for his first TI. This is going to be a very exciting grand finals.
I think they definitely leveled up throughout this qualifier. Day one, get knocked to the lower bracket, but slowly throughout, they kind of churned through these games. They had to play, what, I think 5 wins in a row to get here, if I'm not mistaken. Including the series, I believe it's 5 wins now. And just even today, you see game 1, there's a bit more mishaps. There's a bit of some question marks in that game, at least specifically for early game. But here, they look really good, pretty much start to finish. And just, again, I'm always impressed when people can pull out these like weird and different heroes. I think Nico playing the Omni, it's probably something he's played in pubs. He looked super confident on it, and his team just knew really what to do with it as well, which I really liked. In this instance, it's Ken 23, do whatever you want, just go in 1v5 and I will save you. And he never messed up. He never got caught. He never was the one that was like not in range to save them. He was always playing kind of close to his team. Also 23, buying the Blink Dagger, kind of utilizing his Omnia in that way. Just really good by the whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just outplaying Reconics here. I mean, massive condolences to Reconics as well. I mean, it felt like their year for them. First seed, coming to the close qualifiers again. They've been winning a lot of the qualifiers, making to the LAN events. They unfortunately haven't been having the results at the LAN events, but it was 4 out of the 5 players that are yet to play at a TI, and you definitely felt like it was your year. Unfortunately, they're going to end in 3rd place. Their year's not over. They'll have EWC, but like you mentioned, this is TI is the big. The TI is absolutely the big one. Everyone is fighting for so much prestige. So for them, they're going to have to watch on the sidelines as we get this best of 5 grand finals. How are we feeling about this? What are your thoughts heading into it with OG versus Grindback?
Big predictions. I think I actually think it's gonna go to 5 games. Actually maybe 4. My prediction: 4 games. It's gonna be game 1 is OG's gonna stomp, and then it's gonna be a 3-1 for Grindback.
Oh, what are you seeing?
I feel like OG is gonna have this like super stomp game that usually happens to Grindback sometimes in the game 1, and then they'll just walk in games 2 and 3 and get everything they want out of the draft, out of the plays. It's gonna be one of those things where maybe they draft the exact same heroes like 2, 3, and 4, and OG keeps trying to beat it, but they just keep giving it up. Because that's gonna happen in this series, right? You give away the Storm Coddle twice in a row. Hopefully OG doesn't do that, or they have a better solution, but it's looking pretty tough if the Ember's not really having a big problem. All right, what are your thoughts on the upcoming series?
Well, we'll see, man. If Ken's able to keep playing like this, it's going to be a difficult matchup versus Yopaj, but Q gets the standout. I mean, yeah, sure, the Storm wouldn't be able to be 19-2 if it wasn't for Q. So I think it's going to be a very even affair as well. I'm probably expecting 4 or 5 games. We'll see. We'll see how Grindback are able to go. I think also something that you've been mentioning is just there's been some questions around some of their like shot calling in some games where maybe it's just that one game loss that they have, and then they can kind of clean things up from there. But let's see how Ken's able to keep going as well for me, because probably Nico will get it. We'll see everyone. So if apparently production is fighting for Nico to get standout player, fair enough. I mean, we don't see the Omni too much, unfortunately for Ken, but for him, this is the furthest he's been in TI qualifiers as well. And I think without a doubt, probably the best team that he's also been with. I was unsure of maybe if how he would perform, to be honest. But regardless, every team I've seen him on, he has been such a standout player, has always been mechanically gifted, has always been winning mid matchups and taking over games on the Storm Spirit. So there's lots of things to look forward to. Hopefully the viewers are not sick of Storm and then Puck too much, because you guys will absolutely continue to be seeing that, with the Coddle, but hopefully in a best of 5, we get some other crazy stuff as well. So any closing comments, Gunnar, before we send this to a break and get ready for the best of 5?
I mean, I generally think this qualifier has been super entertaining. There's a lot of like 40 to 60 minute games, which I'm just a big fan of. And unfortunately to our casters, I mean, maybe fortunate, maybe they want this, but I'm really hoping for a super long series later today to watch.
Yeah, I hope so too, because the other region that people were expecting in South America with Playtime versus LGD, that was a 3-0 and a little bit disappointing for the viewers. So I think this one, there is so much set. OG, they have not been to the last 3 TIs. Last TI, they lost to Nigma. We saw what Nigma were able to do with that TI. And now, of course, it's been said so much, but Nico versus his old team in OG. There is so much riding on this final series, this final slot. When we come back, we've got that best of 5. See you guys soon.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the regional qualifiers here for the SEA region. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back to my room at least, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, and what an exciting match we have here, Mikey. OG up against Grindback. Love what you've done with the room. Love that you've flipped yourself for some reason.
Well, the
rooms go together now. It's one unit. Yeah,
we added a
it's
wall
right there.
between us. You know, people were saying there was no privacy yesterday, so we've got a wall between us now.
Dire team
Yeah, things are good. Things are good. Your snoring's not quite as annoying as it once was, Jonathan. It's very nice.
That takes me back to what was that, Stockholm? That was an experience for both
I
of
got
us,
so
and this
upset.
will be an experience for everyone. This shouldn't upset anyone. OG up against Grindback, Nico against his old teammates, 23
my.
Savage, and the trio that used to go to TI for Talon and Aurora, trying once more to get to TI. Let me tell you about this with Nico, right? The Filipino community is pretty aware of what happened. You know, certain words were said in stream. I believe, and I'm not quoting verbatim, but Skem has said that he would rather be run over by an e-bike than be teammates with Nico again. Quite the specific words. He would rather be run over by an e-bike than be teammates with Nico again. Mind you, Skem was with Nico on their time in Mouse, right? For a moment there. They were together on Geek Fam. They've been together as a unit for a little bit, right? So there's a lot of history between them. I believe they are all good now, although I say that Skem's not even on his cam, so maybe where is Skem? That's quite the view. Fair enough,
boy.
but this should be a fun one, right?
Be run over by an e-bike. Well, you know, that's a way to put it. I appreciate Skem's honesty at the very least. You know, he's at that age as a player, I think, where he just knows, you know, I'm at the tail end of my career. Enough's enough. I'm just telling you how it is. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to play with these guys anymore. You know, that's all right. I respect that. At least he's honest.
Yeah. I mean, again, they've had a lot of time together, so I think that was very specific to Skem's own experiences. Again, I feel like this is something they've
26.
probably sorted out in the back. Yeah, I was going to say tail end of his career, 26. I mean, I know esport ages are young, Mikey, but, you know, this is it's a little bit young to say it's all over. At that
He's
point,
just
you
been
know,
in
it's
the
like, it's
scene
over.
so long. He's just been in the scene so long. I just assumed that he must have been a little bit older than he is, but he's not. He's 26 years old. Probably has like another 10 years at least. Well, there you go, Skip.
Yeah, well,
It's just being based.
Based on my experiences, love the guy. Being with him in an airport, it's an interesting experience. You wouldn't expect him to be 26 either there, Mike. So there's a lot. These pro players are interesting. Still, draft on hand. We get the Bane opener for Grindback. This has been a very stable pick for really, OG's been loving that as well, but a lot of teams have been enjoying it. Just going Bane first, having this nice hold, pretty good to trade in lane. Having a save option as well in the middle with Nightmare can be quite clutch, as we've seen a couple of times. OG do opt for a straight-up Treant instead, so that gave the opportunity for Puck to be banned out. So OG changed their draft a bit. Normally, when we see that Bane, they've been going like Puck or Storm, and they opt for the Treant, which is a safer bet. And we've seen this Treant do a lot in terms of sustaining some heroes in some early ganks, right? Like once you have level 2, level 3 living armor, it suddenly becomes a little bit harder to go for that one kill. If that heal comes in clutch, it can become a lot harder to push in. I'm curious to see if that's something Grindback now starts to maybe prioritize a bit in their draft. OG as well, very specific with bans.
I'll tell you, I you know, seeing 23 Savage sit back like that from a distance, it almost just felt like I was looking at Cuckoo for a sec there, John. You know, just the posture, the relaxation, the calmness. It really did feel like I was looking at Cuckoo as we do see the axe. Speaking of axe, by the way, in case anyone hasn't seen, we did have a post, what was it, 4 hours ago now, from Mr. Reddy. How do we pronounce his first name, John? I know you're very good at pronouncing it. Wikram. Okay. Wikram Reddy. He made a post with a poster of axe, a cryptic post, and I think you said it says missing.
Yeah.
And it's in the game.
And
so if you want to see it,
it's in the game.
Go to Axe. Go to Axe in the game.
Yeah, just you can't pick him in normal games. You can't demo him right now as your main hero. You can still spawn him in. Yeah, you can't pick him in a normal game. So you can pick him in Captain's mode because it would be an amazing grief if they actually blocked him in Captain's mode. Unfortunately, we're not that based. You do get the Axe coming out here. There's the Storm we were talking about a little bit. You do have decent enough hold. Overgrowth is fine, but it'll take like a blink to really catch the Storm off guard, and that blink timing, it can be a little bit awkward for Treants now. Feels like it's not been the quickest. You get that tied in with a Coddle now, so it's Bane Coddle. Makes sense with a Storm. And just a little bit of a mana battery for your Storms to start to run around. I would want to see... I wonder if it's going to be an issue, having this lack of like easy, fast hold, but so far OG, again, no option for Puck. The most straightforward pick now is maybe like an Ember matchup against Storm if you wanted that in OG's end. There were a couple of picks, I will say, I don't want to leak them out, but there were a couple of picks that Manager Lane has mentioned that they have been running. We'll mention them when they're relevant, but there's some sneaky stuff that OG apparently would like to maybe pick up. I don't know if they're actually really good because, again, he hasn't said anything about the results. So we'll have to see. Viper, though.
Yikes.
I guess that's a way. Viper likely mid because there's no way in heck you're running Axe mid. So Viper mid for Yopaj, that just feels a bit sad. I mean, it's okay, but it's Yopaj. Viper.
No, John, say it how it is. It's sad. It is sad, and the reason why it's sad is if Natsumi or Raven don't have an amazing game, you don't have a Yopaj hero that's just going to carry you in this game one. Like, that's just it's the straight up fact. He's not going to carry the game with Viper, right? So, like, it's going to be Raven. It's going to be Natsumi. They've got to do their job. Yeah, there you go. 0% win rate. 9 contested games with Viper, 0%. This hero is straight trash. It is just straight garbage. There's no contest.
Yeah, it's so strange. I mean, a lot of teams are picking it just for the lane. Again, last night, Reckonix got countered with a Wind Ranger pick, sure. But it just feels like this hero...
We should point out, there is a purpose to it, John, right? Like, it does well against the mid-storm, right? The idea is just to just destroy the storm. That's the whole point. There's a reason for it.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but I just don't think Viper crushes a lane that hard anymore. You don't have your innate Nutter Toxin that's on Ags now, right? Like, if you had that, like, before, when it was your Facet, then yes, it's much more likely to crush the lane against Storm and farm in the jungle. Now it's tied to Ags. We don't even see these Vipers get a catch-up Ags, right? Like, it's just such a big investment for parts you don't really use well without anything else. So it's just a bit curious. I would have, maybe it would be a rougher Ember game, just because you show a lot of respect for the Bane in this case. Perhaps, but we'll have to see if this Gambit pays off. Like, if you can crush the mid, then it starts to look a lot better. The Doom coming out for Grindback, very stable hero for Nico. This is something I think about when you talk about, like, Nico heroes, right? All the way back to Polaris. This guy just plays a mean Doom, if that's the way they'd want to run it. There's a very cheeky flex they could do for Savage, but we haven't really seen the Doom ones in these qualifiers. I don't really expect that to be popping out. It does look like OG's expecting something like that, though. They ban out the Omni Knight that Nico played in the last game. So maybe expecting Savage to just take the safe lane Doom now. It lanes pretty all right against Axe, I want to say. You can kind of get, you know, a 0-3-2 build. Infernal Blade level 2 is going to really harass the heck out of the Axe. You don't attack quick enough that Spin is going to be a consistent threat onto Doom. You can get some good creeps as well if you go 1-3-2, 1-3-1. So there's a lot you can really do on the Doom save.
No, it's definitely very good. It's definitely pretty good against the Axe. I mean, if it's Axe Hoodwink, you know, it may be some complications, maybe a little bit.
10 seconds. seconds
You know,
remaining.
just that combo is a little bit yucky. Grind back. We'll see if they are going to run the POS 1 Doom here, John. Final pick up here, 23 Savage. Maybe still waiting for another pick for himself. POS 1 Doom could be a little bit awkward into that Viper, though. You know, just getting Viper struck and just... It could be a little bit of a slow process here for the Doom throughout these fights, if it is in the position 1 role. See what they do think here, grind back. I don't feel as though they're lacking team fight. Like, they've got plenty of good spells to abuse here to get some pickoffs. So it's not like they need to run another offlane here on Grindback. I feel like they could afford to just run the offlane Doom. Either way, it's definitely good wherever they put it.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
Dark
they are
Series,
going
alright,
POS
safe
1
lane Doom. I mean, again, it makes a lot of sense. Up against the Axe in particular, the Hoodwink can make it annoying. We saw a lot of impact out from Nico in his Dark Series game in the last years as well. You can't really fault him for it. Plays pretty well into most lanes. You've banned out most of the annoying lanes. Drow gone, SF gone. The only options like a Terror Blade, but TB into Darkseer we used to see is being pretty rough. Heck,
I guess
even
you
with the
could
Doom
Luna.
later on as well can be pretty annoying. Luna into Darkseer is also just weird. Now you're close enough range.
don't
Iron
like
Shell's
it.
going to be annoying. You've got the
I don't like
illusions.
it.
Like it's
But it-
probably just a little bit harder.
I mean, you've got a Treant, so chances are you'll be okay. You know, Treant safe, Treant support should be okay, no matter what you pick up. But yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah, we'll see. I mean, could pick up Gyrocopter, doesn't feel that great without the IO, but he could just take it because Natsumi does love playing the hero quite a lot. No, they go Weaver.
Choose your hero.
And that's one way to do it. I mean, this is a hero that really does not give a crap about Darkseid. It could not give a crap whatsoever.
Yeah, it's very stable in. It's our first Weaver game. It hasn't been the most popular.
Can I just say, John, against Storm Doom, Natsumi, he has a lot to worry about. Even the Bane, like, there's a lot of spells that can catch this Weaver this game. It's not a... It's only good for laning, I say. Mid to late game, there's a lot to worry about here for Natsumi.
Yeah, quite a fair bit. And Weaver's not the most fond of going like double defensive items. You know, like a BKB Lincoln's just feels really rough for Weaver. Even the BKB sometimes, we've seen some carries like try to play on edge and not even bother. Now you have to kind of consider like both options. And I do agree. I think laning wise, it's pretty cool in the game. And the reason why it's a struggle for the Weaver is because you have this Viper mid. You are the most mobile hero right now here for Natsumi. Like that Weaver is the most pesky little hero that they have to watch out for, which means you can always hold grip for him. You can always hold your zip vortex for him. You can always hold a doom for him as well, and you wouldn't care. Because the Viper doesn't really need to be doomed up. It doesn't need to be gripped up if the lane goes slow here for Yopaj. So this Viper has to pay off because that's putting a lot of pressure on Natsumi. Yopaj has to crush Ken.
I think I saw Savage quickly scooping down some
Yeah, he's
KFC
eating
as
for some
well.
food. Yeah, he
KFC,
is.
John? Well, it's,
Yeah, it looked
but he's
like-
eating out of
like a
KFC
cup-
bowl. Is that a
cup
salad?
rice.
Did he order
No,
cup
it's like
rice from KFC?
yeah, they have rice meals here in Southeast
See, but-
Asia, Mikey. You know,
It just annoys me because, you know, my wife does this.
What?
We go to KFC and she'll be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
give me the salad," and it's like, well, and then she'll complain it's not a good salad, and it's like, yeah, well, we're at KFC, you know, like it's just stupid. It didn't even look like Savage was enjoying it. Like, why are you getting rice at KFC? You know, it doesn't.
no,
make
but you
sense
do
to
get
me,
rice
John.
in KFC. It makes sense to me because it's Southeast Asia. We have chicken with rice, Mikey. You had chicken with rice. That's the only way to
did.
eat chicken here.
I did.
That, you know, like it comes with rice. It's in a rice bowl. Normally
Really
it's like
upsets me
a
when they
chicken
don't have,
fillet.
upsets me when they don't have potatoes available, just rice.
I mean, mashed
what do you
potatoes
do
are there,
Not
but the main
mashed,
side
John.
is rice.
Not mashed.
Just potatoes, just
Mashed
roasted
is for simple
baked
people,
potatoes.
Jonathan. Not roasted baked. I want them fried, Jonathan. You know,
Fried,
The true
so
Western
not,
experience.
but not fries, just fried like potato slices, wedges. You mean
No, I
like
mean
potato
fries,
wedges?
Jonathan. I'm just describing the
Oh,
process.
fries.
I imagine
Yeah.
you would have put it
Okay.
together. Anyway,
No,
we've got game
no.
one.
Doesn't
That's
come
enough.
together.
Don't worry about it, John. Don't worry about it. Game one. We've got it underway here between OG and Grindback. A best of 5 series here for the one slot for TI for the SCA region. It's hard being in this region these days, Jonathan. You don't get much out of it. I'll tell you. There's one chance. What are you smirking about?
No, I'm just looking where OG's going. I was trying to think back, right? Like last year, TI qualifiers, it was Savage on Talon with, you know, Talon plus Cuckoo Squad, and they got beaten out by Nemesis. And I think there was a lot of confidence for Talon there as well. But apparently, you know, I don't know if it's excuses. You know, I heard from a certain manager. You can connect the dots here. He said, "Oh, the internet was acting up, stuff like that."
Oh.
Like, wouldn't it be strange if 2 years in a row this happens to a team managed by our good friend, Mr. Lane? That would be quite
Interesting, isn't
unfortunate. So, for Lane's sake, I hope the internet holds up at least. So there's
It's a very
no
interesting
eyes pointed at him. You know, Agent Lane.
Agent L, thank you. Thank you very much. Gary Onko still has his hand in the scene, whether we like it or not, Jonathan. He's still got him on the payroll, I'm sure. God, I miss Gary. Where are you, Gary? We need you
The
back.
battle begins.
Yeah,
They're all gone.
it's not coming back.
All the
No,
good
they're all
ones are
gone, Mikey.
Rob Campbell's
Yeah.
gone. All of them. You know?
Oh, that was a long time ago now.
They were, you know,
TNC's
it's
been
just
gone, you know.
TNC, Talon. No, I know you're going to hurt hearing about that, John. Talon's gone.
Nah,
You
what
know,
can you do, you
I
know?
still wear their hoodie around now, knowing that there's nothing to advertise.
it's
I
a
wear
good one. Yeah,
I do.
It's a comfy one. What's also good is this mid lane matchup. You know, again, Yopaj, a lot of pressure to crush Ken. It's going to be the poison attack because, quite frankly, Nether Toxin without your old innate, not really amazing. And you will just zone out Ken. So you want to do this for at least 3 levels, right? Maybe even deny off the water rune. Keep the lane constantly shoved in favor at your timing for the water runes. You really have to prevent the storm from having game. Because not only is the Viper's impact, you know, reliant on a strong lane, again, it's about like dragging attention to yourself because you want to open up the map a little bit for Natsumi. You want to be able to give Raven an actual axe game, which we have seen him do well on. Taking a look bot, Nico, getting run down a little bit. No surge anytime soon.
No, certainly not. Nico still being chased down here by Natsumi, and it seems like Skem just about to reach for the final right click, gets the root, and the Sakuchi's gonna make it. Good guy, Skem, letting the kill go to Natsumi, and it will be on Nico, of all people. So there you go. Don't forget, John, it's still the Nico Vengeance arc here.
Yeah.
Or it's the OG Denial
Man.
arc. Who was left, who was right? These are the questions we like to find out.
That we do. And who will get hit by an e-bike at some point, perhaps, for Skem. Again, lots of spice. I believe heads have cooled, but words were said before. In the top lane, probably one of the more passive lanes, of course. This is probably a more challenging lane for Raven, right? You're not going to be able to zone out Savage all too much. There's a lot of play for Ollie and Savage to kind of get things done. Tim's does have a pretty good tree line, so he has some bushwhacks to play with later on. But it's not a runaway lane for Raven like we were seeing from Axe Game last night, where he was just free farmed. He's going to be able to get like this Vanguard, late meal timing. It's going to be a little bit slower here for your Axe overall. And there's not much really stopping Savage from just getting that farm up. Also, I will want to note, I know the viewers don't see it, but the in-game HUD showing for Axe is pretty funny. It is using all the portraits, so it's actually quite funny. If you're seeing it on your screen there, Mikey.
Oh, yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. It is good. I mean, it's a nice way of including the community that still haven't seen it, you know? Without ruining Captain's Mode, I guess, is Natsumi. Down bottom, he's just going to be chased down by Nico. Surge is going to be out, and he's got him. Natsumi is down. Skem was trying to go after Q, but won't be able to secure the kill on the Keeper of the Light. And a bit of nice revenge here from Nico, considering he did just go down earlier. Doesn't actually go for the level 2-pointed Iron Shell either, by the way, John. Goes 1-1-1, but doesn't really mind anyway. Still finds the kill and just pulls the creep wave.
Yeah. And it's going to be such a big threat once Nico hits level 4 as well. Right? You do have that straightforward Chakra magic lane, just spamming all these Iron Shells. Sure, on paper, and you're not going to be able to get the second shell on another hero. Like on Q, it's just not amazing. Skem still has a lot of room to roam around. No sentries being dropped here, Nico.
Chase again. He's got the Surge. We'll be okay. That's the thing, that just at one point in Surge, just so much value in a lane like this. It's gonna be very, very hard to pick him off a second time, I think, without a third support or a third player at least coming in. How's our other lanes been going? I mean, top lane, 23 Savage, Ollie, they've been going at it with Raven, but Raven, he's been having a fantastic time. We saw this the other day from Raven as well. This time he is going to prioritize the Helm of the Dom rather than going for the Vanguard rush.
Radiant's current
I like it though. I mean, we've seen this constantly from offlanes. Just you get this Helm of the Dom, it allows you to split push, allows you to farm a little bit faster. The HP and armor values are still very, very good. It just suits Raven's playstyle. He likes to just hang off the map, and he likes to be a little bit of a nuisance. Just keep the lanes pushed in, never let you feel like you can roam the map with a smoke. And eventually he comes out just being farmed as hell.
Yeah.
Bushwhack, gonna land. Has he got a call? Doesn't even need it. Tens with a perfect setup.
Yeah. Just a little roaming around onto mid to help Ken secure water runes, and does cost him a little bit. Mind you, Ken did find boat, so he's pretty happy. That isn't really worthwhile of a trade. Cutting off your Doom from this early build-up, especially since you're tied into like a Radiant spot.
They're gonna trap the Nico. He's got Surge though. It's just a bit of damage. I mean, Nico's very calm here anyway. Went for the double fluffy hat build, so it's very tanky. Already 1k HP as the Darks here. And just constant mana flow coming in, so he can afford to go this greedier HP style of build with the Keeper of the Light. So really nothing to fear. Currently sitting in second in the CS board. And that might be the story of the game, John. Both off lanes in this game trying to prove a point. Both currently top of the CS board. Again, who's the better off lane is the question I have during this best of 5 grand final between Nico and Raven.
Yeah. They're having a great time. The big delta right now really is that mid. The Viper pick seemingly at this moment paying off, right? Like Yopaj is just shoving in with a siege creep. Has a second wave coming in. He should be able to get some chip damage onto that mid tier 1. They even dropped some really deep wards already here. It is spotted out by the sentry volley, but they are setting up for that aggression on mid. Again, trying to maximize this early tempo from Yopaj. Gets the power rune as well. So might be able to look for a little bit of a play. Ken isn't close to 6 yet.
Oh, Ken, he's going to narrowly avoid it. That was probably half a second away from turning real bad. Had he landed the Viper Strike, that would have been all she wrote for Ken. Thankfully, he will survive, but the tier 1 mid tower, it's going to start dropping. They've got a siege creep up, and this will be it for the tier 1 if they don't rotate some supports over. They've got the Bane, they've got the Coddle. Ken still can't do too much about this without that level 6 timing. But it seems as though Q's presence on the Keeper of the Light is going to be more than enough to at least force them back this time. 10-minute timing though with the siege creep could be a little bit concerning with the way this game's going.
It can be. Again, lots of emphasis onto that mid. You have Skim starting to sneak around though. Trying to get some control onto the triangle, prevent that flash farm coming in for Nico. Again, with how long Skim's been playing with Nico, he's very aware of where Nico likes to farm. He does still have his right side camps here, right by the Shrine of Wisdom. And they will take that 1-for-1. There's no shenanigans over these objectives. Like you mentioned, Nico is still finding some good farm, but Raven is slightly ahead. And this Dominator timing, it's just going to allow so much more scaling for the Axe. While again, having this pressure on mid
lane.
They're trying onto Ollie.
Be chased down, and it'll be an easy one. Not really anything Ollie can... Oh, I say that! Alright, never mind. I apologize. Apparently he can just walk out of there. Both supports
Even
just thought they had a
salve.
freebie for Yopaj. They just left him alone.
Yeah. And I would say maybe it's a bit more painful if he's forced to walk back to Fountain, but again, he had the salve. You have 6 now in Ken. He can try to hunt down these supports as well with not too much issue.
He wants the power rune, but he gets unlucky. It'll be a shield rune down bottom. I was about to say a naughty word, John, and I guess it would have made sense anyway, considering the rune they got. You know, may as well be called that.
It's an okay rune.
No, it's
Maybe not early on, but it's a nice rune. We've seen it kind of save some lives, especially last night, if I recall right. It can be useful.
it's a kind
Maybe
of,
not
kind
this
of rune,
early on, sure.
kind of rune that Tundra would have liked to abuse, I bet. You know, it would have been like a
Yeah.
33 rune or something, you know? With
Yeah,
his
that's fair.
pack and his 5 Vanguards and his Helm of the Doms and whatever else he's picked up, you know?
And his Underlord,
Yeah.
all the damage reduction. Savage, it looks like they're
Top
starting
lane.
to hunt up top, but this Doom Double
They're coming.
bracers, face boots up, and windlays. He's pretty speedy. Not an
They had
easy
a
one
nice-
to find.
They had a nice ward by the Twin Gate anyway, so they saw Natsumi coming a little bit earlier on through the Twin Gate. So he kind of had a heads up to just leave the area, knowing that they were coming through. He is going for the classic Radiance build-up as well on the Doom, so you are just trying to play a slower game up until maybe the 15-20 minute mark, probably closer to 20, before the Doom really wants to get involved, unless it's an easy freebie. So T1 top tower push going to go pretty well for OG. No contest whatsoever from Grindback. They are still pressuring this bottom tier 1 tower, but already the rotations are here from OG to defend. And that'll be cue for Grindback to just leave.
I mean, for Grindback, again, you kind of need to wait for all of these items to come in. Like, Nico's going back for the mech into Guardian Greaves. Maybe by the mech, you could start to consider making some moves around the map. You need a little bit more EXP for Ollie to start to get that big control in these team fights with a grip. Mind you, again, Tims can kind of cancel from pretty far away, but it's mainly Tims. Oh, Ken?
Ken's been caught. We'll zip out. Nothing else to catch him right now, Ken. That could be a serious issue as time does go on, because you are either hoping for a big overgrowth or a call from the Axe to really lock down Ken this game. Maybe we see some Rods of Atos later, but that doesn't guarantee anything either. You've got the Bushwhack, but you're going to need some follow-up to it. So unless Raven's around or your Treant's around, it could be a little bit challenging to actually pick off the Storm.
It can be. I'm a little bit surprised that Yopaj is just going back for pretty standard Mage Slayer. I mean, again, it's great as a defensive item for sure, but an Orchid might have been nice, considering his lane was pretty good, just to help pull down Ken. Assuming just poking.
He's going to go for a run. Still poking away, does force the time lapse. There might be some rotations coming in. Grandback, they see Ken to be a primary target. Nice and easy for them to go ahead and take him. They sure will. Ken, he'll take the kill from himself now in the Storm. Some back and forth already with the voice lines as well between these two. 2-2 is the scoreline. So it's still a very slow game for this first game of the best of 5 grand final. But it kind of goes with these drafts. Like, these are both mid-game style drafts. So you're kind of waiting for 20 minutes before both teams actually smoke up and start moving. They don't even have the items yet to start fights properly.
No. And the Blink's almost done here on Raven, just a K away. You've got the early Deso for Natsumi as well to try to rip these heroes apart. That's probably your 2 big timing spots, the Mage Slayer and Yopaj. Savage just poking Raven, but he does have backup, so... Oh.
Bit of a chase. Nightmare's out. They've got Doom, but they're pretty low on mana for 23 Savage, so it might not be worth it. Especially considering Scorched Earth is on cooldown, so if he gets caught, doesn't really have a good exit strategy. Still, the game does continue to be relatively slow. I mean, again, you are still just waiting for these initial core items. Like your Blink on the Axe is going to be one of them. Your Radiance on Savage. Your Kai on the Storm of Ken. Yopaj, like you said, what, is he still going for that Mage Slayer?
Yep, still gunning for it.
Okay.
Again,
Natsumi, he's rushing a Deso at least. So Natsumi probably will get involved pretty early.
Yeah, again, he's been queuing that up for a while. I'd say if you had an Orchid right now, you might be happy killing off Ken. And again, considering farm pace, it doesn't feel that quick from Yopaj as well. So maybe the timing would still be a bit off. A bit of a chase top.
Only Nightmare onto Raven. They've got Savage moving in with the Doom, and it's immediately just onto the Axe. No messing around. Big overgrowth, but it won't matter. Fiend's Grip to lock Raven down. They'll ensure the kill happens, and now they can go after Skem to boot. Great set of kills by Grindback. And I really appreciate the way they're playing this Grindback. They're just slow and steady, no rushing, waiting for overextensions from OG, and then just simply punishing every single time they have an opportunity. But if it doesn't come, they don't move. They just continue sticking to the plan.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, it's kind of the same idea OG has. It's just that it's harder to see OG actually get punishment. Again, we've seen it earlier on with those 2 kills, but hasn't really amounted to much when they've been trying to poke down bot and in the triangle. You just need a lot more. There's that Desolator on Natsumi, and he is switching on to mid. Maybe wanting something on this 14-minute rune.
They want this power rune. It is going to be an Invis, and Nico will go ahead and just take it. There's a Deso on Natsumi now, so he can intervene here in this fight as Q, already caught, does go down to Natsumi, just rushing right into the back, trying to deal with Oli, but he'll turn his attention onto Nico. Nice vacuum, though, from Nico. Gonna trap him up, force the time lapse, and continue to run. And Nico gonna be okay to survive. But still, you know, you'd have to argue a successful fight here for OG. They do at least walk away with a freebie on Q.
Yeah, you might have wanted a little bit more, you know. You don't even get the charges up on Natsumi. I believe he was just a little bit too far for the Q kill.
Oh.
So missing out and just trying to benefit on that early Deso damage. I will say though, Natsumi's damage is kind of insane. Like with Treads of Fate up, if he's tethered on to what, 1-2 heroes, it's almost like he has amp damage running.
Oh, Ollie. Sharpshooter's not going to land. Ollie's still on the run. Nico's going to be around to help as well with the Guardian Greaves, and well, he won't even use them. Ollie's going to be okay to walk out as... The Sharpshooter, like, it was obviously purposely missed. They're trying to give these freebies to Natsumi. But unfortunately, it has cost them a kill. And it's a thing, right? Because it looks bad every time. Because it's like, how do you miss? But they're purposely missing. Tim's is doing that on purpose.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was out of sync, right? Like, Natsumi was Nightmared. No one took Nightmare off. Yopaj was right next to him. Surely, if you want to give that kill away, perhaps you pass the Nightmare on. The moment passes, they miss out.
Yeah. Well, grind back. Group up at the top lane. I mean, maybe they force a push here. I don't think so, but they do at least have the Radiance now on Savage. So with the Radiance up, you could try to force something along with the Doom. Savage, he is probably looking to wait for at least the Blink Dagger, but no, they are moving in top lane, so they'll go for the kill attempts here. Skem is getting caught out with the Vortex, though Overgrowth is gonna be committed eventually, and the TPs are coming in. This could be bad for Grindback. 23 Savage, he's in the middle of all of it, and he's down. The dunk out from Raven, catching the carry on the opposing side as they also take down Q. Tims will drop to Ken. But what does it matter? They've given so much away. Natsumi gonna find another one onto Ollie now. Ken's still alive, but reveals himself in the Roshan, but he'll zip towards Natsumi. But he's got plenty of mana with the stick charges and the healing Lotus. He'll be okay. Still, successful fight here for OG once again. And 6 charges now going the way of this wave.
Radiant's bottom tower.
If you think about how OG has to take these fights, fully committing to a Treant is kind of one style that plays into OG's favor, right? Like we were talking about the pressure here for Skem to try to get the overgrowths off. If you're all clumping up to him and you can't kill him in that burst window while he's stunned up and he gets overgrowth off, that's all you want. That was a 4-man overgrowth. That's the opportunity OG needs to actually get these catches, get these kills. Doom doesn't really amount to much from Savage, doesn't really kill off Yopaj. Happy days so far for the side of OG, evening out the game. Grindback, they're not really lagging behind. It's a very even game, but they just have to be so cautious about taking that kind of engagement. Like, if it's Skem you're going for, you have to commit a lot. As long as you kill him before Overgrowth goes off, that kind of move is fine. But if he survives and gets OG off, then, well, OG's quite happy. And again, I've been watching Natsumi with these Treads of Fate because we have not seen the Weaver. This innate, it's a lot of damage. Like tethering on to 2 heroes plus 20%, it's insane. It's actually quite crazy.
It is kind of ridiculous that he just gets that for no reason. Tims, they are trying to move in onto Q. Sharpshooter not going to land. Tim's trying to run away from Ken. Ken still chasing quite deep.
Oh, the misses!
He's running out a lot of mana. Meanwhile, in the mid, Raven still fighting here, trying to chase down Q. He'll be alive. Nobody actually dying quite yet. They're trying to keep Q alive, but no, he'll be the first to fall. The battle hunger damage, a little bit too much here from Raven. But it's only Q that dies. Everyone else survives. Ken, he was chasing Tims for an eternity, that fight. But he just could not get the job done.
Oh, man. Scurry plus Mistwood Wayfarer. What an atrocious thing to play into. We've seen that save so many hoodwinks, and it just comes in clutch. That was what, 4 misses in a row for Ken? Really unfortunate for him. And they actually just get to regroup. They don't have the longest cooldowns if they're not playing around Overgrowth for these hunts here on the side of OG. They did have forward vision, but the side of Grindback have kind of stepped back. Scam is digging pretty deep here, though. They're not in position to capitalize on this.
He's just keeping tabs on what's going on here with 23 Savage. Raven's around. Raven, smoke broken.
Oh!
Ooh, the call, though. Gets hit by the Radiance, I think, and doesn't get the blink off. Unfortunate. It happens to the best of us, though. It is what it is. They'll get out of there. Out of pure embarrassment. Just get out.
Yeah, still hanging around. I mean, he does have that good ward planted, but no one's going to be able to play off of this. Maybe he tries to snipe the creeps with a little bit of a grasp. Just keep that pressure up top. Doesn't quite. Slump up from Grindback, and they've got Doom off cooldown. So they'll try to get something done. Full Orchid up on Ken. That could catch him by surprise. Again, it's a dangerous game for Natsumi if he's just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. They'll go for the Tormentor. And this is a long swing for Grindback they want to contest. The scan spots Scam. Not really what you want this 5-man smoke for if you were going to make a play. And, well, if you were going to contest Storm, it's already gone.
Yeah. That'll mean that they'll run towards the Twin Gate because I think they're assuming OG are coming through, and they are. They'll get a blink up on Savage. They still want this smoke fight. But Raven, he's holding position on the high ground. Ken, he's got an Invis rune. He's gonna see Raven. Orchid out, they'll try for the axe. Raven, he does have some teammates by the Twin Gate, but they're not coming through. He'll just leave anyway. He'll just TP. Nobody else was there and ready. So maybe for Ken, he goes a little bit too early on, because he was Invis for quite a while. So he probably could have just stalked Raven, but he doesn't. What are key items coming up? Savage, what are we farming now? Just going for the classic BKB build-up. Harpoon after that. Natsumi looking like he's going for a Crystallis build-up. OG still hanging around this dire jungle, seeing if there's any free kills they can look for. Hugh's going to show up at the top lane to defend, and again, it's been a bit of a slower game. Neither side's really too interested in forcing any uncomfortable fights. Group up at top here with Grindback. Grindback not going to really find themselves a target. Lines being drawn out though top lane. Nico, I believe, saw Raven there for maybe a moment. At the very least, Raven saw somebody. Raven just trying to farm up that Lotus Orb now against the Orchid of Ken. See, very good against the Doom and the Bane as well. For anyone wondering, by the way, John's just having a quick internet reconnection. There's your smoke out now from OG. So they might head through the Twin Gates again. And in fact, they will. Natsumi's already down at the bottom lane. He's been trying to farm towards his Manta style now. And they are going to start to move his unit. 4-man smoke towards the dire jungle. Savage has left the area, so they're going to miss out on a pretty big kill, but they're going to catch out Ollie anyway. Still a nice easy one. Some more charges on the Desolator for Natsumi, so not a bad thing whatsoever. But you'd really much rather a bigger target than that. It's the worst target you could have found. They'll head north now, OG, trying to find a little bit more. There are 3 targets from Grindback hanging around this area. They've got great vision as well. There's an observer ward watching the position of Grindback at the moment at this northern area. So they're very well aware that Grindback are here. If Raven could just bait them into this creep wave, He'd be a very happy man. Ken, he's thinking about it. Zip forward from Ken, but he's gonna walk at the axe. He won't get caught. Overgrowth never comes out in time either. Ken
And that
feeling a
is
little
the
bit
challenge.
frisky. He did that without vision.
That is the challenge they have. And I am back. The internet's been fixed up. Having my own connection issues still.
He's going on into Natsumi now. Natsumi, he's going to think about turning back around. Tim's is around the area as well, but they don't seem to believe Ken is alone. And he does have teammates backing him up now. They are still hunting down the side of OG. Pretty big game of cat and mouse. They'll look towards the bottom T1 tower instead because it is still standing. So look for the easy objective to take. Of course, keep in mind both sides are looking for the next Roshan, or rather the first Roshan attempt. So you are looking for that big fight into the Roshan play. BKB now available on the Doom as well, so even more reason for Grindback to try and force a big fight. But OG denying them the opportunity. They'll take the bottom T1. Not really much to write home about. We're 25 minutes in anyway. Roshan will relocate to the bottom pit, so they could think about starting this on the side of Grindback. They're in perfect position if they wish. It might just be a little bit too obvious though, and the lines are already being drawn out by OG. They're in position to check Roshan if necessary, and they are going to go for a big smoke. So they'll force the fight now, OG. Lotus Orb is available on Raven. Ping's coming out towards the bottom where they do see Ken under vision at the moment. So they'll go for the easy kill onto the Coddle if they can catch him. The Q has looked to back off and runs back towards 23 Savage, but this could be even worse. He might give the position of Savage away with this if he's not too careful. Does Raven check? He's going to have a look, but he's going to find Q. So tanks the gank for 23. He'll go down, but as long as 23 Savage leaves, he'll be happy.
The
Hello,
game is
John.
quite back and forth. Hello, Mikey. I'm back. Quite back and forth. The one thing about this for the side of Grindback, I don't think it doesn't really simplify in a late game scenario, right? Like the damage from this Weaver is still going to be good. The late game axe, the call control, it's going to be nicer. You get your talents up. If you reach that point, of course, into 25, maybe even getting a Shivas up here on Raven would be quite good, and just having some more reliable hold that goes through debuff immunity. I think it's an okay game state so far. 9-6, 4K lead for OG. Smooth going for them, and they haven't given this opportunity out for Roshan. So Grindback can find the opportunity to try to go for the objective either. I am just concerned about, can you find Natsumi consistently here? Because right, we're talking about the challenges for the Weaver in the draft. They have to materialize, right? And it's been a little bit slower here for Ollie, right? Like this Aether Lens timing's a little bit late. The Blink's going to be quite late as well if you want to try to catch out. If you can catch Natsumi, the games do simplify. So long as, you know, you're not getting caught in like a 4-man overgrowth, 4-man call, you can play into it. Tims? Ooh.
Nice pick off. I mean, it's actually proving to be a difficult kill because of all this evasion. But they get him. Jeez, it's just so sad how long it took for that kill. And this is the thing though, neither side is giving away any more than that. It's always a support. Every single time. That's all you're getting is a pos 4 or 5 at best. Roshan's still available. Again, Grindback, they're in perfect position if they want to try and force Roshan. But OG probably going to check every time just in case. They're never too far away from the Roshan pit, and of course Grindback, they don't have the quickest Roshan lineup either. It's not like you've got an Ursa or something. You've got a pos 1 Doom.
No.
So you've got to find the big team fight before you can commit for the Roshan pit. OG could get away with it. I mean, they've got a right-clicker hero like a Weaver who could get the job done. But even then, I think Grindback will still keep tabs on what's going on around the area. So Again, both teams still looking for a big fight, but neither one willing to give up their own position. Skem now going to have a Blink Dagger though on the Treant Protector. That's always a nice item. Blink Overgrowth can be game changing. It's a long duration. BKB up on Yopaj as well. That might be Q for them to go. And they have smoked up. Raven will frontline. Even an Aether Lens now on Ollie could be game changing in this fight as Q gonna get caught again on the Keeper of the Light. Does go down. Ollie also going to be caught by the looks of it. There's not really much chance of him getting out of this one, I don't think. So again, it's just going to be both supports. But at least this time it's two supports.
Is under attack.
So maybe you can think about Roshan. Maybe.
Respawns are fairly quick, so a little bit hard to just angle Roche while Ken is still running around this game. Tim might be caught off guard here. Oh, nice call.
Forward, although big call from Raven, gonna catch two of them. 23 seconds, so big back wall flying after Nico to try and help out, but Savage is already down. He got a Doom on Raven, but Raven might make it out as even Roshan's getting involved now. Roshan tosses away Yopaj. They will at least kill off Raven in the base. But Savage does die for this. Not the greatest of news for Grindback. But at least Roshan is going to be left alone.
Will be. Positional switch just at the right time to kind of cause some havoc in the re-engage there for both sides. Would have been nicer if you maybe found that kill on Ken. Again, that was a pretty big call out from Raven. It's just no one else was close enough. It's a little bit scattered apart. Scattered enough that the response just isn't quick enough to lock in the Storm. So you do get to keep that Storm alive with 12 Galvanized stacks. Roshan's starting to become a reality. It's a little bit easier on the top side here because you're closer to your own triangle. For Radiant, it's just a matter of can you even find the opportunity. And you're looking to play Pope top. Nico is really damn tanky with the Shiva's fully up and running now. And has that way of engaging for the team with a blink. Again, we've seen some big back walls from Nico, especially in the last series. It's just been so quiet in this game in terms of wider team fights. But maybe now, the smoke is good here from OG.
They love Nico. They've got him to jump in from Skep. Nico bushwhacked up. He's a tanky target. He's still got Guardian Greaves to abuse. He'll go for the vac. He actually never pops the Guardian Greaves though. Meanwhile, Ken also getting caught out by Natsumi. Well, this is horrifying news for Grindback.
Not two big core kills that you've been looking for from OG. Again, Nico just farming under a ward. You wouldn't really expect to be relatively fresh at this point. Broke 4 minutes onto his wards as well. So not really 32 minutes in, not the kind of ward you're expecting from the enemy team. You get that opening for the Roshan. I'm so curious about Ken. Like, his one defensive item is the Manta. I feel like he just kind of got run down, and you have to be so careful when you pop that Manta in trying to dodge out these spells, right? Because there wasn't really any control there. Maybe, yeah, Skem was chasing down along with him. So that was maybe just a clean kill coming out from Natsumi. He does have a lot of damage. He had a Chrysalis on hand before swapping in for the Aegis. And he does have that fresh Linken's now, so maybe catching by surprise there. We'll see again. Good call from Raven, sets it up. But yeah, your only defensive item being the Manta, it's pretty rough, but at the same time, the BKB doesn't save you from the call. It doesn't save you from the overgrowth that comes during your BKB. So it's very understandable for Ken. But you are seeing the challenges start to rise up here as time goes on. Again, for what were you saying a while ago? Grindback, if this game goes slow, it's not necessarily easier for Grindback to play. It gets a little bit more complex. All things considered, with all the debuff piercing control that you have on OG as well, and your scaling damage. Like, Savage is still a relevant issue for sure. He's going for his full AC plus a Satanic. He has that critical strike now from the Wolves. So there is some good right click here outside of just the Doom itself. It's just how long can you actually hold your ground? How can you fight up against a Weaver that just does so much as well?
Natsumi, it's just too much damage. That was one hit. That was one hit. It's too much damage. It's like 500-600 HP just goes missing with one hit onto poor old Ken. But you get caught by a core bushwhack or anything like that, you're just dead right now as Ken. He needs a BKB or some kind of dispel, I want to say. Something. It's just not a safe game for him at the moment. He's been doing a great job overall. He's only had one death, but it's just so scary if he gets caught by Raven or Tims. As long as Natsumi's around, that is.
I mean, Natsumi's almost done with his full Daedalus now as well, so that's going to be half HP if he gets a crit off now. Going to be a little bit insane in damage. Clears out the top tier 2 and a smoke out OG. Good lines being drawn down bot, but Ken is, again, pretty hard to catch out. He is going for more camps, but they do get the call early.
Cute. Gonna get caught out again, but he does tank the gank once again. The Ken, who is just clearing out the creep wave before he gets the hell out of there. Ken just desperately trying for the Aghanim Scepter. Top lane.
Savage.
Hunt is on. Savage gonna be chased down. The Savage, he's a much tankier boy. He does not take any damage, apparently. All right.
No.
Savage just took no damage. I mean, he's tanky.
Natsumi can't really pierce him without his Chrysalis even on hand. And again, he doesn't have the slots for it with the Aegis on, so trying to go for a high tank target like that without your Chrysalis Daedalus, kind of optimistic. Again, just maybe sending a message, keeping creeps a lot now with a full AC standing up, of course. Still a minute 50 here on the Aegis for Natsumi, so some opportunities. Again, Daedalus is swapped in for his spread, so the damage should start to kick in. Oh, Grindback can't allow more than all of their outer towers. Like, they should be trying for... Oh, they'll try.
Jump in. Think it's broken. Was that the Doom? No, it wasn't. They've still got it. They've still got the Doom available. Big back wall. Nico, he got 3 of them. There's your Doom committal now. Who have they committed or not? It's going to be Yopash trying to TP out of this fight, and he does make it out. Just barely. But how do they survive the rest of them? They'll lose the Aegis on the Weaver. They're waiting out the Viper to be able to rejoin the fight. Tims in the meantime is going to go down and the chase continues. Savage with the harpoon will drag back Raven, but Savage! He'll go down with him. It's still a great fight. Nonetheless, 1 for 3 in favor of Grindback. You probably would have preferred to not lose Savage. In fact, it was a 1 for 4 if you count the Aegis. But they'll still take it. It's still a great fight.
Yeah, and it's just super awkward. Again, we've been talking up Nico and his Darkseer. We saw him do this in the last series. He does it again. Just a big vac wall to set up. And that just provides all the opportunities. You know, it looked a little bit awkward. Savage was really looking for that Doom on the Weaver. Ends up getting it onto Yopach. So the Viper's not there to try to apply the Scotty around.
He's got no BKB here. Ken, he's got nothing. He's got to be careful. Skem's coming in from the left. And one route could do it. He's out of mana now. Skem trying to keep up. Almost there, but no, a bit more mana with the Chakra Magic could allow him out. In fact, now the turnaround can. Got to be careful with that much damage, but he does make it out to the high ground. At least as now Skem's the one in danger. Vac him up as well. Nico making sure he chooses where to bury the body.
That's maybe the e-bike coming to hit Skem right now. This match. I'm sure Nico's been looking for that for a little while. Not the biggest kill, but that is a gem going the way of Grindback. So they're very happy to find that Treant's pickup. And full Ags up. Just a lot of utility here from Darkseer. And for the side of Grindback, or on the side of OG, again, they have to be the ones initiating. Right? If they get initiated on, it's kind of rough. If you go on to Grindback with the Overgrowth and call, then it's a very different story as well. So it's a matter of who finds this angle first. Grindback have been certainly finding more. Nico has been very willing, been very happy to actually work these angles out. With a Shiva's up with the added AoE and backing, it just feels so easy to catch such a wide amount of heroes in a position they don't expect. Smoke out. Grindback certainly getting some momentum back in this game. OG still taking the lead with 4K up in net worth, but at 38 minutes in, it's really not too significant. You're evenly farmed with Natsumi and Savage, Yopaj, Ken, Nico, and Raven all pretty much within striking distance of each other. So there's no real item advantage for either side. It's just down to how do you get these initiations, right? Maybe the bigger delta is like
Pendulums.
Tim's compared to Ollie.
Every single neutral item so far has been a pendulum. Every single T4 item that came out, they're all pendulums. Every single one.
Oh,
There's a
fine,
player's
yeah.
bottom. Natsumi at least got the bottom. Well, that's nice.
Oh, this
But
this is
they're
gonna
so
be rough.
useful. They're so useful for against Natsumi though. Like this damage delay, it's just amazing.
Yeah, triple pendulums on Grindback. The first play for OG gonna be a lot harder to see it coming out. I mean, Natsumi's damage is cool.
Savage.
Ooh.
He jumped
Savage.
in. He's a bit early. He's got the pendulum. That
Back
big
wall.
back wall. Nico again. This time catching two of them. Q, or rather Tim's. He's been caught. Ken just right on the hoodwink, just bursting him down. Tim's will be the first to fall. And that's the thing. It doesn't really feel like you've got the damage anymore. Like these pendulums, they make it pretty hard to kill anyone. All three cores have one. Then you've got the hills to fly in from Nico. It's like, what are you meant to do? More hills from Q. Here we go again. They'll jump Ken. They got the call off, but then what? Normal punch onto Raven. Vacuum back up onto the high ground, forcing the BKB out from Raven. But Ken, he might not stop. In fact, he will. He was just looking for the power route. At least
Trying to
Ollie's
think
not going to get a pendulum.
Yeah, I mean,
Neither will Q.
I think just having it in the cores is enough at this point. And just having it in all the cores, that's really the most important bit. Anyhow, you could go for Bobble if you want these supports. I believe, I guess Ollie has one, but maybe not even relevant. You're going to get the Ags relatively soon on Ollie as well. Just about 1,050 gold away. So pretty good timing here for the Bane, as it's felt really challenging to just find a backline now for the side of OG. I think it's just down to how they're forced to respond to these fights. So what's been happening in the past few fights is that Natsumi gets poked by Savage, Raven goes to call Savage, and then they just get ripped apart by Nico getting a back wall. Right? Like, that's not really the way you want to start these fights on OG. You want to catch more than just the Doom. It's just that Grindback are really not letting anything else happen in the game. You know, they're happy enough. Use Savage's bait. It's the only hero you're going to see before the wider fight breaks out, and that just really complicates the game. Full Hydra's breath out for Natsumi, so there's some percent-based damage at the least. Still not amazing, but it is a little bit more poke.
He's hitting like a truck, but again, it's just this damage reduction, or at least delay, is just massive for Grindback, because they have smoked up as 5. OG successfully do retreat out of this southern area of the map, so they're not going to get caught. Just the amount of sustain right now on Grindback, very intimidating for OG. OG, though, grouping up in the mid lane, preparing for what could be a big team fight to break out. So they're trying to give Skem a little bit of time to farm up a full site device before they get going. Could be massive against someone like Ken, who again just has nothing to block it. Ken has been very good at just avoiding these big spells in fairness.
There it is. Already has the gold. Good old Skem. So really, the delta, for the most part, is down to the support farm. Like, and Ollie's the one that's really lagging behind in comparison, but he will still get his Ags timing anyhow. And this timing on the site, you've got to maximize it. On the side of OG, Roche is up. They want to take a fight into the pit. They don't quite have the forward vision as they did like 10 minutes ago. So it's a little bit harder to try to find those pickoffs. I don't know if you want to force a fight in Roche. They want the pickoff first. See who they catch. Again, you want to catch more than one with the call at the least. Like, if you give that opportunity for Grindbank, punishment is huge.
It doesn't feel like it can be a core either. It feels like they'll just survive too long. Might just have to be one of these supports that goes down first for OG, but nobody's showing right now in the mid lane. OG so patiently waiting, but the smoke is close to wearing off. I'm sure they've got a great idea that Grindback is in their triangle right now, but Grindback, they are not budging. So the smoke's going to wear out. They'll continue to wait. Ken is going to zip into the mid wave. Raven's still being very patient. I don't think they can kill the Storm anymore that quickly. So they won't bother. They'll go for Roshan. That they can do quick. This Weaver, it hits like a truck. And they'll get away with it by the looks of it. Grindback maybe being a bit too passive. The roar will come out. They'll smoke up. Ken, he might just have to zip in. There's no time for this. And he will not. Natsumi's got the Aegis. Do they still fight? Hex out. They've got Ken with that Hex, but there's no follow-up to it. He's okay. Instead, Raven. He's the one in the midst of everything. Meanwhile, Nico also doing the same. Gets a 3-man back wall, but needs to retreat. And he does do so, but no Yopaj. He snipes him before he gets out. Now Savage. He's been slowed up on the Doom. He'll get his BKB off, still holding on to the ulti. Not willing to commit. He wants to retreat. Meanwhile, Ken will find Tim's. Nico will take down Skem with the illusions from the grave. They'll go in again, trying for Natsumi, but Natsumi still has the Aegis. They've still got to get through that initial life. Natsumi, he'll turn onto Ollie. Will take Ollie down, but loses the Aegis now. Though I do not believe they'll reinitiate for Grindback. They don't want it. Raven still chasing, might find Q. And they should. Q will buy a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. He's going to go down. Here comes Ken again, though, fully reset. They still have Doom if they want to play. There's no Aegis now. They've just got to find the Weaver or somebody big. There's a shield rune for the Storm. Maybe it comes in handy, but they do taunt him up. Do they have the damage? He's so tanky with the shield rune, but not tanky enough. They'll silence him up. Ken is gone. Buyback available for Ken at least. But OG, they're starting to feel it.
That was very on point from Yopaj. Saw the Manta being used, got the Orchid instantly right afterwards. Otherwise, there was a moment there for Ken to kind of zip away. Big openings for OG. Does cost them the buyback, though, on Tim's, but you've also forced Nico back into the game with his own buyback a bit early here. There is still high ground hold. Grip's coming back off cooldown with Yags. Have to be a bit cautious on OG, how far you go here.
Try and break the Lincolns, but the Savage, he gets hexed up. A big back wall again from Nico. It's on the 4 heroes. Ken will zip in. Who do they find? It's going to be Yopaj who goes down first. In fact, Skem also down. Raven, he'll go for a run now. Natsumi, he's just doing no damage. There's no damage. Meanwhile, Natsumi still running finally. I mean, he gets enough damage at least, but Ken's still on the chase. Thankfully, Ken's out of mana. But it's just 3 down for OG. Nico's been absolutely brilliant with these back walls, and he's not done. Nico going for Tim's now. 1 by 1, hunting down his ex-teammates. Tim's will drop. In fact, the Tormentor took it.
And he does, but they still managed to sneak away another gem. So it's just getting a little bit challenging to maintain map control here for OG. They do manage to find a range Rax, but again, that was very forced movement out from OG. You have to respect that. The back wall from Nico doesn't take too long. You have to keep track of when the grip's up. And it was a good sight of ice to start off with, but the follow-through wasn't really there from OG this time around after getting that control onto Savage. And Grindback now can start to find some openings of their own. Top tier 2 just going to be taken. They're starting to shove in bot now as well here with Savage. He's got his full Satanic up. He's going for the refresh. He's going for the Swifting. So he's going for that full output now on the Doom. Double Doom in this game is just going to be terrifying. Hold up Natsumi, you hold up Raven, and the game's pretty much over. Heck, even just popping both Dooms onto Natsumi just to ensure you go through Lincoln's plus get the Doom on him.
Savage, Ken, gonna zip in very far. We're trying to find Skem there for a moment. Skem narrowly avoiding the gank that was coming. Ken still not dissuaded by these deaths, still more than happy to continue going the complete aggressive route with this Storm. Well, in fairness to him, he's still 10-2-8. There's your Lincolns now. There's the defense we've been looking for. He'll feel a little bit safe.
You're gonna have to be, Ken, pretty smart with how you approach Ken now. And Yopaj was very patient to wait for the Manta first last time around. Now you're gonna have to be pretty consistent on Raven to pop the Lincolns for you. Probably your best bet. And that, again, gives Ken enough of a window to kind of go in and out. It's the full overwhelming blink instead for Savage, so he changes his mind, wants more durability, which is fine. Again, he has 4.8k HP plus the pendulum. Just feels impossible to kill him off in a wider team fight unless you manage to isolate him away.
It's a big boy.
There is a path to more damage here for OG. It's just very strange. Skem is going for the Ags and Tree. And that is a lot of damage. 100% more sprint, some cleave. Could be quite good, but it's a long ways off. And you need something like a BKB to actually maximize that output and durability. See if they can get that. Another smoke from OG. They are scattered a bit here on Grindback.
I do like the blink pickup from Ollie now as well. Ollie just wanting to get in position with that Ags. Just get the Fiend Strip off on the target. He really wants his call. Q gets caught. I imagine that Fiend Strip probably going to be for Natsumi if they can break the Lincolns. But for now, Q again being caught. Going to be down for 60 seconds. But that does give you the opportunity as OG to just push down that bottom tier 2. That's probably what they'll end up doing. Roshan still not going to be available. So you've only got high ground to play for right now. Tormentor is there, I guess, if you want to go up top, or rather up bottom now and just take the Tormy. They may just do so and just wait out the next Roshan. Like, you still, like, even if you can push high ground, you're still seeing that Natsumi is starting to have damage issues with just how tanky the side of Grindback are proving to be at this point.
That they are. It's like you said, it's like a mini little Wraith pack in the game, except you can't kill it.
It's
So,
literally just the
isn't
item.
great.
It's
Yeah,
the one
it's
item
Wraith pack.
that's causing this to happen.
They just can't burst. How do you mitigate this on Natsumi? Is it too early to ask for Divines? It feels like it's a bit early,
You got a move.
but I wouldn't fault Natsumi to think about it. And the Moonshard's nice. Maybe level 30 is pretty cool here as well. The +1 Geminate attack.
That's cool.
Gonna be a decent boost in DPS, I suppose, but at some point you have to you have to kind of consider Divine. Maybe if you get tier 5, you know, you get the Stygian, you're really happy. That's one way. Just more minus armor, stacking up with your Deso. That could be nice. But we're still like 9 minutes away. That's a lot of time. It's not going to happen before this next Roche is back up. And that's something that Grindback is keenly aware of as well. Scam, still a ways. Oh, they jumped Natsumi.
They've got him. Scam, he can do nothing to help. All he can do is use the overgrowth, but now Ken on the chase, do they still not have detection? Oli, he has gems, but Scam, no, he's gonna get caught. They've got the vision. Massive, massive pick off now for Grindback, and props to Savage. Getting the Doom off on Natsumi. You break that Lincoln's, he is a sitting duck. Natsumi, I mean, it at least has buyback. But, you know, it's kind of like you've been saying, you've got to start thinking about things like Divine Rapiers now for Natsumi because he's just not having the damage. And so you'd really prefer not to be forced to buy back in this instance, especially if Roshan respawns quickly.
And that's all off the back of really good ward setup by Ollie. We've seen some of these quirky wards at times you don't expect, like this forward ward below the ramp on the side of the gate, and just catches Natsumi off guard. So a really good punish. That should reveal the vision at this point. OG again has to be so cautious. This game is just a knife's edge away for both sides. Right now the momentum's on the side of Grindback. They're set to go. They're going to have the Ags up on Savage, just 1.6k away until the full Blessing plus buyback is set. So AoE Doom is just going to completely wreck you with a back wall. Like, there is no counterplay here for the side of OG once this item's up on Savage. Starts to get a little bit scary for OG. Grindback looking pretty smooth to secure this first game. I mean, they've got easy access to Roshan, respawning right about now, although Nico does miss out. And Roche is back up. They can look for that safe objective play. And for the side of OG, again, it's just, you've got to be able to take initiative. Every time these big openings are coming out from people split apart, it's easier for Grindback to be so split apart. Just because, again, they've got the Storm. Their supports are playing a lot more conservatively compared to OG a while ago. OG now just forced completely onto the high ground for now.
They've got the scan. I mean, they know very well the Grindback's in that Radiant Triangle, so it seems like they'll venture out. You know, maybe at least farm up those neutral tokens that they need. And in another position. They've got to get some farm going for themselves. Roshan going to be started once again. Grind back. This time, we'll try to force this objective. OG, they're the ones that need to find a way. In fact, never mind, they don't, because Grindback are coming to them. They've even got an amp damage to play with now on Ken. That is scary for OG. Surprised Grindback just don't commit for the Roshan, but just not feeling entirely safe to do so without the appropriate vision and without the appropriate pickoffs. But they'll go back for it. They realize the triangle is completely empty. And OG, they're not going to be there. It's too quick with the amp damage. So very nice from Grindback. Age is now up on 23 Savage. Cheese available for Ken. And if you're OG now, you're back to the drawing board. Even a refresher shard available, don't forget, on Savage with the Roshan banner. A lot of utility available for Grindback to try and abuse in this high ground.
He's got his full Ags now as well, just flying out. Full Ags Blessing, while still having buyback. So double AoE Doom. You could use one in his first life, one in his second. If he even loses his first life at this point, it's very hard to see that happening here for Savage. Now OG, their gameplay has to be perfection here. The side of Grindback aren't fully committing to push. I mean, they can just easily push in these waves very casually from a mile away. A BKB for Natsumi to protect, but that is not going to be enough. And he has his Lincolns in the backpack. I mean, you need both at this point. And again, it just feels awful for a Weaver who really wants more item slots, right? Like, you'd want to be able to get maybe a Butterfly here, have more damage, or a Scotty to mitigate some healing here. Not really able to get that yourself. You at least have the Scotty on Yopaj. They can't really leave their high ground at this point. Scam is still trying to save up for the full Ags. About 500 gold away now on our Treant, but do you really want to buy out the Ags without buyback? It's a massive risk. Again, I don't see the Treant super form being significant enough to help turn this game. Like, okay, maybe if you had a BKB and a casual, even Echo Saber, that could be significant enough. Maybe the durability you get, 100% more strength, could be nice. Even then, against a Doom, AoE Doom, it's just hard to see all of these things connecting. And Grindback, we did say the game wouldn't simplify by any means as it gets into the late game, but they have done a great job of just punishing OG. Right? They caught out Natsumi that one time. After he got caught up top, OG's been much more reluctant to try to make these plays. With the Aegis up, they've got a 3-minute window now left to just control the map, keep everything shoved in, grow their net worth lead a little bit more. You've got 42k on Natsumi, but what does he get next? He's got the Moonshard Ags Blessing at this point, but he's playing up front. You know, it's not like he's going to be able to time-lapse someone else. He needs that for himself because he's just chasing all these heroes forwards anyhow. So it doesn't feel like an Ags Blessing for your gold investment is going to do much. There's really not much you can toss out here. Maybe you trade away the Deso, but again, it is a big source of your damage playing with his minus armor. Skem does buy out the Ags, so no buyback here on the Treant. He has that Mega Form on the Overgrowth. It is a decent chunk of damage and HP. The cooldown reduction is quite nice as well, down to just a minute. Oh. Cheeky from Ken.
Setting up. They waited out for now, still very patient. Back in the mid lane they'll go. I mean, Grindback, I mean, still paying a lot of respect to OG. We're almost at the 60-minute mark as well. So if they want to wait it out, you've got the option for waiting for tier 5 items. You know, it never hurts, I guess. You've got the whole map in your control anyway, so you can take that advantage and rush high ground. At least try for this bottom tier 2, and they are rushing in. Savage, he blinked in blindly but saw nobody. Meanwhile, Nico, he's jumped Raven, but Nico, he's kind of by himself right now. They'll pump the Doom on the Doom himself as Natsumi. He's been caught in it. He's forced to fight. 4-staff away though, and the time lapse. Tims will save the day. Skem and Raven, they've both lost their lives now. Ken zipping in for more. They'll lose Ollie, but Yopaj and Natsumi dropping low. Both of them are down. Raven, he'll buy back. So will Natsumi.
That was just the one
Raven, though,
dude.
he's been caught again. So is Tim's. Natsumi, he'll rejoin the team fight. Trying to go at it with Savage, but he's just doing no damage. Savage, he'll refresh the Doom. He's got another one. Raven's died back immediately. So is Tim's. In fact, no, Tim's. He's still got the buyback. He'll commit it. Now Ken rushing in, but there's Savage blinking right in onto Yopaj. The normal punch, and now the vacuum. Nico not allowing them to get out, and GG is called. Man, Gabby's been placed even. Oh, Nico. My goodness, game one will go the way of Grindback. Before the 1 hour mark as well, they'll deny us the tier 5 items, as they always do, Jonathan. Never fun are these players. But Grindback, Jonathan, game one is taken from themselves and OG. I don't know, back to the drawing board. They've got to figure this one out.
I'm a bit surprised that Darkseer was just allowed true. I think that's one thing. Like, again, if you watch the last series, Nico is just a maniac on that Darkseer. He provided all these openings out for the side of Grindback. Sure, he didn't crush Natsumi's lane. At the same time, he got to play his own game. And I think the ideas he had here on OG were solid. It was maybe a bit challenging to try to lock in the Storm. I think, again, there has to be some eyes on this Viper pickup, because yeah, Yopaj crushed the lane, but Ken eventually just got a game anyway. It felt like with Viper as well, like even when you're ahead going back for Mage Slayer instead of the Orchid, right, it means that you're not able to try to get that early advantage. This was like that high ground play that they were trying after losing Aegis early, and it's just so difficult. They didn't respect the fact that Vac would be back up and get control, and this is the vision coming out from Ollie, giving this opportunity on Natsumi, which led to OG just never crossing the river again. Like, that was the moment that it really switched out for Grindback. I think for OG, again, I don't think it's fully on Yopaj, but they really didn't have 5 heroes, right? Like, they basically had 4 heroes playing and some sort of super melee, a super range creep just spitting at people, which didn't really have the most impact. Yeah, the full Orchid was useful in a couple of circumstances, but literally any other hero would have had that anyhow. Like, the Viper itself just doesn't do enough, and I think that's the one big weakness in comparison. Look at what Ken did this game. His zips were crazy, he knew it was relatively free, and he had a lot of space to just do his own thing, whereas I don't know what you expect from Yopaj when you have him a Viper. You know, it's a Viper. It's all about laning and nothing else.
Yeah, it's. I mean, doesn't it still have a 0% win rate? Was that the win rate
Yep.
of the hero? Yeah, 0%. I mean, it's still 0%. Standout player. I'm not even being facetious when I say this, John. It's definitely Nico. Nico was just. I mean, you could make the argument for Ken, but Nico played out of his mind. I mean, the Vac walls were just absolutely ridiculous here from Nico. You know he's playing to prove a point too. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be spicy, John, but you know, meeting Nico a couple times, you know this guy. He doesn't like when certain things are said, and I believe he's on his redemption arc here in this best of 5 grand final. They're 1 game ahead now, and may I just point out before we get to a break, I agree. I mean, you can't. Yopaj is your clutch player. He's the guy that fixes the game if things go wrong. You give him Viper. Well, what are you doing? Like you took his mouse and keyboard away, John. That's what you did. That's what he must have been speaking to AI or something to control the damn hero. Anyway, we're gonna head to a break, and right after the break, we'll be back with game 2 of this best of 5 grand final between OG and Grindback.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our game number 2 of this Best of 5 Grand Final between OG and Grindback. And in case you weren't paying attention, some of you will be surprised to know Grindback
5 seconds.
have found themselves with a 1-0 lead currently in this Best of 5. We weren't surprised though, Jonathan, because we saw this coming when we saw that damn Viper pick. We knew straight away this is not how you win as OG.
10 seconds.
I'm not saying that Raven and Natsumi can't carry the game. All I'm saying to you is, Jonathan, is in the event that they can't, you'd love to have a fire extinguisher in case things go on fire. And Yopaj tends to be that guy, unless you give him a hero that does nothing like Viper. 0% win rate over like 10 contested games. I said it last game, it's trash. The hero is complete and utter trash.
It really is. Hopefully it's not that direction again for OG. It looks like they're opening up with the same hero. Treant to open for the side of Grindback. This was a Bane pickup last time. I'm surprised because OG opted for first pick this time, whereas last game it was Grindback that opted first pick, and they end up just picking the same thing. Treant once more. I feel like, again, we've seen a lot of teams also just go for a first pick mid. You could kind of get away with it. So yeah, it's the puck going out for Grindback. It was left unbanned this time. Ken on the puck. What's your answer here for Yopaj Channel? Because you could ban like the Void Spirit. You can ban the Storm now on the side of Grindback. There goes the Darkseer at least. So OG does learn their lesson, not giving Nico his strong hero in these qualifiers so far. Again, really good performance over the last 3 games he's played today. What do you ban on Grindback? Are you worried about Void Spirit? It feels like that hero hasn't really felt amazing. I mean, in lane, it's kind of fine. I feel like whatever the Void Spirit does against the puck, the Storm can still kind of do as well. They'll ban out the Night Stalker, which is a little bit of secret tech that I think I was being teased this by people behind the scenes that this is a potential mid, but we haven't gotten to see it because Grindback has been banning it. So that does leave the Storm and Void Spirit for Yopaj mid against the puck. Would Grindback want the Bane again? They'll go to Tusk instead. So Acute Tusk is always a treat to watch as well. Right? Like that's something we've always praised Q for. His gameplay on the Tusk has always been on point. Curious to see what the combination will be with Nico's here without the Darkseer. That's the most straightforward combo, but we'll have to see what else Nico will want to play today. OG, this is around the time where you'd want to just pick your lane against Puck. Like, what do you want? Snap is still in the pool as well. Snap versus Puck is kind of meh. They'll go to Void Spirit answer instead. All right, so we're just seeing the Void Spirit versus Puck once more, which is okay. I think you really want to leverage that early laning phase, though, on Yopaj, because when the Void Spirit falls behind, it really just doesn't feel good to catch up on, right? Like you're stalled out timing for either your Mage Slayer or your Yules or your Ags. All of those being behind by a minute or two just feels awful. This hero, the moment it loses momentum, it's pretty rough. So you really have to win out that mid. We'll see if Yopaj can kind of do it, because Ken has been doing really well throughout these qualifiers, right? Like on Grindback, all of them have a ton of experience, and then Ken is like the freshest face they have in that lineup. And he's done a great job. I don't... Wind Ranger again. Okay.
Oh, we're doing this again, are we?
I mean, okay, wait.
Okay.
I think we saw the win rate of Treant at 40%. The win rate of Void Spirit at 40%. I wonder what our Wind Ranger's win rate in for Southeast Asia is. Because I know over all regional qualifiers, I checked it this morning, Wind Ranger is at a 40% win rate. Okay. So that's across all regions. All regions, Wind Ranger has a 40% win rate.
Good.
So this is a sub 50 win rate already from OG statistically with the heroes. Not the most awe-inspiring for the game too.
Dota Plus is going to love that when we start the game, I'm sure.
42.9, I'm afraid.
Okay. All right. You know, only because we've had too many picks of it. Do you think it's a support? Are we going carry Wind Ranger again? Is that what we're doing? I hope not. Oh, okay.
It's 100% win rate, Natsumi, so, you know.
Okay, I mean, who am I to
you
talk?
gotta do it.
Who am I to talk? My apologies. I mean, you must admit, both those games, you and I were there. They weren't good.
Yep.
Like, they did not look good. I'm pretty sure Yopaj carried both those games, John. I want to say.
Yep.
I'll put money on it if I have to. I'm pretty
Yep.
sure that's what happened.
Yep. Now you're having to play Wind Ranger into Ench, so you have a basic Dispel. Kind of annoying for the Wind Ranger as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I feel like it could be fine on support. Really depends on what lanes you end up with here. Because they're not revealing their Nico offlane just yet on Grindback. So OG does have room to kind of adjust, depending on what they need to do against Nico here. How to crush that lane. I'm curious what else does Nico have on hand. With a Tusk, you might want something that can kind of play with the shards, play with maybe an early level in tag team, although not necessary in the 4 as much. There's Primal Beast. That's something he really enjoys. It's been a hero that's been popping up a little bit more in these regional quals. Could be fine. I think Primal... In fact, even a Primal Ench lane is quite good. So you can shift the Tusk to Ollie. It's the Largo instead. So just, again, more Dispels, more ways of reaching, more sustain. Also not the highest win rate hero, but we have seen some good games of Largo. I think Igor Demon's the one that made this look really oppressive. So
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I think it does do a lot. It's quite tanky. It's quite disruptive in team fights. It can really enable the damage. Like, just having this croak up on the puck is a stupid amount of damage. So it is quite potent in amping up that output.
Radiant team back.
Muerta.
Okay.
I'm
So
trying
it's a
to-
support
this-
Wind Ranger, I get. Or is it?
No, we've
Or
seen
is
this
it?
from OG, haven't we? Or we've seen maybe not
Yeah.
OG, we've seen it from some teams where it's like Muerta and Wind Ranger and they flex them really hard until their last picks are revealed. So it's very open. If I had to say,
5 seconds.
I would take the Muerta 1. I think it lanes fine into
Okay.
Largo. It has really good scaling. Like you hit Maelstrom, Dragonlance, then you're likely not getting Hydra Spread. But Maelstrom, Dragonlance, Mjolnir, you're in a pretty happy game state. You get a BKB. You're very well protected against literally any source of damage because there's no way of hitting ethereal units outside of this spelling. So you're in a very happy state. And the core Muerta looks a little bit better here overall. So it's what I'd want to see. We'll see what's left as well for Raven because this is something with Raven as well. We've seen him really crush lanes. The top lane a while ago was actually pretty all right for him. Like that Axe lane into Doom managed to work out. Brian back maybe expecting that Raven last pick. They ban out the Doom, which I don't think OG's crazy enough to give Raven like an off lane. What, an off lane Wind Ranger? Maybe the craziest thing is like off lane Treant. That used to be the flavor of the day when his Ags was fresh, but I don't think we've ever seen it after that point when they just released that change to the Ags. So chances are not happening. Win conditions for Savage as well. Muerta makes it annoying. There's a weird pick here for Savage. This could be a very decent Necrophos game. Or, well, actually not decent. When Muerta just ruins you. Terrorblade still in the pool. It's pretty alright. You'd want something that has a bit more HP into Muerta though. Respect ban for Raven's Axe. So you have to commit. What is there? It's a bit challenging for Raven because you can't just look for a lane stomper. Okay, we've got production saying we should expect a draw or morph for Savage to close out. Let's see if that prediction is on point. Those are actually two pretty good picks. I'd say the morph is the most interesting aspect. Underlord it is for the offlane. I do believe this hero has also felt underwhelming. I think I was watching one of the early series in the past few days where the Underlord just felt like it was falling flat. Yeah, not a high win rate over one pick. Very statistically relevant. Hey, the 100% win rate bounty hunter yesterday though. Right?
Yeah.
One pick.
Could you
Heck
not-
yeah.
Could you not Kez here? Is Kez bad here? I guess maybe it's bad in laning against the Underlord. Drow's pretty
Yeah.
cool lane. No, they're going to go the Luna route.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Standard Luna route. Fair enough.
yeah,
Well done to
it's more in line. Yeah, production. I like the calls. The Luna's maybe a safer bet. I'm curious to see if Savage is one of those players that goes back for like the Ags. I think Akashi was doing that last time and then didn't quite pan out. So maybe just all in on physical, it's fine. You don't care too much about Raven here. You do have some magic damage to poke back. It's a very well stitched together draft from Grindback. For OG, what are you looking at? Like an Underlord Wind Ranger lane can be annoying, sure. Like the route into Shackle is there, the route into an isolated power shot, it's kind of fine, but it's not like overwhelming. This is still a relatively okay lane for Savage to kind of farm up in. The Largo is where things get interesting. Like, how much can you really get out here for Nico up against a Muerta? It's a melee matchup up against a range here that has a lot of range poke. So that could be a little bit more challenging for the Largo to kind of feel secure, but he is tanky enough to cop through it. You maybe want to just cut the trees, as we were seeing, just to prevent Skem from poking you, and just kind of focus on pulling here with Q, which, Q, with his Tusk, we know how prolific he is with making these lane shenanigans work out in your favor, kind of stalling out, getting EXP. I'm trying to think what timing's scarier. It does feel like Grindback's timings are just scarier in general. I think there's a moment OG, like if Raven manages up Ags, you will have to get Ags up on this Underlord to catch out the puck. You can kind of rely on it, right? Like if you see Ken show up somewhere in the puck, you drop a random Pit of Malice, you get the follow-through control, the puck can be killed. But that's easier said than done. Again, it depends on getting a good lane, and up against a Luna, that lane can maybe be slower than you'd want it to be. You're going to have to eat into some farm as well, right? Like, you're going to want some stacks up. The big difference here is at least Yopaj has a hero that can be flashy, but it's a Void Spirit as well, right? Like, yes, it's flashier. No.
Yeah. It's not one of his best heroes. You know, it's not... it's kind of like you were saying earlier, that this is the kind of hero where if it falls flat, it has a hard time catching up in the net worth department. And yes, there are timings where it comes back, but, you know, those timings can be hard to achieve. We'll see what they can do here, though. Game number one, number two. Game number one, of course, went to Grindback. Game number two is what we're looking at. I still like what Grindback has got, except for the carry pick of the Luna. Like, it's pretty standard, but you do get a little bit concerned against this Muerta. I don't want to say it's going to be the easiest time in the world, but you do have the opportunity to at least, you know, flex your build a little bit, go for the Ags build up if you need to. You know, just depends what you're feeling. Doesn't necessarily seem like they're going to start a fight here either. It should be a 2-for-2 trade. Nico might intervene with Natsumi, but doesn't really bother in the end. Does just leave. Though Ken does swipe one away, so 3-for-1 in the bounty rune trades. Very nice here for Grindback to start the game off.
Going to be setting up for the puck to have that quicker timing, of course. Onto that bottle. Just going to be feeling a little bit better up against the Void Spirit. Yopaj, he does have all the branches up. Again, the key thing for the Void Spirit in the mid matchup is trying to leverage this level 1, level 2. You get a couple of right clicks off. You try to zone out Ken a little bit. You try to use your Resonant Pulse Shield as best as you can to get some free right clicks. Creep Wave was blocked a lot better here by Ken. So Yopaj doesn't get the opportunity to try to leverage the first wave at least. Maybe the second wave, but you really want to get some free hits in while you can. Because once Ken hits level 3, really, it's where it starts to ramp up. You get the level 2 Illusory Orb, you get to stand further back, you get to heal back a little bit as well with a phase shift being up at that point, and it just becomes a very standard puck lane. So let's see if it gets to that point. Nice land on the Remnant at least. Keeping Ken at half HP. Kind of what you want to get done. Let's see if you can leverage it a little bit more in Yopaj. Of course, down the line, it's going to be interesting to see what the itemization for Yopaj is, because we've seen a lot of Void Spirits just go for Mage Slayer, but we've seen a couple go for like Yules, go for like instant control, and that tends to feel maybe a bit more active than the Mage Slayer. So I'm curious what Yopaj will want. We'll take a look at the ready, the pull shenanigans, of course, up top. Nico's getting some free EXP behind his tier 1. So he's managing to get that soak that you'd expect to try to achieve. Trying to get off, but creepers do meet. Although he does get to... he'll be able to drag it away after the range creeps. Again, some free coming out here for Nico and Q, eventually avoiding the direct lane matchup, which is what you'd expect. Although the creeps do lose aggro. But the next wave is still on to Q. Skem, I mean, he can try to punish. He doesn't quite have the Nature's Guys up. And he does get blocked off really cheeky of Q with level 1 shards to prevent that pullback. So you're getting everything you want. Nico's just going to be able to soak. Q's going to be able to soak. Sure, Natsumi's farming. But all you want to do is ride out the level 1 to 2 mark here for the Largo and the Tusk and just hit level 3 smoothly, and they will get that. So all things said, pretty happy days for Grind back there. Top lane's probably the most boring lane overall. I think it's a Luna up against an Underlord. Raven's going to be able to farm. He is out of mana though. There's not much you can really expect Tims to do, and all he still has is camp access. So the pulls are online. You can't really get your own pulls going here on the side of OG. So looking at all of those things happening in the side lanes, the game state's much better for Grindback, I would say. Like, yeah, the CS is still fine for OG, but you're still getting your pulls. Again, top lane's pretty passive, which is what you'd want for a Savage lane. Mid lane, no Ken's hit level 3. You've got the bottles up. You're very secure here for the puck now. It's not like Yopaj can just fully leverage some aggression.
Well, Scam, he's going to find Q again. Scam, first blood here for the Train Protective. Great start for him on the train, and I think he might have done that last game as well. So Scam on the train just having a great old time, as he can, of course, always contest Nico as the train for the Healing Lotus as well. Not much Nico can do. It's a Train Protect.
Just a bit too tanky to trade with. And at least getting the punish on Q, quite nice to stabilize the lane. Again, he's been pretty pesky with just constantly going for the pulls. He blocks off the small cap once more. He is still stuck at level 1 though. Been very self-sacrificing to allow Nico all this space. Nico is starting to cop it from the lane being shoved in. There's a lot of, again, range poke here from Natsumi. Top, starting to get a little bit more aggressive in cutting these creep waves here for Raven. Savage doesn't have the most mana, but does have a wand at least. There's a Lotus up on Raven, so not really a target you can feasibly go for. Room for Tims to check around for the 4-minute Water Rune. Gonna be a 1-for-1, or actually a denial from Scam. No top up for Ken, no mana for Ken. A little bit awkward for him in the puck, for the next few minutes at least.
That sure is. Ken not going to be too happy about that. Yopaj having a pretty fantastic time in the mid lane, as you'd kind of expect from this Void Spirit. Does have the hero advantage, at least for laning stage. Speaking of great times, Natsumi's having a fantastic time on this Muerta. Complete free farm at the moment. And that's kind of the thing, like, you can't do much about it as the Largo Tusk. Q's already rotated and just started trying to set up across the map, finding couriers and such, but in terms of trying to stop Natsumi now, like, there's no stopping him through the lane. In fact, you look at top lane, 23 Savage, he's going to get stopped as we speak, and it's not too hard of a task. There'll be no contest either. Scam will just casually walk out of there. But as for Natsumi, it's like, how do you slow this guy down now?
Yeah, it's tough to see, and I think the one big thing that you're missing on Grindback because of all these plays Q is doing is that he's just about to hit level 2, right? So he doesn't have an opportunity to try to make a play mid. Maybe with just a value point in Snowball, you could at least look for a 6-minute power in denial. So that is there with level 2 finally being up for Q, but he's set back quite a fair bit just from what they're forced to do down bot to enable the Largo to soak up some EXP. Natsumi already at the Falcon Blade, a pretty decent timing for your Muerta, and he's allowed to go greedy. No points in the calling, all in on just dead shot and gunslinger. So he's gonna have some fantastic farming space in the jungle as well, very early on here, not needing that extra control. 6-minute mark, supports are making their way across. Scam and Tims again, looking to just prevent Ken from getting anything here.
More power rune, Ken. Aether Remnant not gonna land. Thankfully for Ken, he's able to get out of there. It's just been such a scary time for poor old Ken on this puck. Tim's at least taking the invis, but not able to give it to Yopaj. But it seems like they'll even walk in and give Yopaj a clarity anyway. So he's just got constant mana regen here, Yopaj. It's no problem. His supports will keep him healthy.
I like that emphasis. Again, they understand now that Yopaj is on a hero that needs to get a nice start, needs to get a good ramp up to start to make it some place, and the investment will pay off eventually. It will just take a little bit longer on the Void Spirit than, say, maybe even like early Ember, early Storm. Those heroes just feel a little bit more impactful at, say, the 15-minute mark. A little bit of a swing around. Q did make an attempt on Raven up top, but couldn't get the cleanup. They're swinging back for the Shrines of Wisdom. It looks like a 1-for-1. No contest from either side. So again, a very measured out game here between OG and Grindback. Just looking to play pretty safe in their lanes. the ace in the hole here for OG again is this early start for Yopaj, lining up some early tempo on that Void Spirit. Has the 6, but doesn't really have the opportunity to go around just yet. Maybe you can start to consider at the 8-minute tower rune. If you get a good rune up on Yopaj, he could try to make a play, but Ken also, he's at 6, he's got the coil ready. Puck is a harder hero to kind of force out. The side lanes are relatively tanky as well. You're just playing a more passive game overall. Tims will make his way down bot though with a TP.
Scam. Still safe though, he's got plenty of help around. Nico's going in for this. With 3 heroes, but they're going to TP Ken over. Pierce the Veil will be forced. So maybe they could hope to turn once again now that the Pierce the Veil is out of here. But it seems like Ken's just going to leave. Try for the 8-minute power room. At least this time no supports are waiting, but he gets unlucky anyway. Nothing for Ken.
No. Nice pesky Mind Stealer, please, trying to burn some Yopaj's mana, but not enough to really shove him away here from good old Ollie.
Radiant's top tower.
Again, there's some, not the fullest commitments from either side so far. It's a very measured out game. You're going to be waiting for these mid-game items to start to pour out. Like Natsumi with the Maelstrom starts to become a little bit more of a threat with the right-click damage. Yopaj, he just got his phase boots. Isn't queuing up the Mage Slayer yet, so I'm curious what he'd want. If it's just a straightforward Mage Slayer, if he's going to try to go, I don't know, like a Kai Sange, or is he going to try to go for Yules to set up for the Remnant. I don't think an Ags Rush is feasible. You do need one intermediary item first in this Void Spirit. They are getting the siege down bot. And Nico?
Nico, gonna get caught on this Largo once again. Well, this time, no, he's still not going to go down. He's just so tanky, this hero. In fact, now the turnaround with the Eclipse out from Savage right onto Natsumi, who pierces the veil, but it means nothing. It means absolutely nada. Natsumi being punished as Ken looking for a secondary target, and they'll hand it over to 23 Savage. And this is what we were kind of mentioning. The Luna, the one thing it is good at against the Muerta is that the magic damage you can provide. It doesn't really feel great for this Muerta hero.
No. Again, I'm surprised OG makes such deep moves. There was a lot of patience from Tims. It looks like he was looking for a good shackle onto the tree, but Nico just played so far behind it. There was really nothing to grasp at but a shackle. And you really need every piece of control. Yopaj has not been joining in to help either. Just maybe a bit surprising. He's just been focused on that mid. So you're lacking, like, say, this highly mobile mid to try to find a kill. Ken's not very easy. They're clumped up here for the 10-minute rune.
Oh, Nico's going to pick it up to regen for himself. So at least Yopaj doesn't get it. That's the one positive, I guess. It's Nico not able to give it to his puck, but it won't matter. It's the best they can do right now. So OG's having a pretty great time. Like, all 3 cores on OG. Pretty close to the top of the net worth. The only one that's snuck his way in from Grindback right now is 23 Savage, sitting second in net worth, as they are going to try for Yopaj. But he's pretty tanky, and they just don't really have anywhere near enough damage to think about the Void Spirit. Like, your puck just hasn't had a good enough game where you've got the damage output for this guy at the moment. So they'll try to maybe pressure a little bit into the mid-tier 1 with the Siege Creep, but even then, you're up against the Treant Protector. It's really not going to be that simple.
No. Level 3 Living Armor up on Skem now. Double Urns coming out. Oh, probably looking for the 2 different upgrades. Ollie. Not easy either to kill. Again, just poke backs from both sides. A bit of a deep position again here from OG.
Now Skem will get caught. And Skem going to be going down another time. Ken, he'll be very happy with that. Considering he desperately wants the gold right now, Ken will take any kill he can afford to get.
Nice cheeky little sentry being dropped here by Q to spot out that tree and just hanging around. On the side of OG, again, they just need to play a waiting game. I mean, Yopaj would want to make a play with the Urn up. Maybe trying to gun for the full Spirit Vessel just to ensure the Largo healing is not an issue. They see Savage, but he has Eclipse.
He does. He's going to pop it as well. That'll force Tims away. But Yopaj is intercepting with the Astral Steps available. Savage, he's going to need some help. Some TPs to come in at least. Ollie will rush in with the heals, but they've got the Remnant to land on Savage. And now they've got an extra target in
They
Ollie.
can't get the right click.
No, they can't really find much right clicks though.
Scam.
It's a little bit sad, but they're gonna get out of it.
Is under attack.
Oh, he's just trying to get the root off, and it's just so slow for a tree. Yopach.
Dire's top tower
Bit of a spicy position.
Be okay. They don't really have coil for 3.
under attack.
Again, I mean, he's chasing, but nobody's gonna be there to help him. He's just bullying Yopaj out of here for a little bit. He's alright.
Yeah. Again, a very quiet sort of game. Natsumi now with the rotation should find that top tier 1, and they will. The Maelstrom set to fly out now on that Muerta as well. So some good timings here for the Muerta to start to leverage some damage, increase that farming speed. Nico, for his part, is going for the Kaya on the Largo. He's trying to go for some damage output here, which is fair. It's not the build we see too often, at least from the offlane Largo games we've seen. Something like Ego Demon, who's just going for durability overall. So I want to see just how far he can push this Largo now, with the Kaya not too far away. Savage, his farm pace has still been pretty good. Right behind Natsumi and Raven, but it does take a few levels for that Luna to really start to rip through the jungle for the most part. And you are approaching that point. Mask of Madness to help accelerate. You are starting to hunt top, and Ollie's really not someone you can kill though. Let's be frank here.
No, it's not easy. At least you'd have to commit probably more than you'd like, but they are gonna try and take it. Yeah, I mean they've got damage. It's just really slow. Even overgrowth. Okay, I mean as long as they get the kill. Oh
No.
I mean it's okay. Tim's. He's got shackles. He's got no mana for power shot job.
Why?
He'll swap in the healing loads. It's too late. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yopaj. Oh, not Yopaj. He's okay to astral step away. Q, gonna be chased down. Here's the Bell actually popped for this. Q's gonna make it out. In fact, the shards are gonna block them in. They've got no Pierce the Veil now. Yopaj, he has to return to the team fight. Savage will intervene as well. Natsumi's down. So is Raven. Wishful thinking. Well, they popped the Pierce the Veil that early. Now Yopaj, he was out of there. He was fine. He only came back to help him out. And they dropped the man Gabion's comp.
Yeah, curious choice. I don't think there's pressure for OG to play that quick. They're just ceding all of this ground for free to Grindback, and Grindback's punishing quite nicely. Right, like they're going for these strange targets on OG, trying to kill off an inch. Because they use Overgrowth top, they don't have it to turn that fight on mid. Right, it all collapses from all these decisions OG's making. It just feels like they're in a rush. Whereas their lineup isn't really made to be in a rush. Their lineup needs farm. Raven wants his full Ags. He wants his Auras to be up. Yopaj needs more than just a bloody Urn of Shadows to really have some impact. His Yules is almost done, but even then, the Spirit Vessel is really where things start to maybe ramp up a little bit more, cutting through that regen. And that's still a ways off now because of all these rough fights. Grindback having a fantastic game once more. And it just feels like it's being handed to them. Like, OG, these decisions they're making, it's a little bit curious, to say the least. In position to defend bot tier 1 at least. Overgrowth is back up in Scam. Ken?
Oh, they do have the pot. Ken? That's a big one. It's a great kill now.
That is. It's Overgrowth for 1, but you'll take what you can get. Probably the best kill you could hope for next to just finding Savage somehow. So they do punish that. Not really an overextension, but maybe that keenness on pushing that tier 1. Good sentry, good ward drop by Scam while sneaking around with Nature's Guise. Of course, with Overgrowth down, that means you guys do have to chill out a bit. Like, again, OG, they have to understand what tempo they're supposed to be looking for here. Blink up on Q. This is ridiculously fast timing here on our Tusk. But we've seen Q do this before. So now the Blink Snowball saves on hand. Blink punches are there. Complicating the game for the side of OG. And for OG, one part away for Raven on the full Ags. The Pit of Malice on the Fiend's Gate, like basically a global AoE route, can start to open up some opportunities, but it just doesn't feel like you have the launching point to connect to that cleanly. The Muerta still needs more The Void Spirit still needs more as well. So again, it's a matter of a bit of a waiting game here. And that waiting game is playing into Savage's hands. Number 1 net worth, set to just increase that gap faster and faster. He has free reign over the top jungle. He's going for Dragonlance into BKB Butterfly. And once that Butterfly is up, there are going to be some issues here in trying to burst down that Luna. Natsumi's going to have to want to get an MKB. Can't just fully rely on like Mjolnir, Maelstrom procs to try to pierce, so gets a bit sketchy. But again, this is so reminiscent of game 1, isn't it, Mike? Like the lane setups kind of end up the same way. Maybe a little bit less winning for the off lanes, a little bit more winning for each safe lane respectively. Sure. Mid lane goes slightly towards Yopaj, as his Viper had in game 1. So for OG, the big difference now is with the same conditions set, can they execute better in this game? Because that's also one big thing. It just felt like they didn't have the initiations they'd want in game 1. Maybe with a Void Spirit that changes. Amp Damage Rune bottled up by Ken. They do have some decent wards coming out here from OG, so they do spot this movement across bot. And it's all about stall for OG.
Yeah, still a very slow game between these two sides. A lot of pressure, a lot of something here between these two. They're just neither one really willing to move. I'll tell you what though, it feels like it's favoring Grindback, the slower pace of game. I mean, I like the Underlord Ags, I appreciate how great it is, but I mean, this Luna is just being left to her own devices. You know, you're gonna have the BKB being worked on next year by Savage. We've seen how effective Savage can be on this hero. He just walks in anytime he sees an opportunity, pops his ultimate and just walks out of there. That's all he really needs to do. After that, he can just get back to the farm game until later on. And you're approaching the point where the right clicks are going to start flying out. Again, once the BKB is available, he should be willing to get more and more involved. Natsumi's still having a decent game, but he hasn't got the answer for that Eclipse being thrown out. Not yet anyway, and he's not working towards it either. He's going for the Dragonlance up next.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the Dragonlance. Again, he's going for more offense. Maybe Natsumi's just expecting that they can manage the Eclipse, let's say with his pipe timing, that the Raven's looking to go for next. Perhaps it mitigates enough damage. Perhaps he doesn't cop like a solo Eclipse on him. It's a lot of ifs here. Bot tier 1 set to just fall from creeps. Not really an important objective for Grindback to keep safe at this point. Again, they're just growing the lead in this downtime that OG wants to find anyhow. 3k up. You've already got the Ags being rushed here by Nico, which we have not seen on our offlane Largos. But with Akai, it makes a lot of sense. So there's going to be a lot of aura output here from Nico. He's only 1k away on this Largo after a slower start. Like, he's above Yopaj's net worth, or just about at Yopaj's net worth on the Largo. So happy days for Nico once more. A little bit less of a runaway game, of course, compared to game 1. But still set to meet these key timings anyhow on the Largo. OG, I mean, really, the question has to be, all right, Natsumi has Dragonlance flying out. Is that the point you start to play? It feels like the answer is still no. Like you were saying, Mikey, it needs to be like a BKB on Natsumi. Spirit Vessel for Yopaj even, still 500 gold away. So, launching points don't feel clean. Tormentor will be taken, though. And Grindback are not ready for this quick objective take. It's going to be a nice little bonus out for the side of OG at the least. Get themselves a nice shard and scam. Alright, so some vision to fly out. Again, help scout for information. Help prevent any smoke plays coming on top of you. Quite a nice shard to get a 20 minutes in for free. So Skem's going to be quite thankful that he gets lucky in the RNG roll there instead of getting the Gale Force on Tim's. Now, when do you feel confident? Again, it has to be like the BKB for Natsumi, and he is queuing that next, but that's another 4,000 gold he has to farm. That's like 3-4 minutes where Savage gets to go into BKB, plus Butterfly at that point. That's a scary timing, man. And this slow play, yeah, it's building up for OG, but Grindback, again, are happy to play this way as well.
On bottom, they're looking at Natsumi again. Q, he's got the vision. Jump in with the Blink Dagger, Walrus Punch out, and the Dream Core to follow. And Natsumi, he's just a sitting duck. Without that BKB, he is an absolute sitting duck. And he's so far off it too. Not even one component towards it yet.
No.
So they can really just abuse OG while Natsumi does not have this up and running. Oh, you've gotten to the stage where now where Nico rather's got the Aghanim Scepter on.
Yeah.
It's even more annoying now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
With Kaya on hand, all of this high magic damage coming in with a Crook of Genius, it gets pretty scary. Again, the added sustain from having 2 songs being played on top of things.
Radiant's
Like, that's just a lot you have to mitigate. And OG, I mean, they're trying. Right? They've got the Spirit Vessel. Yopaj can at least cut off one hero's regen. He's having to go back for the Ags as well. Like, again, it's just so much you have to wait for. Once you have the AoE silence, these fights do look cleaner. But again, BKB is already up on 23. You've got the Parasma lining up for Ken. You've got the Sanj next for Nico. Like, he's a very happy Largo at this point. Like, the damage is kind of nice on Natsumi, but it's really not at the point where he can do damage. Smoking up with Yopaj and Tims. If they catch one isolated hero, they can get a pick off, but even that's kind of hard to see right now. They've just been shoved all the way back across the river. Look at the wards here from the side of Grindback surrounding the tier 2 bot.
He tried to jump in. They have got Q locked down. Savage is moving in to help out though. Kachilik's going to be there. Pit of Malice is very well positioned. Now Raven, he came in for it. The Eclipse is going to be popped, but he's very tanky. They don't have the lockdown for Raven. They didn't commit the coil. They didn't have the shards, it seems, and Raven does successfully walk out. Tanked the Eclipse as well, so you're feeling pretty good right now. Keep in mind though, Savage, he's got a BKB he wants to try and abuse in this next fight. In they come again with the Pit of Malice setup. They'll move on to Nico first. Nico though, he's a tanky frog. He's fine for now, but the Overgrowth's going to make it rather hard. Nico still running. Going to heal his team up once again. So the lockdown's there from Raven. You've got plenty of it. But the damage is what appears to be lacking right now from OG.
Again, it just goes back to what you have here for Grindback. It's just so much sustain. Maxed out Nature's Attendance, the doubled strums coming in from Nico. So much healing coming through. Can you imagine if this hits like 40 minutes and you get triple pendulums again? Like, I don't know how you're going to be killing anyone here on OG. Y'all, hear me out. There's a crazy item that you can get to counteract this healing. It sounds dumb, but a Krellis Crozier on Yopaj. Right? It looks stupid. You know, you're going into like the Ghost Scepter upgrade, but you don't need to turn that thing on. Just have the aura up. 30% HP health reduction. That's huge. That will cut through all of that healing from the Ench, all of that healing from the Largo in an aura. He doesn't, and maybe if he needs to bail out, he has a Ghost Scepter form, right? It's ridiculous, but I don't see any other hero kind of holding that well. Maybe Raven as well. Sure. Either Raven or Yopaj if they can get a Crozier. It is kind of nice to help you here. It's just, it's so awkward to fit that into a build.
are scanning.
Smoke. They'll walk right past Roshan. Ollie's going to be in position to break this smoke. They'll pop the amp damage. They just want to take him out ASAP. Though he is still surviving. Oh my
God.
Even with the amp damage. So it's just value from Ollie. Breaks the smoke, completely waste their time. Even the amp damage committed for that. And on top of that, like now Ken, he's got the full Parasma up, so you'd love to just get a fight going for yourself if you could. It's just so sad. Like nobody's dying for every time OG jumps. They just walk out every time.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is
You're gonna hit this timing as well, Savage. I mean, he's only 300 gold from Butterfly. What are you gonna do about that? You have no Pierce. Your magical nuke isn't that high. It doesn't feel like they have answers for this Luna once that full Butterfly is up. Like, even with the BKB, it already feels next to impossible. 6k lead, Grindback. Again, their draft just looking so much better here. OG just lacking options. And this Void Spirit pick, Yopaj has been sitting at 0 Spirit Vessel charges since picking this damn thing up. It's done nothing. There's that Butterfly. Savage with the evasion now. Like, Natsumi can't even burst him down either. He couldn't earlier anyway.
At least he's got a BK. You know, it's... But yeah, the Savage Luna, it's becoming a big problem here for OG. Yeah, the answers are lacking. They're lacking answers for Ollie. You know, it's a POS 5 inch, but it's still a POS 5 inch that they are struggling to control and take down on her own, let alone trying to deal with Savage and everyone else. Here we go, Savage is going to reveal himself now with the Aegis, but BKB's going to be in the backpack as Yopaj has jumped in already. A nice bit of Malice catching 3 of them. It's a lot of damage. Ken and Q both going down. They'll take down Tim's at least in the Wind Ranger, but the Pit of Malice from Raven was absolutely perfect to set up with the Fiend's Gate. Just allows Natsumi to get right to work with the Pierce the Veil. Raven, though, has stuck around. They could think about this, but he's just so tanky. They're not going to bother trying.
Okay, so we are seeing some damage come in. Maybe not into Savage, but again, that chain control onto Ken, because he hasn't opted for anything defensive, is still sitting duck. They're poking onto Savage, but really not a target you'd want to go too far into here. Not without Natsumi's output. And that's a bit of a shot in the arm for the side of Uchi. That's them playing into Aegis, finding 2 big kills. So relatively happy to get that done. Have to be so careful around this area. Almost spotted by the wards, Raven. For the side of Grindback, though, I mean, Ken's just queuing up the BKB now, recognizing that weakness he has when that AoE control comes in. So once he has that up, you really have to rely on the Overgrowth on Scam. It has to be well timed after the BKBs pop before he can escape. So that timing's very narrow here. For your Treant, Blink should help, but that's still 700 gold away for Scam. Yopaj, just about 700 gold away from full Ags. So that's a key timing. That AoE silence could start to make some plays here. 3 minutes still for the Aegis on Savage. Just really not the target you want. And he's playing with full confidence, just standing forward for his team. You do have Pierce the Veil back up. Natsumi's trying to go for the full Silver Edge next for a little bit more output and some break. Again, it's still more time needed for these items to start flowing in. Full aura play for Raven. Going for the Crimson Guard next. Just lacking the recipe. Could help quite a fair bit up against the damage on Savage. Don't think it's going to help massively, but it will at least keep them alive a little bit longer here up front on OG. I guess the one thing is, for OG into mid to late game timing, right? Like, let's say around the 35, 40, 45 minute mark, there is more play. But again, you're walking into tools that you have here in Grindback. Satanic up for Savage now. More sustain on the lineup that already has a ridiculous amount of sustain. Another self-dispel as well for the Luna. I mean, yeah, Ag's timing's up for Yopaj, but there's just too much to worry about. Maybe if you get that kind of perfect fight again. 3 heroes clumped up right around the Fiend's Gate and the double Pit of Malice. And maybe you can get things done, but it has to be perfection from OG, it feels like.
It just feels like so much pressure on Raven. Like, you saw that last fight. If Raven lands that big Fiend's Gate with the Pit of Malice attached, he makes all the difference for Natsumi to just get in there and pierce the veil and just get to work. If he can't find it, though, it gets really challenging for OG. And that's mainly because you're leaving Ken alive to just do whatever he wants in this park. Ken doesn't have any way of getting out of the Pit of Malice yet. He is working towards the BKB now, but while he's still lacking it, you really want to press the advantage with this Underlord, and he'll have his chance pretty soon, because Grindback, they're coming towards OG. OG, though, prepared by their bottom tier 2 tower. They'll see 23 Savage first. Savage still has a minute and a half, or rather minute 10 on the Aegis. He'll move in, but so will Yopaj with his new Agony Scepter. We've got the silence now on the Void Spirit. It seems like Grindback, they're more than happy to play this slow, take their time. Again, they have a lot of sustain. Yopaj again will jump onto Savage. Still, the Aegis will remain for 50 seconds. As Ken will start poking away. But Ken also has to be ultra careful. Again, don't forget, if he gets caught in the pit, no way to get out for him, apart from this Largo.
It's not quite there with BKB again. They're slowly poking Savage.
Still 25 seconds. He won't mind the reset. He's just going to be careful not to be out of position. He'll swap the BKB in, but he's lost the Aegis. BKB's ready if he wants to. He won't need it, though. He'll walk out of it.
Just a bit of a lick from the Remnant. I mean, maybe if you were a bit more patient here on the side of OG, you could have punished Savage, because I feel like Savage is the kind of player to play on edge, right? Like he'd take that Aegis up at 10 seconds. He took it up to 20. Smoke out. They know there's an opportunity here. Grind back. And again, if they manage to catch something big, as long as they don't get too clumped up for the Fiend's Gate, it can be easy.
Jump in. Go punch. He's a big boy. He's a big target, and they've got him. The Fiend's Gate, it was nice again from Raven, but it just does not prove to be enough here for Yopaj, unfortunately. OG, they're just stuck looking for answers in this game. Like, you are putting all your eggs in the Raven and Natsumi basket at this rate, I'd say, as Tims also falls on the Wind Ranger. Thankfully for OG, there's no Roshan or anything like that to play for. But geez, I mean, it really is all going to be about Natsumi at this rate. You know, even Raven's losing the ability to have that much impact now. It's all going to be up to Raven.
Yeah, it's a toughie.
Natsumi.
Yeah, it's a toughie right now, because now the full BKB's up on Ken. Again, there's so much pressure on Skem to somehow find that moment where BKB's pop before the puck fades away and get that overgrowth. Even then, all of your damage has been cut down here on Natsumi. Like, he relies on that Pierce the Veil. Even a BKB up as well for Q. Like, he can always come in for the save. There's so much utility on the side of Grindback. 7 to 10, 9k lead for Grindback. OG looking to hunt with a smoke. This has to be clean. The gate is on cooldown for a bit longer, but should be up by the time the engagement breaks out. This is the Silver Edge reveal for Natsumi. See if it starts to pay off.
They're looking. Grind back, high ground, they'll see Skem, they'll make the jump. Hidden Malice, not really catching too much, so it's a nice position. Ken, he's the one that got caught out. The BKB, though, in time, he's going to make it. A Skem will still go down. They want to retreat. The Eclipse will be popped, and the Gale Force actually forces Savage to have to retreat as well. So he could not keep up unless he wanted to force his BKB, and he did not want to do so. So they'll walk away with the life of Skem. But that's about it. It's still very, very tanky targets on both sides. So Skem the only target that actually ends up dying. But OG, they're gonna go for another surprise smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've still got that Fiend's Gate they can abuse here with Raven. Hoping that Grindback will not anticipate this smoke rotation. But they'd hate to run into Ollie again first. It's not what they want. They'll see Largo instead up north, so Nico should be an easier target than Ollie maybe, but he is sitting at 3.2k HP right now. They'll make the jump in. They should have him eventually, and they do. Very nice here for OG.
Takes that commitment with the Fiend's Gate, but we'll take whatever he can get some stacks up on Natsumi. He has not had the most supernatural stacks in the world. You really need him to amp up the output. That's scaled by snowballing. To take Hunter. Free shard coming out now, maybe for Yopaj or Natsumi at this point. Does go to Natsumi, so the Spectral Slug to maybe try to isolate away a hero or try to bail yourself out. Could be one way. It's still on the aggressive, but again, without the Fiend's Gate, it does feel a little bit harder to just get that initiation you'd really want here. Grindback, again, they're still in a very happy game state. Swift Blink next for Savage. You've got the full Octarine for Ken lining up. You've got a BKB for Nico and the Largo. I mean, with that up, he's really not going to die. Might be enough time for the rest of the team to respond. And Grindback, again, they've got the confidence to just set up. Roshan spawn back up. They've got the vision, and they can easily clear it out. OG do not have much map control. Like, they don't have that many wards to catch this kind of move out. I can't see them. I mean, they could contest. Could have a little bit of a cheeky contest later on. It's just a matter of, will they know when the exact moment Roshan's being taken? Because Grindback is kind of set up for it.
Oh, Grindback, again, just not rushing. Roshan's still available. BKB now up on Nico. So you saw how long it takes them to deal with this frog, and now with the BKB available with the 9-second charge, it's going to be that much more annoying. Even picks up the idol of Skryok, so even more of a nuisance here, this Largo. They can start Roshan whenever. I mean, they've got a Tusk on their end. They've got a Luna that can just kind of shred through it. Here comes the Pendulums. And this is what the game's really about, Don. Who gets the most Pendulums? Natsumi got the item he really wanted.
Yeah, very lucky for him. I think you'd really want one in Raven. There you go. Raven has one as well. What do we get in Yo Podge? 10 out of 10. It's not a little hammer yet. See, eventually. Roshan does begin being drawn. Uchidia. Again, they've got the gate. They've got this blink over. There is an opportunity somehow. They have to find it.
They've got the Fiend's Gate. Roshan's gone though. 23 Savage is going to pick it up. A nice hit of Malice though, blocking off Ollie here in a very awkward position, but he's going to heal up, and now the Gale Force dragging them back. They're going to try, but two of them, Ollie and Nico, both gone, and now Savage could be chased down here. The Pit of Malice, it is going to lock him in if they want to commit. Another Pit of Malice from Raven now. Three of them in back with the Eclipse from the high ground being dropped, but it's doing nothing here to Raven. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, but the Overgrowth holding down Savage. He needs to maybe retreat out of this. Though he does still have the Aegis. But without the BKB, it could be somewhat intimidating to keep this up. They'll get Savage out, they'll lose Nico, they'll lose Ollie. Ollie brought back.
Oh, por Dios.
Yeah. That's probably the ideal that you're looking for here from OG. I didn't expect them to actually have enough damage, but clearing out Nico quite a bit faster than you'd expect, not giving him the window to actually pop BKB. Pretty big. Natsumi getting some additional charges up in Supernatural, so 6% Spell Amp. Once that hits like 10%, it starts to become a lot more significant under that, in the Pierce the Veil form. Full MKB up now for Natsumi, so he does have a way of piercing through 23 Savage's durability. So some answers are being presented here for OG. Now it's just a matter of how much more can they play up against this Aegis. Right, because the Luna is still a scary beast. By your timing around these, right? You need to rely on having pipe. You need to rely on your BKBs up. And they know some of these tools are down bank, so they smoke up.
20 seconds for the Eclipse to be up, but I guess they should have it at worst mid-fight. Swift Blink now for Savage. This could be dangerous. Pit of Malice again, catching 3. Raven's been very, very good with these pits. It has made life challenging, to say the least, for Grindback once those BKBs do wear off. Speaking of wearing off, though, the Aegis won't be wearing off anytime soon. Still 2 minutes 50 seconds for that. Savage again with the full Swift Blink up. Would love to get going. Has to put the backpack in the BKB in the backpack rather. They've even got an amp damage sitting there. So Ken will go ahead and pick that amp damage up. Because why not?
Get everything you'd want here. 10 to 11, 8k up. And Grindback are in a really good game state.
Right.
We've seen OG find some openings.
They're thinking about it. They were thinking about it, but they'll go to the top lane instead here, OG. But it seems as though if you're Grindback, you commit here. And they are indeed going through the bottom lane. 2 minutes remaining on the Aegis here for 23 Savage. There is no reason to back off unless they feel as though they just really can't force this high ground fight, 5v5, which they might feel considering Raven, again with these Pit of Malices, has made things really scary. They could get caught in a very awkward position if we see 3 pits at the same time again. Just line them all up through the bot lane. There goes Savage. He's going to jump in, trying for the T3 tower, but will automatically retreat, as they will pop quite a bit to try and catch him, but he will be okay. Ken, gonna be chased, is forced to BKB. That's a pretty decent win for OG. That should dissuade Grindback from going again. That should be the Aegis just expiring for nothing.
Pretty much. Banner down, smoke opportunity for OG as well. Again, we've seen Savage take some risks with low duration BKBs. They find him right at the cusp of like 10, maybe even 15 seconds. This could be where things get awkward. Lines drawn up top. It's only Q really presenting himself here, not the biggest kill.
Looking cute. I'll take what they can get here, OG. Largo's sitting there as well. Nico, he's 3.6k. He's pretty tanky. He's going to be KB up. They're going to try and burst him down. Nico, he's still alive, but no. They have the damage. Now Ollie also following. In fact, they've even got Q.
Oh, that's crazy.
Ken goes down. Ken is gone. The Savage, he's trying to find it his own now. He'll respawn with the Aegis, but he is completely alone in this. And they've got him. Savage, BKBs eventually, but can't heal through it. The Satanic was on cooldown. Natsumi with a triple. And the only survivor ends up being Q.
Oh, that is just insane from OG. They went all in. They managed to find kills. That's a 6k gold swing off the bat. They deny the advantage of the Aegis during the Aegis as well. No buyback on Savage, so high ground opens up. We were talking about all these angles they have to work out on initiation. It comes together in this one big moment. And in such an awkward position as well, right? Tier 1 is still up on mid. They take it between Tier 1 and Tier 2 mid. And it still works out, that smoke. Going onto the high ground, they're going to find a first set of racks. Considering how far behind OG are, that's it's not something I expect. They're going to try to force buybacks. Raven poking Tier 4s. They can't go for any more objectives. Tier 2 still stands, so what's the call here for OG? The call is to try for Tier 4s.
I mean, why not? Just do it. Go for the Tier 4 towers. Don't make life any more challenging than it has to be for yourselves. Savage still 30 seconds away, but they're not feeling the confidence anymore. Not with Ken respawning. So they'll walk away with 1 racks. Tier 2s were standing anyway. They didn't have the choice to try for a second or third racks. It's still a great position considering how this game was going. I mean, you look at that Dota 2 Plus graph, the Dota Plus graph. It was 85% in favor of grindback until that racks was taken. Jump again. Mid lane, Ollie. Gone. They might even have Q. Q will be KB, but the damage output is really high right now from Natsumi.
Ooh. I think Savage Hurricane parked him back.
He did Hurricane park it back, John. I wasn't going to point it out, but you did. 23 Savage. BKB 4, get the hell out of there. Just walk away. I was about to say 4 staff away, but he hasn't got it because he used it on Q. Like you pointed out. Just in case
hey,
he
it happened,
didn't hear
you know?
it the first time.
You know, just like the 100% win rate bounty hunter yesterday, you know? Some things just deserve to be pointed out, Mikey. Ags up. This is big for Q. If only he didn't die. But he's got the kickback, so this is where things can get mildly awkward for the side of OG onto the high ground push. We've seen a lot of kickback plays make it really rough for the sieging team. Take away another tier 2 though, so they've got an opportunity to try to go around. What the heck is Natsumi TPing into? Wants to try on Savage. Oh, can you get that? No. Doesn't see the TV. Would have been a crazy snipe if they found Savage there. Got like a dead shot to cancel TP. I mean, that could just spell game over. Buyback still like 400 gold away for Savage as well. But they don't manage to see in time. 3k lead for OG, 16-12. Such a back and forth game, and for such a long time, this was Grindback's game. Right? Like just one crazy... Again, I can't fault Grindback for not expecting that. Who fights between the tier 1, tier 2 mid while tier 1 standing? Who expects the smoke to actually sneak in to that tight corridor? Right? It's such an awkward spot, and OG just again manages to get that gambit to work. Those are the kind of moves that you probably never expect to ever work again in another match. Until everyone forgets that, oh yeah, you can sneak around the smoke in this tree line. You got to jump in this angle. You've got the Underlord with the global. Mind you, this is not unplayable for the side of Grindback. This is still manageable. You've got the Daedalus for Savage. He does need like a higher burst damage source now. I'm wondering what he's willing to kind of drop off for that. Maybe dropping for the BKBs. The smoke's up close here.
They are very up close. They're moving in. Ken trying to Raven, but Ken, he's been caught.
Oh, the
Ken,
damage.
He's alive for now. He'll get the BKB off just barely, but Savage is now being targeted. He'll get his own BKB and he'll back away, but no, the pit of malice again. Raven, he's caught himself a big fish. 23 Savages down. Tim's will drop to boot, but it's a great trade for OG. So they'll buy back on Savage, the retreat, but Natsumi, he's been caught. The Pierce of Veil is down. He's forced to fight back.
Oh,
He'll
the
deal with
damage!
Q. Your man fights Savage, and Savage, he can't do it on his own. Largo is gone a boot. Natsumi, he could not
the
give a
dieback.
crap. He's got a triple kill and a dieback on Savage. And this is over.
Ken as well.
This has got to be over. The buybacks are coming in, but there's surely no way to defend this any longer without this Luna. Ken's gone a boot for 2 minutes. And OG, I think they've made it work. See what they get done here, John, but they've got so much time.
They do 100 seconds without the 2 big cores. Like, yes, there is this kickback potential in Q, but where's the follow-through damage coming out from? Nico has some output. It's not nearly enough to kill anyone off. You don't have the Hurricane Pike on Ollie either. It's going to be... What are you going for? Should just be tier 4 and it is. Going straight for the throat here. After a very rough early set of the game, just all of this patience from OG paying off. And it felt like Grindback again had all these tools in their disposal. That movement on mid, just not enough as they are getting the jumps in, but not overly aggressive. Just want the Ancients. Fortify is up though. They can try to stall for a bit, but a minute left. Nah.
They've called it. They know it's over. There's not really much else they can do this game. Number 2, OG successfully forcing, I want to say, a bit of a comeback, because it really did feel like Grindback were well and truly ahead in this game, and it really started to feel like they were getting quite uncontrollable. At some point, though, these pits from Raven were becoming way too much of an issue. And this is the one that I was talking about. This is the big one. This really opened up the game for OG. That Pit of Malice right there, allowing Natsumi to get to work. And we just continued to see it over and over again. And it was just impossible. Like, what are you meant to do into this? Pits into Gale Forces into more pits.
No. Just a relentless amount of pits. This is the smoke that really ruined the game. 11k lead for Grindback at this point. Between tier 1, tier 2. After that, the network lead just disappeared. Again, no one expects that kind of insane movement while the tier 1 stands. And they just catch the right heroes up front. They get the chain control onto Savage with the Aegis. Network lead ends up being what? 1k at that point for Grindback after Savage dies here? 1k the way of OG, if I recall right. At that moment, no, just still on Grindback, but that's a 10k gold swing. Again, on a movement that no one reasonably expects between your tier 1, tier 2. Like, you can't fault Grindback. That was an actual outplay coming out from OG. And we have to give props to OG. Like you're saying, Raven certainly setting up everything to be successful here for OG in this match with this Underlord pick. Yeah, it took a long time. You know, he went for, what was it? The Vanguard Ags into Pipe, into Crimson Guard. But once he had that Ags and a couple of those auras up, the game really opened up. It just took so much longer. And Grindback, it felt like they had so many opportunities. All they had to do was just get that clean jump in. They were willing to play the slow game. But when it came down to initiation, OG just executed the strengths of their draft. I will say as well, I don't think the Largo is a bad pick here for Nico, but you see the difference with the heroes of Nico and Raven, right? Raven's able to play make, and you know, Underlord's not the biggest, flashiest playmaker, but he's able to set things up for his team. The Largo ends up being more of a buff kind of thing, right? Like there's some damage coming out with the Ags, it's mainly buffing your heroes, and it doesn't set up for your team. It's not like his Darks here. So I think Grindback also have to look back at this game and draft and think about what they'd want for Nico. Standout player for the side of OG, it's got to be Raven, man. Like those Fiends Gates just changed the game. All of that synergy they were getting out. I want to also just mention Tim's, like you mentioned, the Gale Force tying into all of that control was crazy. But really, this guy just played a clean lane. He plays this is such a boring hero to play. It's so unflashy, yet he made it look so sick here. In this game, 91% kill participation as well. Like, outstanding job from Raven. And for OG, that's a shot in the arm because now it's 1-1. Now it's a best of 3, right? It's completely reset in these grand finals. It's a best of 3. We're getting 4 games no matter what. So it's good for both sides to reset. And it's going to be all about the long haul now, Mike.
I can't wait to see how this game 3 goes. It really has been about the offlanes too, hasn't it? I mean, the storyline has stuck very well. Raven and Nico both standouts in game 1 and 2. Game 3 is coming right up after a short break. We'll head to that break and we'll be right back with OG versus Grindback. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Muerta and X5 coming to you for game number 3 here between OG and Grindback. Jonathan, I've just come to the realization that my Dota 2's crashed. Based off the fact that we're in draft right now, so that's handy. How are you going, sir?
Going fine. You know, I'm pretty excited that we're at least guaranteed 4 games now in this best of 5. I was listening to the casting earlier. Gunnar expected 4 games minimum. So, and he did expect that the winner of game 2 would start to crush 3 and 4. I don't know about that. We'll have to see. I wouldn't count Grindback out of it. I think they certainly did get outplayed to an extent in that game 2, but I also really want to highlight the offlane. Again, we're going back into that drama, back into that key thing, but this is the story of the series. Right? Like Nico, kind of like Talon last year up against Nemesis. Akashi was kicked off, right? This time, can Nico get that ticket back? Because there's a lot of things going on for this, right? I don't think Southeast Asia's had a unified team that went to both Esports World Cup along with going to the International in the same year in like 2-3 years now. Like we have not had the consistency to send the same team. We have not had a top team that would, you know, ride through these qualifiers enough to actually go to both tournaments. So this is OG's opportunity to get the ticket to the big tournaments of the year. And as they've already secured themselves in the World Cup, but the TI, that's where the prestige, that's where the, you know, the real dreams of every player lies. And they'd want to clean it out, but Nico, you know, would want to deny that. And I have to say, Raven has been looking fantastic on the offlane, right? Like game 1, he looked pretty good as well. Game 2, he looked even better. And I don't think the Largo was a bad hero per se. It's just that Nico couldn't do the same things he was doing with his Darkseer in game 1 with Largo, right? It's just not the same kind of hero. It goes around, it buffs you up, it amps up your damage, it gets some dispels. There were some nice saves coming out from Nico with a catchy lick. It's just not enough in terms of, you know, setting up these plays. So I'd want to see if Grindback's allowed to take something that, you know, lets Nico kind of shine. We'll have to see. First pick coming out here for Grindback, Radiant for the side of OG. So they have the chance to kind of try to snag the puck away themselves now here on Grindback. Grindback did also ban out the Treant of Skem, as Skem was starting to do some work in that game, and it will be the puck opener again. So another puck coming out there for good old Ken. Will Yopaj go back for Void Spirit? I mean, it did okay against the puck, and, you know, as the game ramps on, you get your Ags, you get more stat items up, you get some damage, it starts to feel ridiculous, but certainly the first 15 minutes of Void Spirit, maybe even the first 20 minutes of Void Spirit, don't really feel amazing. So that's my one concern, but they'll go back for it. It worked last time. If OG can kind of temper out the pace to that point until the Opage is ready, this could still pay off. I don't mind seeing it here. As you see, both of our first picks were banned in game 1 and ended up being picked in game 2. They get picked up here in game 3 again. What are the changes we're seeing? Will OG ban out the Darkseer? I'd say out of all the heroes, you have to kind of pick your poison here. Will you let Axe slide through, or will you let Darkseer slide through? Right? Like, those are two. They've actually banned a Wind Ranger as well in Grindback, which is surprising, but fair enough. Tim's was doing some work there, I suppose.
Interesting. It's all very interesting here. They'll get rid of the Underlord. So they did not like playing against the Underlord, and I think when you've got the park, like, considering how hard they made Ken's life that game, I think it's fair enough to just say, guys, we're not doing that crap again. Like, we're not doing this Underlord rubbish again. Fair enough. So OG, they have to go to something else here for Raven. OG, on the other hand, they've got their own ban to make, and it seems as though they're going to get rid of a Tiny, which we have been seeing 23 Savage play quite a lot. So it's not overly shocking, that ban. Though this Disruptor pickup might be a little bit shocking, Jonathan. We don't get to see too much of this. We did see a game of it yesterday, though, and it did look pretty good.
Yeah, it looked pretty nice on Scam. I think it was one of the key tools to actually kind of start to shut down that game up against Reckonix. I'm surprised that Tiny gets prioritized over Darkseer, so now Darkseer is an option for Grindback, along with, say, the Tusk combination once more. So Nico does have like a big playmaking off lane they could go for. We'll go to Phoenix first. Again, that could tie nicely with a Darkseer pickup if they want it. These two heroes right now in OG don't really clear out the egg all too well. There's room for Snapfire, but Snapfire for less common than mid. It is something we've seen Tim's play before, so if you really just are worried about Phoenix, then a Snap 4 would still not be too bad for OG. It's just a matter of, will you have enough like frontline hold to kind of follow through outside of just static? There goes the Tusk again. So they don't prioritize the Darkseer just yet, but they are setting up for it quite nicely. Vac Wall with Egg plus Shards can be quite nice. Tusk plus Darkseer, again, straightforward lane. It's going to be the Doom Hoodwink instead for OG. And we have seen a lot of great Doom games. I'm wondering if they will flex this for Natsumi, because you go all the way back again, and I do believe, back in Polaris days, Natsumi would run the Doom as well. It's not a concept unfamiliar to most carry players. There's some flex. The Doom Hoodwink lane is already quite good, though, I will say. And it is a way to cut through some of that healing that you'd expect from a Phoenix in your lineup. So I like seeing this out from OG. It's a little bit more playmake if it is on Raven as well.
There's the SF. We saw Savage playing that as well just yesterday, and he was making some fantastic work happen on the SF. Very nice combinations as well with the Coil Egg and the Requiem now with Team Grind. Certainly a lot of ways to just completely blow up the side of OG if they get that initial initiation with the Dream Call of Ken. And again, they won't have as much to worry about with that damn Underlord. The Doom Disruptor is still a little bit concerning for this puck, but I'd say it's not anywhere near as bad as, say, the Pit of Malice. So Team Grind now. Final bans to come for them in OG.
The SF on hand. Are you going to ban? The question for Grindback is: are you banning safe lanes or off lanes? Do you expect the Doom to just switch lanes now? Looks like no. They're showing a lot of respect for Natsumi's Muerta. I feel like if you just want to dodge the SF lane, a Doom safe really isn't bad. It's just that, do you have enough to kind of enable it? What's an enabling here on the off? There's not many options that feel great into the SF. So maybe you will just run it kind of off lane here for Raven. See the Primal Beast banned, so some Nico heroes. You ban Darkseer. Surely you ban Darkseer here from OG. Just, again, it's just what? Vac Wall Egg. Shards on top, Requiem on top with Vac Wall. Like, it is so scary. Yeah, Darkseer banned and Drow banned. So OG still has like Gyro. There's still Terrorblade. Those are the most straightforward. Luna again, if you want to take that on your side. And OG, it's actually not too bad. What's her Nico hero? Last time he went for the Largo. I don't think you do that again.
No.
Do you? No Beastmaster, Brewmaster, but that also has not felt great. Tide could be fine with SF, with Puck on hand. Does fine in most lane matchups, so long as, you already take care of Drow, the most annoying one. Timbersaw is an interesting choice, but we haven't really seen it too much outside of, like, some specialists. There's like a Mars pickup that looks decent. Swell, Arena Egg, Arena Dream Coil could be fine, depending if you're also expecting like a range carry here from OG, it can cut off that damage just a bit in the arena. That could be one way to grind back, but it's certainly not the most popular. All these options left.
No, sir. We'll grind back. We'll go for the Snapfire last pick. Interesting, to say the least. What was it? So Snap off lane?
Actually.
Or is it a Tusk off lane, or what is it?
What if we run a Nico Puck off lane, a mid snap to crush the Void Spirit lane?
Okay. All right.
That sounds crazy to me. But off lane Puck is not awful, and I think Nico has done that again in his Polaris days. This is the last time I remember. And I'm fairly certain he's done that.
And it's not like it's not like it's a bad hero per se. I mean, it still provides you with great team fight, great creep push. You're still very disruptive. You can still go for the Witch's Blade build up and then go from there. Like, there's nothing really overly wrong with an offlane Puck. Especially if you can juke a lot, you can essentially tank that way. But you've got a Tusk Phoenix anyway, so you're pretty happy in that department. OG now probably thinking, what the hell's going on here? Still needing a position 1 for... I say they need it. It could still be a pos 1 Doom for Natsumi if they really wish. Though I am assuming it is Raven's Doom for now.
I'm trying to think if you really go for some ultra sketchy flex. Void Spirit off versus SF. Now that's pretty awful. So you really have to run that Void Spirit mid. You have to cop it against either the Snap, which again we're expecting flexed in. Does Doom do fine against Puck? Can you take something on offlane that can handle SF? I think Doom against Puck is actually kind of fine. Same kind of mindset as like Void Spirit against Puck, if that is, again, the crazy flex that Grindback goes for. Offlane Snapfire is still a very decent thing with the Tusk. It's the Sven. All right.
Oh.
Just a big win condition. We have not seen this guy at all in our qualifiers in Southeast Asia.
Wow.
So first pick, I am not too upset about this. I think it's a great counter to SF in terms of his minus armor, right? It is a Nico Snap, so no crazy flexes. Ken will just keep the Puck versus Void Spirit matchup. But just having the Warcry already helps you massively against SF. This hero does have enough right-click speed that you can get on top of the egg as well. And like a late game scenario, Echo Saber, Harpoon, BKB is going to be up anyway, Mask of Madness as well. And so the egg's going to be dealt with by a melee hero quite fine. The main concern I have with like a melee core is that once Tusk punches you up in the air, it can be quite annoying, right? For any single core. I think that's going to be the big key here. Q with a blink timing is going to be the one thing that holds off the transformation hero. It feels awful for transformation heroes, of course. So, draft-wise, which way do I actually lean towards? I think I want to say it's very even in draft, actually. I don't know which way I'd lean. Maybe on ease of execution, slightly better for Grindback. I think just having Dream Coil Kisses, having this offlane Snap, the damage output of Snapfire is just insane. You hit Shard, you hit Blink Timing, you hit 15 Talent Spike, it can get quite crazy. So I think Nico has a hero that can actually play make and apply pressure. And that's going to be the key to it. Because last game, Largo really couldn't do much outside of try to save his team. And this time, the Snapfire can make these plays pretty much on its own if you really wanted to. So I think that's the ace in the hole for Team Grindback. For OG, like, the Doom is good, it's stable, but it does take time to ramp up. I'm curious to see if Raven goes for, like, Phase Root Drums, Blink BKB, and try to take a more active position, or if he goes for Radiance, because this doesn't feel like the best Radiance game, right? Like, because you're going to be farming on Doom, and you're going to be farming on Sven, and you're going to be farming on Void Spirit. You need someone to connect, and last time it was his Underlord, so you want to see his Doom kind of do the same job. Join these fights, find some opportunities, get a good Doom, and kind of run away with the game.
Was this one of the surprise heroes, John, that you were talking about before game one with Lane?
No, I'll leak that now. The surprise heroes were supposed to be. I don't know if you like this, and I want to see your reaction before you switch. Midnight Stalker reaction thoughts. Yopaj Night Stalker. Yeah,
that's pretty pog. I like it. You know,
okay.
John, back in my day, right? Back in my day when I could actually play mid, right? When my hands weren't shaking every 2 seconds, right? I played Midnight Stalker a lot. And it was fantastic, Jonathan. Right? I mean, this is a long time ago, but I'm a big, big fan. Not of that stun, though. Natsumi. Trying, but completely with him.
Yeah, a bit optimistic. But yeah, that's one of the pocket picks we haven't seen at all. Again, we mentioned it in game one, Night Stalker banned out by Grindback, so they probably experienced it in some scrimmages, right? And ban it out, which means, you know, it must have been successful, the Midnight Stalker for Yopaj, with it being banned out in that first game. Sneaky little smoke here from Grindback, very late in the game. Could have a good angle up top. Savage.
Oh, he's holding his position for now, but probably realizes this could be a little bit dangerous for himself. I mean, the pings are still coming out, but OG very, very patient. Thing is, Q's also around the area here with Ollie. This Observer Ward not seeing either yet. Q's going to reveal himself now. They'll move in onto Scamming the Shards. It's going to lock him onto the staircase.
Oh,
but there's plenty of
back
coming
line
from the back. Natsumi has caught out a couple. Yopaj will take down Ollie for first blood. And that's a really unfortunate start for poor old Ken, who's in this Void Spirit matchup again as the Puck. This time, though, first blood going to Yopaj.
I mean, at the very least here, as they find Schem, the one thing this is for Yopaj is he does get level 1 Aether. He gets a Remnant, so he doesn't have the shield to try to harass, but he does land it on Ken, and he does get the right clicks anyhow. So it's not going to offset him by much. This is huge for the Void Spirit matchup on mid. A quicker bottle. Not the most EXP, unfortunately, for Yopaj. Didn't feel like he got that much. But that does mean that you'll be able to sustain it against this puck a little bit earlier on. And that's going to help massively in terms of trying to slow down Ken for the second time on this matchup. Bot lane, you already saw quite a few trades coming out in Natsumi. This Snapfire lane can get ridiculous, right? There's a lot of hold. Just even shards into a nice close-range scatter blast will absolutely melt you. Once the cookie timing's up here, it becomes a very dangerous lane. Like, you actually want to get the early level in either in the glimpse, maybe even the kinetic field, like a 1-1-1 build here for Skem, just to ensure the safety of Natsumi. Because there's just so much poke that Nico can get done with Q here if you overstep on a melee hero. And every single time you walk up to the creep wave, it's going to be a risk. You have to always kind of pull back. Q, again, just being a menace, blocking off any sort of camp pulse. So we'll see as the levels ramp up. Smooth going so far for Nico. Has nothing to really contest him here early on. The last lane top is where maybe it's a little bit more stable, although I would say there's some opportunities for Savage. Right, like Raven's not going to be too keen to just run down and try to harass. There could be opportunities onto Ollie if he's not too careful. So he has to kind of think twice about like his positioning. Maybe down the line, think twice about like the dives as well. They are cutting all the trees though, so it's a little bit awkward for Tims to look for the bushwhacks, which is always funny to see. So you're not able to really line for a bushwhack blade kind of play and just harass. But Savage is having a good time farming. This is the one thing with a matchup. The SF certainly is highly favored in there, and he should just be able to clear out and find his timings here.
He absolutely should. So curious to see how this Sven does do in this game 3. I mean, I'm so happy that we're seeing the Sven coming out, because it is one of the carries I do like. You know, he's kind of like a Giga Chad here, John, in Dota 2. You know, I've never had problems with Sven myself. It's nice to see Natsumi bring something different out. Is it good? I don't know, but I respect the value that you talked about earlier with the Warcry against heroes like SF and Snapfire and all this other ugly minus armor. Jeez, I want this Sven to be good so bad, John.
Honestly, looking at it now, looking at its innate, that Wrath of God looks pretty sick. Current bonus damage per strength increases every level. So it turns into plus 0.1 damage, plus 10 levels. It does ramp up a little bit. There is quite a lot of output, and I feel like strength carries are kind of underrated. We've seen a lot of like agi carries in this qualifier outside of like the Doom. I think the Sven is kind of lined up to be nice. Once people recognize that, again, there's a lot of value in tankiness right now because there's a lack of healing reduction. That was the concern game 2 for OG. For a while, they couldn't kill anyone. In game 1, the pendulums just made it worse. Imagine a pendulum on Sven. That's going to be a little bit crazy with all of his HP.
Oh, that it is. That it is. Ken, mid lane, kind of walking into that Aether Remnant. Not going to be too overly impressed with that. Yopaj having another great lane for himself in this Void Spirit. Catches another Aether Remnant here on Ken, but doesn't have the Resonant Pulse to try and use.
Already have a heroes, this time from Grindback, to deny off these water runes. Yopaj will still find one. And they also snag the other. No refills for Ken again.
Very, very hard here for Ken. They've been so good on OG in making sure that Ken just can't comfortably take these, as he does go for a D-Ward attempt. I mean, drops a sentry at least, but he makes it as if he doesn't notice it's there. Yopaj, pretty well aware that the D-Ward attempt will be out eventually, but it's probably going to expire. It's only got 23 seconds left. So Ken, I highly doubt we'll be able to have the time to go for it.
Yeah, 23, that's pretty savage, huh?
Very funny. Very
it's just, yeah, just, it's there, you know what to say about fruits, Mikey.
I know.
Gotta take them.
You're a bit of a fruit yourself sometimes, John.
Hey! I hope it's a juicy
What's wrong
fruit.
with that? Oh, he tried. He did try for it. He tried, but it expired right on his face. That's unfortunate for Ken. Good attempt.
Yeah. And he would really like some bonus gold to come in. The power
SF?
rune has to go his way. Oh!
23 Savage. He's going to go down. Tim's able to get the kill, and well, props to Skem for the nice quick rotation. Natsumi's having another game where he's free farming. So Skem just doesn't need to be there, and now he can stick around top if he really wants and just continue being a nuisance on this disruptor with the level 2 glimpse. Because even just the presence of that level 2 glimpse is such a threat this early on. They'll see him go through the twin gate though, and they'll know they're not too under threat any longer here at this top lane for Savage.
I mean, they've done the damage, right? Like, the SF really wants to get some early advantages going their way. I think leaving Nico alone can be a bit scary, but it's not like he's getting to maximize his lane as much either. I think the big strength of the Snap is the kill threat with the Tusk, and they just haven't found that opportunity at all. So you're kind of just not being able to play with your innate boomstick does feel a bit rough. They are looking to still keep that pressure top, keeping the 3 heroes up. It's making it a little bit more sketchy for Raven to try to hang around. Raven does have the heal creep on him, though, so he does have that slow but steady regen on hand for him. Gonna be happy enough to cop some raises, so long as he doesn't get completely chained every single time. And again, they did get the rune control this time for Ken, but Yopaj is still having a fun time on mid. Dream Coil is set, so can't really look for full committals. Trying to clear some stacks, Ollie.
They are. Ollie trying his best to get it done, but Tim's is going to be there to intervene, and of course Yopaj will move over as well. In fact, he might go for a chase on Ollie. Nice little angle for the actual step. He had the ward to abuse, and he'll just take a freebie for himself here, Yopaj. Though the Dream Core now committed, and he's got no step charges. So it's a great turnaround. If they can kill him, and they can, Ken will take it. And they're still sticking around for these stacks. So they're still going to get him anyway. That's a great set of events here for Grindback.
Yeah, I'd say the big thing that enables that is actually Yopaj mixing his Remnant, so he has to pop the second step, right? Like, if he didn't have to pop the step, if he had a little bit more mana to play with, he could just try to walk a little bit more, get the step into a different angle out, maybe not be caught in such an awkward spot, but that's a very important kill for Ken to find. Talk about how rough it was for the puck early on. That evens out pretty much for Ken, equalizes in terms of EXP. In fact, allows him to eclipse the Void Spirit in terms of EXP and just kind of catch up on that gold. A 3-2 start, less than 1k lead coming out for the side of Grindback, relatively even across the board, but Natsumi certainly is starting to get a lot more from that jungle. Like, he's got that full Morbid Mask, he's got the God Strength to just clear out some soft stacks himself. The Ancients are still up, and that's not something easy to clear out here for the side of Grindback, as they are keeping their eyes still set on the triangle. So ensuring no catch-up farm is being built up here, which is important against the Sven. I will say, at some point, it gets a bit worrying with how much Nico is allowed to just scale up, right? Like, level 7 now, going for quick travels, randomly showing up in lane with the kisses. That's a lot of damage early on here. It's not like you're going full aura on Raven, so with no pipe, you're just going to melt these kisses later on. And they've just allowed Nico to kind of play one of those games where he sits back, farms. I'd say that's also one cause of concern, because the Doom certainly does take longer than a Snapfire. Because we're talking about like drums, maybe Blink, maybe BKB. Probably not Radiance for Raven. That's extremely slow. Whereas Nico just gets like Travel's Blink and he's happy. Looking for the shove down bot now. Scan does not quite connect.
Bottom T1 tower push is going to begin though. Savage going to be there as well. And of course, with the Sven, the thing is, like, you're nowhere near ready to farm yet. He is keeping the net worth on his on his hero pretty high. That is the one benefit, is the Sven is going to get to the point where he can fight relatively quick, but for now he's got a lot of farming to do. Echo Saber up next, has the Mask of Madness, but probably wants a Blink and BKB to really feel useful in this game as the Sven. So it might be a while till he gets involved, whereas Savage, at least on the SF, can just get involved right now.
Yep. Has that potential. It's very interesting to see on Savage here as well, Mickey. Look at this build. Dragonlance, BKB, going for a right-click SF. So he's not looking to play with Requiem, not looking at that Yasha Kaya kind of build we've been seeing with Blink BKB. He does want to face off against the Sven, which I think it's fine to go for that scaling. I do feel like there's a lot of value, though, in early Requiem, especially as the BKB timing for Sven. It tends to wait a little bit longer, right? Like you're saying, there's a window where perhaps you have the Kaya first on Savage, the Yasha Kaya, and you can try to catch the Sven off guard, stall out the BKB longer and longer, and start to transition into the right click fully. But looks like the call is just full right click, Mask of Madness flying out. So almost a mirrored build with our Sven, with Dragonlance over Echo Saber, of course. Coil did not connect, so the kisses also fail.
Unfortunate. Tips out as well here. Another, I don't want to say another slow game. It's 3-2 right now, 11 minutes in. Both teams, again, paying a lot of respect to each other here in this best-of-5 grand final. Currently 1-1. You'd love to gain this third game advantage, to be back in that advantageous position, just one game away from proceeding through to TI.
No. Man, I'm just staring at the Sven, and every time, you know, as he gets levels, as he gets more strength items up, look, now he's getting extra 20 damage. I mean,
Yeah.
if you go to the faces, to the Void Spirit, mouse over Intrinsic Edge, and it's like, he gets 9 damage, 1 HP regen, 78 mana regen, 12 attack speed. It's like, no, straight up 20 damage, dude, for free at 10 minutes. That's crazy. And Intrinsic Edge, eventually this does feel okay. Like, I think late game we see this like hit, it's gonna sound dumb, but like 2.5 to 3 HP regen, maybe like 1.5 mana regen, 20 attack speed at like 20 minutes in, or 25. Like, it's okay. It's not
That's too
wild,
much.
right?
That's too much.
What if Void Spirit's innate was just make him old Universal? You know, Universal when it
I mean,
first
it may
came
as well
out.
be.
Is that too much?
It may as well be. That may as well be how
Right?
they do it, honestly. Yeah. That may as well be.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I want to say this as well. I saw someone randomly in chat say, even if you bring your entire family, Sven can carry them. That was good.
Top, Ollie. We'll get caught. Nice little enter remnant from Yopaj just to ensure that he's not getting away. Ollie, no chance in hell, not even bothering for the Icarus dive. And that'll be a top tier 1 tower going down for OG. I do not believe we'll see any kind of defense here from the side of Grindback. They do just pick up their boot to travel on Nico, so you know you could choose to start posturing around that top lane if you really wanted, but they seem pretty relaxed, just playing the slow farm game that we've seen throughout game 1 and 2 thus far. It really has been the story of the game. Like, it's all mid and late game. These games thus far in grand final. Early game has just felt non-existent.
I mean, can we really be surprised about this, Mike, after casting Southeast Asia for too long? It feels like this is the exact same song and dance we've seen for at least 3 to 4 years now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Before with Talon, when they were around, every iteration of Talon would do the same thing. And we are up against the trio of Talon in 23, Q, and Ollie, so some things never change, Mike. Some things never change.
It's sickening, isn't it, John? It really is just a little bit sickening.
I'm just laughing because I realized, you know what? This is the same story as last time. Oh, it never changes.
No. And we'll go to 5 games. The last one will be like 2 hours, you know?
Hey. Normally it's game 4 that hits 2 hours, Mikey.
I'm all
Right?
for it. I got time
It's normally
tonight.
game 4.
I got time tonight, John. If they want to do it, so be it. Let them do it. Smoke up. Not going to amount to much here from Grindback. Though I must admit, I am hungry, John. My wife's making wedges tonight. You know, I like wedges.
Wedges?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, the
you're getting your
potatoes,
potatoes.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
cut in the shape
Yeah.
of wedges.
Potatoes in wedges? How revolutionary! Mike.
It is,
Outstanding.
It is, because they're thicker cut than chips, right? And so what happens is the outside gets crispier, the inside gets fluffier, right?
Outstanding.
Even the way the seasoning lands on the wedge is quite nice comparatively to, say, the chip. Tim's. See, these are things you just won't understand because you don't get this with rice. Like rice, it just tastes like water.
This is slanderous right here. Is
Lame.
Yopaj?
Yeah, Yo Punch being caught.
Oh,
Kiss is not going to be enough.
All right.
The coil does not last enough to really stop the Void Spirit.
missed opportunity. And again, another minute 40 here for Nico without the kisses. I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, that he's going Kaya.
Oh, and app
App
damage.
damage?
You can't say no to that. Thank you. Yopaj will take it. Yeah, no, to me, Pops the Godstrength just wants the creeps. And in fact, they are going to smoke off the back of it anyway. So I guess he could intervene. He could have time to run down to mid and do something if necessary. But they've run bot instead. Ken, not going to jaunt to the high ground, thankfully. But they are still stalking him. He's got Q around. Q in position to break the smoke. And he does tank the gank very nicely here, Q. Ken, he will successfully retreat.
It was so close to catching Kendo. They caught him on the edge of the static storm, just not in the kinetic field. Would have been a nice pickup onto this puck, but just the support kill early on. Happy enough. Get some activity out, get some use out from that amp damage here for Yopaj. Yule's up now on our Void Spirit. And this is almost the same build as last game, so just going for the Ags next, which you don't really mind. Again, this kind of game, you're waiting for farm. Savage himself, Dragonlance done, going for the BKB. Again, it's so funny to see that between the Sven and the SF. Their builds are almost the same, except one is range, one is melee. So Echo Saber, Mask of Madness versus Dragonlance, Mask of Madness. It's going to be a BKB at some point for Natsumi plus Blink. Whereas for Savage, it's going to be BKB plus Shadowblade Silver Edge. So again, the clash, of course, is going to be really cool. I do feel like the Sven is happier, though. Just again, he has plus armor that eclipses the minus armor of the SF. And his right-click burst is better. SF is focused on Magic Burst because of Requiem Assaults. Maybe it can get a bit cheeky with Feast of Souls, sure. Maybe that bonus attack speed makes a difference. And you can kite around with like a Hurricane Pipe, we'll have to see. Skem, this is an interesting spot to be camping.
It is.
Cheeky ward.
He's going to jump in. Ken, targeted. 8th Remnant, though, not going to land the creep wave. Will be the one to take it instead. Q's jumped in as well to try and help out. They'll still get the glimpse back though on Ken, and Ken cannot escape. No static storm even required. Skem knew he had the utility necessary. His top lane now. They were chasing down Raven. Savage, he didn't get the memo. They came through the twin gate. This is not good news. They've still got the static storm and they've even got the Derm. Egg gonna be dropped. Snowball's gonna buy a bit of time for Savage. He's still gonna be doomed up in the middle of all this though. And again, they still have the static storm if they need to play with it. But no, they've bought the time. Savage will survive thanks to Q. Requiem hits nothing, though it did look very pretty. Q. Gonna back off.
Ah, I mean, you're in a happy state here, no? On OG. That's Egg down, that's Requiem down. Kiss is down still. Dream Coil's the only thing coming off cooldown. You just need a little bit of a reset on OG and you can go again. There's like a minute window. That's a huge amount of time here for OG to kind of just abuse that weakness. They're not going to try top again. Savage has retreated to the safety of his jungle. So maybe not the same target, not the same plays. And OG again, 6-2. Finding their farm. Even Skem, he's getting a blink really quick. This has been such a smooth game for him on that Disruptor.
Q. He's going to make it for now. No mana for the glimpse. Whoops.
Oh.
Not so smooth, Jonathan. He had Healing Lotuses in the backpack too, so he could have avoided that. Hate to be that guy, Skem. You could have avoided that situation. It's okay.
Hey, he needs
It happens.
He needs the Vital Toadstool, Mikey, for +2 damage, all right? He needed it. All right? Priorities.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so silly. That Forager's kit, no? There's one that gives +1 max, +1 permanent stat on your main attribute. Yeah.
Yep.
But you only get like 1 every time before it refreshes tier 1 to tier 2. It's like, all right.
It's a bit of a bait. It's a bit of a bait.
So strange.
It is.
It's quite funny, at least.
Smoke.
Blink up for Raven, that's not funny. And that's going to be a good timing for the smoke
Well,
play.
it could be.
Will they try again? I mean, if they catch Savage, it could be funny.
No, I mean, if he blinks
Let's see how
into Savage
safe Savage is.
Requieming or something, that could be pretty funny.
Oh, that would be crazy.
I wouldn't say it's too crazy.
Vibe?
I'd say it'd be funny. I'd say that's the right way to describe the situation, John. 23 Savage. This could be pretty funny. Not for him, though. Savage. Caught. And... No, they haven't got
Snowball.
him. Q's there again. The Snowball again buying the space and time for now. Savage needing to find a way out. No, he's going to man-fight this one. They'll doom him up just to ensure there's no chance that he can turn this fight. They'll even take down Q. And the only prize they find, unfortunately, for Grindback is going to be the life of Skem. Why does it sound like the life of Skem could be a movie, John? The life of Skem.
What, like Life of Pi?
Was that a movie?
Like Life of Pi? Yeah, it was a book, Michael Phoenix. Life of Pi. It was also a movie. But it was a book first, yes. Yes, it was.
It's like what?
It's
like
a very
pie
interesting
chef or
book.
something?
No, it's
Or is it about
PI.
math? Oh,
It
so
was
it's like
about
math?
a guy stranded on a boat, Mikey, and surviving. It's a nice story. It's one to
Well,
read. You should watch
what's
it.
the pie got to do with it, though, John?
I mean, his name is Pi, P-I. As they jump in,
Oh,
P-I.
bottom.
Ken, he's going to be saying P-I. He's going to be saying a lot of P-I, Mike. Oh,
Why is he gonna say P.I.?
I can't say naughty things, but you know, it's P and then Ina. It's P-I, you know? You see it in your pubs? The P.O. potato. You know?
No idea what you're talking about, John.
Chat
No idea
knows.
what
Chat knows. They know Ken's yelling PI a bit. It's fine. It's fine.
I know what you're
9 to
I mean,
3.
I do know what you're saying, John. I'm not gonna. I know what you're saying. I'm just being facetious. You're saying this. You're being a naughty boy. You are
Yes,
being naughty,
yes.
John.
I am not. It is.
You're lucky
You know,
there's a
sometimes you
wall
gotta be
between us
naughty.
right now, John. You got that? He's got himself
Interesting.
cute. Blink now up on Skem as well.
Yeah. All the times you'd want an OG lining up for the side of Grindback. I mean, okay, this is the big one. Nico has his shard. He's going for the blink. So now he's not just a gobble up kisses machine, right? Like, and it's felt so awkward. I want to say this in the last fight as well, where the egg's down, they don't really manage to coil enough, and then there's nothing holding people back for kisses, right? So the impact of the snap, if you're not coming in with blink, it's not really there. So the blink should help Nico actually start to get some impact, get some damage for the team. Roshan, though, set to begin soon. God's Strength is almost back up for Natsumi, but they want to kill first.
Natsumi.
Oh, Ken.
I'd love Ken if you could get him. Ken, though, gonna jaunt away. I mean, anyone's good. Even the Phoenix is great, but they're gonna smoke up now. Grind back.
Are scanning.
Wrapping through the mid lane. That blink on Skem could be a real problem for them. They're not expecting this. Ken's going to jump in with the Dream Coil. The stun's there immediately from Natsumi, though Q is down. On to Savage they'll go, but it seems as though the Sven has to retreat a little bit. Yopaj trying to cut out the egg as they'll drop the Static Storm onto 2 targets. They caught Ken in that as well. They'd love a puck in the bushwhack, locking 2 of them down. Beautiful plays here from OG. 3 down for Grindback. Yopaj will go after Nico as well. That'll be a 4. Nico to drop. Fantastic fight for OG's end of things.
That was a crazy Static Storm from Skem. Blinks in, manages to catch the egg, bust the puck. So there's no play once you get out of the egg there for Ollie. That opens up perhaps for the Roche. It looks like they want some objectives instead, which is a fair call as well from the side of OG. They're not in position for Roshan. Fight did go towards the right side. So they can't instantly translate that. I think Savage has to be pretty thankful. He popped BKB before Doom came on, so you could tank through a little bit more of the damage and actually turn around a little bit in the middle of the fight. And the egg covered his escape path. It's just that he's not able to also do damage as well in that fight. Again, this maybe goes back to going for the physical SF in this game, which I find a little bit surprising. I think, again, the Magic SF would have had room to just BKB Requiem with Yashakaya. Maybe you still get Doom, but you've done your damage, and you can maybe hope for a cleanup as soon as the Static Storm fades. Mentor, taken for free from the side of OG. And it's going to go on to Tim's. So a little bit of a boomerang as well to help soften up some targets. And OG now 14 to 3, 10k lead. After a bit of a slower back and forth, I mean, OG are in control. Well and truly in control. On the side of Grindback, I mean, they're not out of it. They have ways to play, but they've got to connect a bit better. It's just these kisses aren't killing off people. There's no real threat from Requiem without like the Yashakaya. The Dream Coils are catching 1. And Natsumi has a BKB, so he doesn't care. Like, you have to look for better jumps here on Grindback. OG's making it so difficult, though. Amp damage on the bot rune as well. So in 50 seconds, you could probably pick that up, go Roshan. That's going to be a really good timing for OG to look down bot Rosh once it does switch homes. Grindback, what timings are we looking for? Because Nico's got the blink. He's got the 15 talent cooldown on Cookie. You've got Savage still working onto his Shadowblade Silver Edge. Ken going for BKB. The BKB on Ken's probably the biggest deal here. At least the puck gets slippery. See if they find something.
Easy one on Ollie. Yopaj, I want to say, he's having a much better game. This game number 3 on the Void Spirit. Yeah, much earlier Ags, and just feels like he's having so much more impact now. Definitely a lot scarier than he was in game 2. Natsumi's looking really intimidating as well. Like, you're getting to the point now where the Sven is becoming pretty uncontrollable. They'll continue as well here, Natsumi. He's got absolutely zero reason to be backing off from this scenario.
No.
And I'm starting to see a lot of issues here with Grindback and their own draft. Like, you're starting to lack a lot of answers here with this SF. And I do tend to agree, like, the Magic build probably feeling like it would have suited a lot better here in terms of giving you an opportunity to play this game for Grindback. But we've gone down this route, we've got the right click build now, so no turning back. Thing is, Roshan's going to start now. OG, again, they have nothing to do.
Man, Sven does crazy amounts of damage. Right, like, even without God Strength, he was doing almost just... It's like he had amp damage on him. Now it's plus 460. Like, this Rat of God, I didn't even think about it in this patch, but it is actually pretty darn good, this innate. Like, just free 60 damage, free 50 damage right now, with a BKB in the backpack. No contest for the Rosh. Secondary life up. Maybe not ideal on Natsumi, I would argue, just because he is a transformation hero. At the same time, it hasn't felt like Yopaj has really seen any threat, so it's kind of fine. He's more likely to be in the firing line here, Natsumi. But yeah, like, I mean, dang, that Rat of God innate, man. Again, just plus 141 at 163 base damage. It's kind of wild you get free amp damage on a hero like this that gets even more damage with God Strength. Like, he's just damage squared.
It is pretty wild, but it is very nice. Certainly maybe a hero that people haven't been thinking enough about, John. Is Sven. It's certainly starting to feel that way in this game. Because it really does feel nice, like just plus 60 damage for no reason on a Sven right now. And he really hasn't done anything special with strength items either. Here we go. They found themselves a hoodwink, but he's going to be able to back off. And now Natsumi's thinking about going in, but the Dream Coil going to lock him down. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis. Might have to give up his first life here, Natsumi. But no, not even. He's still alive, still waiting for the right chance to jump in. Doom's committed on Savage now through the BKB. They're still trying to deal with the first life of Natsumi. Maybe they get the Doom, and Raven, in fact, he has gone too far. Ken did a good job of just holding them back, not allowing them to chase down with Raven. So they are able to pick off the Doom, and they protect 23 Savage.
Yeah, that's pretty big for Grindback. It does cost them the kisses, but they didn't get an opportunity to egg. They threatened Natsumi quite a fair bit. He's going to have to start thinking about, say, a Satanic here. Because the BKB's in the backpack, he couldn't instantly turn as well without losing his first life. So some issues for Natsumi right now, but it doesn't change the grand scheme of things, right? Like, yes, you're holding out in Grindback. It's not enough to swing the game back your way just yet. And for the side of OG, this Daedalus is slowly but surely becoming a reality for Natsumi. And then you start thinking about that Satanic next, and that's where things really start to get spicy. Satanic, maybe the Harpoon first if Natsumi feels like he's being kited around. And then the mobility of this hero is insane, right? Like, he gets Harpoon upgrade, he has a blink. There's still potential in like a really late game scenario to get like Ag's Blessing as well. So like 3 mobility tools on the Sven that used to be naturally kiteable. I don't know how you kite the Sven when he has all of that up later on.
Playing Nico, he's a bit of a sitting duck if they do see him. Though he does blink away at the right moment. Nico, not quite spotted. Happy days. Hugh might be the one to get caught behind here. Though he seems to be pretty well aware they are at this top lane somewhere, so he's not moving too much. Age is still up for 2 minutes 15 seconds here for Natsumi. They never end up using it that last fight. and it seems as though he will have the time to get the full Daedalus up before it expires. Though it really doesn't feel like he needs it. In fairness, like they could really just go fight right now, and they are going. As we speak, Nico's being caught. They don't even need him. They just don't even need him.
No. So much damage, so much control. Now tier 2 dream being threatened with the Aegis, probably, you know, kind of exactly what you're looking for with first Aegis of the game. Get some tier 2s. They are grouping up around Natsumi though.
Requiem, Channel with the Walrus Punch is going to deal with the first life, and that's your God Strength gone. Raven's going to move in, immediate zoom out onto 23 Savage, but Natsumi's a bit of a sitting duck. He's just trying to run the old-fashioned way with the BKB. He's made it out. The snowball to chase him down from Q's not going to quite make it, and now Natsumi, he'll turn back around. He'll take Q down himself. Meanwhile, Savage still on the retreat, but the glimpse back from Skem. Skem was always ready for him, and Yopar just going to juke and jive around the SF. It's a double kill for Natsumi, not even with the God Strength available. Raven getting tipped. He's doing a fantastic job on this off lane. And that'll be Ollie gone to boot. In OG, I maybe gonna had a point on. Because it sure feels like they're winning this game 3 with the way things are going.
It does feel that way. 13k lead. They maximize the Aegis pretty darn well. And you're just seeing the issues on trying to damage Natsumi. And he does have his shard as well. Didn't even get to mention that. So you see the issue. Savage, he gets the magical burst in the first. He's trying to right-click in the second. And I guess, you know, you already take the first life, so you're down to right-click. The SF right-clicks into Sven, it's just not great. Because you just Warcry, you just BKB, you will out-sustain here on Natsumi. And this is him without his big strength items up yet. It's Harpoon next. At some point, again, Satanic's going to be the tool, Overwhelming Blink as well. So you have all of that strength coming in. He has 3.2k HP right now, 76 bonus damage on top of all of his strength. So, again, he has 174 plus 235. That's just so dumb. Sven wasn't like this before, right? I'm not crazy, am I?
I don't remember. I really don't, but it's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb. I like it, though. I like it a lot.
Yeah?
Savage?
That's how it should
Savage.
be.
Oh, Savage.
Oh my god.
Savage.
Dire's bottom tower.
Not, oh, Tim's, no. No, we've seen this before.
Manager Lane, what's happening? Please.
They're trying to kill me! They're trying to kill me!
Oh, Skim is. Oh, Skim, no.
Scam!
No.
Dre,
no.
stop, Dre.
Tasteless.
Andre, stop.
Tasteless, Andre. What's wrong with you? Oh, why?
What would Tita Helenita say?
It's always Yopaj that disconnects too. Yeah, he's the nice guy that saves his team from looking bad. He's the quick one to disconnect to spare the embarrassment of this constant pause. I want to say it's a trash talk kind of pause, John. You know? I don't think there's any lag. You know? There's no lag. Let's be honest.
No.
Where's Lane? What's Lane doing?
Well, he would be watching outside of their playroom, I'm sure. And he's watching with, I don't know if it's great joy or boredom or trepidation. I'm sure he's a very nervous man. He's been in this circumstance where his team's winning before. So,
I don't know whether he's happy that they're winning or not. Lane looks stressed no matter what happens. like if he gets to a LAN, he looks upset. If he's not at a LAN, he's upset. You know, I don't think Lane's the kind of guy that's found joy in his life yet, John. But Lane, it's coming. Relax.
Yeah.
Just do us a favor and fix this damn internet so we can get on with the grand final, would you?
Exactly it, Mr. Lane. Just sort it out, Mr. Lane. You know?
And maybe a coffee while you're at it, Lane. Maybe a quick coffee.
Coffee for everyone, Mr. Lane.
If I randomly asked Lane for a coffee, do you think he'd get it for me at a LAN?
Yeah, he would. He would.
You reckon?
100%. He's
what a
that kind
nice
of fella,
guy.
yeah.
What a
He
nice
would.
guy.
Mr. Lane for you. The best
Well,
in the
nice enough to
biz.
fix Yopaj's internet, though.
Oh, do you remember the days of Boom? Back in the DPC, there was one match where it was storming and they had to try to get a grab out to like an internet cafe and they couldn't because no grab were out because it was flooding. Oh,
Yeah.
that was an insane day. That was the meme where someone cut the power line. That was great. Oh, poor Lane. So I didn't mean to traumatize you, Lane. I'm sorry. I know that was
Isn't it-
traumatic.
They literally bought a team car after that, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think they got a
I'm
rental.
Pretty sure I remember
Yeah.
Gary bought a big van just in case someone needed to drive them to another venue.
Yeah. They got a rental with a driver, I think. Yeah. Just in case. That's
No, but he
insane.
bought a van. He literally bought a van.
Did he
so it never
actually
happened
buy
again.
it? I thought
You
it was a
don't remember?
rental. Jeez.
No, I'm pretty
he
sure he
rented it.
bought it.
Disrupted.
Oh my God, Gary.
You've been disrupted.
No wonder Boom's not here anymore. Sorry, Gary. Love you.
We love
Hopefully
you
he's
guys.
having a good time in his other mobile esports. I don't know how that's going, but hopefully. I don't know.
Cheers. Cheers, John.
Ah, I would say freaking Skim with that tip, man. It's like, what would his mom say? What would Tita Helenita say, man? She watches your games, brother. Be
The
nice.
Helenita. That's such a cool name. Helenita.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
It's pretty old school,
I
pretty
like it.
classic.
What happened to you, John? I mean, John's an interesting name. Were your parents
Yeah,
just
John
feeling
and
creative
Nathan.
that day, or
They had a naming book, all right?
did they really?
They had a book of baby names, yeah, and they chose John and Nathan. And I forget the reason why. My mom will tell me immediately as I go out on the break later. But
Please, dude.
they mean certain things like gift and I don't know, blessing. I don't freaking know.
Well, she can
I don't
always
feel
send
like
me a
one,
message
but
to
hey,
explain why, John, if she wants. You know, she can explain the name to me directly if she likes. Mrs. Fernandez. John's a nice name. My
this-
dad's name was John. You know, it wasn't a great
Oh.
guy though. In fairness, but you know, my dad's name was John. So you know,
Huh?
don't seem to be able to escape
Yeah, but-
John for whatever reason.
Mikey, it's the
is it?
John space Nathan. How many John
Yeah.
space Nathan? There's Jonathans, there's Jonathan Yells, but John space Nathan. That's
I
something.
still to this day, I love the fact that I referred to you as Jonathan, and your middle name was actually Nathan that whole time, and I never knew.
Yo,
I just
wait, you didn't know at that time? I thought you
didn't
already knew
know.
at that point.
I didn't
Oh my
know till like
goodness.
5-6 years in. And I'm like, wait, your middle name's Nathan? And you're like, yeah. I thought you
Technically, it's
knew."
still my first name, but yes.
Okay.
On to the high ground
Anyway, moving on.
and out of the high ground after killing off Savage. All right.
Well, where's
I mean-
that coffee then? Where's my damn coffee? Oh, Paj?
Yo.
He's
Yo.
having a game.
All you need to do is clear outer towers. You don't have Aegis. You might as well wait the next 2 to 4 minutes for the next Roshan. Now you're at the awkward point here for the side of Grindback, where it does feel like the Snapfire, it's still pretty effective defensive, sure, but your offense strength has kind of disappeared, because now if you're going to jump in, you're risking everything. The Sven will just physically kill you off. Like the BKB, it's not going to help massively. You're not like ultra tanky on Snapfire. So if you try to make these blink plays, it is at high risk. You have to find like the back line. And because Skem has that blink, he's never up close for you to try to burst down. Maybe you catch Tims. But the bigger deal is Skem with a static storm anyhow. So it just feels impossible to find that tool and take it away. And to make matters worse, Skem is only about 900 gold away from a full Ags. So BKB piercing mute on hand, or at least a mute on hand to stop the BKBs from coming on. And that changes things. Just makes it so easy for OG if you're not careful.
They're not trying to move in. Q, unable to get the shards to lock in Skem, who managed to barely blink away. And Sumi still waiting towards the south. Nobody's going to show to defend that tier 2 tower though, so everyone just able to get away pretty freely. You've gotten to the stage as well where Tims has the full Scythe of Ice on the Hoodwink now, so things even scarier for Grindback. Savage really can't afford to make any mistakes here in this next fight, but it's just so many things to worry about. You've got Doom, Static Storm, you've got this Hex now. Static Storm's not even Ags upgraded yet, John. That's only about 400 gold away though. So in 400 gold, Skim's going to have the full Ags up.
Radiant are scanning.
Look, it really is starting to feel like an impossible game for Savage to be able to just stand there and right-click people. You know, which is why we made the comment earlier that maybe you were better off going the magic build. Because I just can't see him being able to stand there and trade.
No. And this butterfly will help massively, no, to be fair. The evasion, that's not something that you've itemized for here on Natsumi. So that can be a little bit of a threat. They're starting to clump up. They'd want the Tormentor again. So that should just be Skems. Everyone else has theirs up. So Skem with the kinetic fence online as well, if they can take it. It's going to be even just more control to block off escape paths. There's that Ags for Skem. So again, the mute's online. And the fence is going to be online. Roshan, a minute 40 until we see that up. Oh, Skem? Scamberloo. He's fine.
Yeah, he's alright. He's okay. Don't worry about him.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower.
Ag's on the way, by the way.
Don't you love it? Yeah, he's got it up. Don't you love it when teams just go on Tormentor and never care about your supports? Did we see... Who died yesterday? Was it Ollie who died to it? Someone died to it. That's pretty fun.
Plasma up now on Ken. Oh, Yopachi's jumped in. Forces the BKB already. And that was just a resonant pulse. Just the silence was enough to force Ken to just BKB and run. It's so devastating now as well because you can think about high ground if you want. Roshan's up in about a minute guaranteed, but they're drawing lines throughout the bottom lane. They want to run straight through Savage. Yopaj even having a hunt throughout the mid lane. Jumping again onto Ken, knowing that there's no BKB up, but he'll miss out. Bottom lane stage storm has been dropped. Oh, they've got Savage. He was muted. That's an Ag static storm. Glimpse back onto Ollie as well. Your Icarus dive away, but there's no way out. He can't TP. The Yule's cancel was there. Natsumi, maybe they could think about it, but probably not. Like they're looking at Natsumi as if they've actually got a chance of killing him right now. They definitely don't. Jump in. How do you do this without your SF? They're going to try one last time.
Natsumi.
Not there. Natsumi actually ends up dying. They actually get him. Natsumi. Look, there goes Ken. Mangabi on the floor again. And Natsumi somehow died. He had BKB available.
He got stunned up. He's trying to play on edge, wanting to pop BKB as the initiation comes in, but they have really quick initiation as well. They need to try to punish here on OG.
I mean, they get Q. They're still fighting pickoffs. The only issue is...
Why would you do that?
You can't tip Natsu. You died. You can't do that.
I mean, you know, the crazy thing is they could have gone for Roche and then go high ground.
Yeah.
But, you know, OG want to pressure on. And that is quite a significant kill for Grindback. That's a decent chunk of gold going your way. Not, again, enough to fully swing this game back, of course. But you are seeing a path back in. Butterfly for Savage, not too far off. We have tier 4s up. A bobble for Savage. What are we getting anywhere else? If you do get a nice pendulum here for Natsumi, I guess he can have the last laugh.
Yeah, here we go. The pendulums. We've got an enchanted
How is that a
bobble
tier 4, man?
for 23 Savage. I don't know. That feels like a tier 5 item to me.
Yeah.
You know? If there ever was a tier 5 item, it feels like that probably would have been it. But no. No, can't have that. What if Wraith
amp
Pack
damage
comes
as
back
well?
as a neutral item, John? What if they
I'd love it. Make it tier 3. Not tier 3. Just so it's like the good old days. You know, that's around the timing the raid pack would be out. Tier 3. Oh, look at this, man. Oh? Debuff and Spell Amp. Pretty good on the snap.
Very pog.
You've got the amp damage up in Natsumi, but look, 191 plus 234. It's like he already has amp damage anyway. Who needs it?
Yeah. It's pretty nice. This spent. That's without the Satanic's gonna end up making it even better for him, by the way. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He'll have a bit more strength coming in nice and soon.
They
Roshan
want
available.
for Roche.
They don't. They can do it really quick if they want and just wait out the god strength again.
Oh, Natsumi has Pendulum. He has it as one of his choices.
Of course.
Come on.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. It's not even a question. Like, why would you even think about it? Tim's Dream called up, but he's actually pretty hard to kill right now. The kisses will get the job done. Jump in though. There's your Doom out immediately on Savage.
The damage!
Right in the middle. It's too much. It is too darn much for Savage. The Natsumi. Maybe now a sitting duck. Natsumi! He's down again! Ken got him another time though. Ken's gonna drop. Can you guys just farm the damn ages? Yopash jumped in. Yopash will take down Nico. Q in trouble. Q should be set to fall. In fact, they've got Ollie as well, I think. Though no Ollie. No, he is dead. TP cancel. It's a full team wipe. Natsumi, I guess, can tip if he wants, John. You know, he's got time. Yopash doing all the heavy lifting here in this fight.
Yeah, look, Natsumi did not pop his fresh Satanic until he was literally just about to die. He was again
had the
edging.
pendulum
Natsumi, there's no
too.
need to edge.
Stop
No
edging,
need to
Natsumi.
edge.
Oh,
Oh, chat's gonna love that.
yeah.
They're gonna love that line. Oh,
I didn't realize till I said it.
Natsumi, please.
I didn't. I mean,
The rack set to fall. 30 to 7, 28k lead. Natsumi or not, they're gonna find some objectives. I still can't believe they take these kinds of fights before Roshan. That's just insane from OG. They could have taken 2 racks or megas if they had Aegis. Let's say that. So, oh well. Just next time, I guess.
next time, maybe.
Why? Why? Oh my goodness. I'm sure Mr.
Starting
Lane's
on
enjoying
your
this
part.
outside.
Well, this is what we were saying during game 1, and there's your Dota Plus probability 95% right now, but this is what I was trying to explain, and this is why we really dislike the Viper pick in game 1, is because in games like this where Natsumi's being a little bit silly and dying over and over again, you need Yopash to carry the game for you, right? And at least he can do that. Because if Natsumi,
Yopash has
if
a
he was playing
pendulum.
Viper again, John, you know? What is it, John?
Yeah. Oh, they've got double pendulums, Mikey. Not
Well, he's the
triple,
carry.
not like game 1. Double pendulums.
Roar out from Roshan. And don't think matters too much though, because they won't have time to really get there, because Natsumi's hitting Roshan for 2.3k in crit. Top. Ken, they did see Ken. No, they didn't see Ken. Tim's was rushing for him, but it won't matter. Roshan taken. Aegis now on Natsumi. I'd really rather they just give the Aegis to Yopash, you know? Because you don't care if the Aegis once the God Strength isn't available anyway. But I guess he has been holding out for the secondary life to pop the God Strength. Issue is that when they catch you for the second life, sometimes they just blow you up with a Requiem.
Yeah. I think for the most part, they've been blowing him up with the Requiem on the first life, so that does give Natsumi the room, like that fight around top tier 2. Let's see if it's the same cat and the same song and dance here for the side of Grindback. Smoke out. Natsumi taking point. He wants to get a swift blink as well. Over the overwhelming blink, which I guess it's fair. He is lacking some right-click speed with his build. So he wants a way to maybe even clear out the egg. That should help. Really long wrap.
Bottom lane. Cute. Gonna be taken down. There's not really any... Oh, they got Ken. They have got Ken in the Static Storm. And Ken, I think, is a bit of a big deal, but a nice egg save. The egg to drag him out of that Static Storm. Ollie with the egg saving the day. So at least now you've got Skem down for 70. You don't have to worry about that Static Storm any longer. You did have to buy back on Q, which is a little bit on the annoying side. And in fact, OG, they're not really backing off anyway. They're going for more. They want to try again, knowing the egg is down.
They've got Doom back up. It's Grindback going for a smoke without the egg. We do have Kisses, Coil, Requiem set to go. There's some good play here. Raven would be big if they catch him. No BKB.
We're going to try now. On to the Doom Raven. Actually not tanky enough. He will go down. And Yopaj, he got caught in the middle of all this. Yo, Ash will step away. OG kind of falling one by one here. Maybe just feeling, maybe it's just worth backing off and waiting for your whole squad to be back up. But they were looking for opportunities while the Aegis was running, and unfortunately for them, they will not find them. So instead, back to the drawing board, back to their base. Seems like Skemdo is going to be on the hunt once again. Narrowly avoids running into Ken, unfortunately, because he does have the Static Storm ready now whenever he does need it. Timing will allow Ken to have the full Octarine core now on the park. But no one to really pick off for OG. They don't run into anyone that they can really hunt down.
Well, I'm wondering now, is it worth it for Raven to consider an Aeon Disc? Because Yopaj with the Aeon Disc manages to bail out. If Raven has Aeon Disc, maybe he gets an opportunity to try to do him and you turn around in that kind of fight. It could be a worthwhile consideration. He'll go for the Overwhelming Blink first. I'm just not sure what you replace. Maybe you toss your boots, get some plus move speed on your neutral. Could be the way, if that is a concern. Natsumi playing with high risk again, buying out the Swift Blink, so no buyback if he somehow loses his 2 lives with the Aegis. So, playing with risk here, no buybacks at all as they catch.
Jumping right in, he's got a Wind Waker now, Yopaj, so he can be a lot more of a problem in these team fights. Q's going to get caught immediately. Now Ken being chased down by Natsumi, but he does get the Jaunt away. God Strength was used up. They got 1 kill and dieback onto Q, so it's a 4v5 in the favor of OG. Still a minute left on the Aegis. Only issue really is the fact that they don't have much more time on the God Strength. And it's still going to be another minute till it's off cooldown, so I think they commit based on the fact that Q is down, and they'll have God Strength back up by the time he does respawn anyway. But they've got to play it with a little bit of caution. Yopaj, still poking and prodding, trying to threaten the life of 23 Savage. Ken being very annoying with all this orb spam now. At least the range ratchet is down. Jump in, Doom is committed. They want 23 Savage. He got the BKB off, so he is able to retreat. But Natsumi allowed to have the time for the mid-rats. Coil committed, but Coil will do nothing. Natsumi happy to just pop the Satanic and completely reset as the Aegis was expiring anyway.
This is bot time for Q to respawn. No
Savage,
Doom.
no BKB. But it's okay. They don't get to run into Savage again. Back to the farm game here for both. Is Raven stuck? I think Raven's stuck. Yeah, he
was.
He was. Bit of an Oni-chan moment.
Just, a bit of one of those for good old Raven.
It means brother in Japanese,
OG.
Jonathan. Oni-chan.
Thank you very much. Wow, I did not know that. I don't watch enough cute girls
Don't ask
doing
me
cute
how I
things,
know,
Mikey. Thank you.
Don't worry about how I know. Tier 3 town.
Oh, man. The saves from Ollie is going to be the big game changer here. 8 relents up just to be able to kidnap someone with a supernova a little bit better. Try to get that bailout for the team. So this is one thing that can stall the fights into a very interesting direction for Grindback. Your 2 racks is down, 32 to 9, 30k lead for OG. This certainly is OG's game, but there are plays that Grindback can look to achieve here. And again, no secondary life for Natsumi for quite a while.
Do they know? Ken, nice blink away. Very, very nice indeed. I see a Divine Rapier. Cute. No, I don't. No Divine Rapier. I thought it was, but... What is Ken farming up, in fact? Nullified? Yeah, it's a Nullified.
Okay, so some way to maybe take care of some of the barriers. That's the only thing I can really see. Wind Waker saves as
Coil.
well on Yopaj.
Coil not going to land onto Yopaj. He's okay to just step his way out of there. And he has the Wind Waker anyway, so it's going to be impossible to lock him down in those coils.
They're going to make a play with Coil down. This
They're
is a
going to
bit of
try.
an
It's
opening.
still 40 seconds for it. Savage, he bought out a blink, but he sold it again. Just keeping buyback gold. He did not have enough. Does now, though. Ken, this could be a big one.
Oh,
Sacrifice, that'll be all she wrote for Ken. Buyback available at least for the puck. But they are coming. There's no way they retreat.
God's Strength kind of popped early. They want the hunt. They're all TPing to the outpost. No one's
This is
showing up.
cheeky.
Maybe they flank here.
Oh, they are flanking. Look at that.
Do they have a smoke?
Unexpected movement from OG. Hoping somebody's at the bottom lane, but nobody's there.
Nico.
They will hunt, but Nico standing well and truly far back enough. Nice cheeky attempt from OG. Not going to get what they wanted, though. They are still in the process of trying to force the buyback out from Ken, who's got 55 seconds left for the respawn.
I'll try.
Is there Walrus Punch
Natsumi.
immediately used up. They try to move into Natsumi, but Natsumi's looking pretty good.
Oh.
Savage, he gets saved by the egg. Ollie once again saving the SF. The Doom will not be enough, and that will be all they require to retreat now. OG, they got the buyback at least from Ken. So it's still a pretty big win. In fact, they're trying for the
Yopaj?
buyback maybe. Yopaj? Waste the Dream Call again of Ken. He's thinking about jumping back in, but has no step charges left. Skem does have a glimpse. They will force the phase shift into perhaps the glimpse of Skem, but no, they lose vision. Roshan is once again available in the meantime. They're going.
Do you want to take this risk on grind back? Dream Coil down for 20, Egg down for a minute. You don't have that save. You're gonna have to seed another Roshan away. And that's the one with refresh plus cheese, so double doom potentially for Raven, or just a secondary life with the God Strength here for Natsume if he wants it as well. Like, either choice pretty good here. Of course, the safety net's gonna be up and running now as well. Are they actually? Okay, no, it's just going back to Natsumi. The refresh actually goes to Tim's for now. Probably gonna be passing that around later on. 33-9, 33k lead running here for the side of OG and Grindback. And we've seen some good saves. You know, Ollie's going for a refresh, so 2 eggs could be huge. The area denial is pretty significant at this point, like the magical damage coming in from Nico, while BKB start to whittle down at their lowest points now at 7 seconds. It does make it dangerous for these prolonged fights on the side of OG. So there is some play. And mind you, as this game starts to scale on, you know, if you hit like 65 minutes, 70 minutes in, and the Snapfire starts to hit like level 30, right? Like you get off your right side talent with a little shredder. This game changes at that point. Like having this additional right click carry that stands a million miles away with spread damage can be kind of ridiculous. So there is like a late game turnaround point for Grindback, but it is still like half an hour away. So that is quite some time. Maybe a bit less if you find some kills. So there is still hope, but it's a slim hope. It can happen. We'll just have to see if OG can try to finesse their way for Natsumi, just to keep him safe.
Very, very nice. Nothing like a nice block of cheese. So now Natsumi even more of a challenge to deal with here in this next fight. And well, here we go again. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis of Natsumi. Looking for 23 Savage. For Savage, he does have buyback gold ready. Still has not bought out the Daedalus he is looking for currently.
Dire's top tower is
Savage.
under attack.
We'll see Skem. Yopaj doing the chipping at that tier 3 tower. But they're mostly trying to get vision onto where these heroes are. In particular, where this SF is. But they've also going to be very worried about Ollie. because Ollie's just committing egg onto 23 Savage every single time he gets caught. So as long as Ollie's not caught in the Static Storm or the Doom or anything else, he can just ensure that Savage is in no danger anyway. They're going to jump in now. Static Storm is out, but the egg now from Q. Not going to allow it. Still Savage. He's in the egg.
Oh, the reach.
He is allowed the egg. It's such a long reach for the save. Ollie again with the Aether Lens, not allowing Savage to go down. It really is a get down Mr. President kind of game. Just Q and Ollie, the security guards of 23 Savage.
Oh, but this Roche banner is getting full use. The tower's eventually gonna fall. Oh,
Again,
the jump in.
being dropped this time. They don't have the bulletproof vest they needed. 23 Savage is gone. Ken's been doomed up as well. They'll buy back on 23 Savage. They'll try to jump in on Raven now, but Raven turns around with big damage onto Ken. Ken is gone. Raven still trying to retreat, and he just casually makes it as Yopaj looking to jump back in and reinitiate. He'll let them be. Ken's died back on this park. That should be the opening they're looking for this big push. No God Strength for 25 seconds, but it's not that long of a time to wait. There goes your T3 tower. Daedalus now brought up on Savage, but he's got nothing. Or rather, he doesn't have buyback anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yopaj loses himself up. Ollie, though, he's been caught in the Phoenix. He's down, but he'll buy it back.
Natsumi?
Now Natsumi, very deep, but he has the Aegis and God Strength in one. He'll have it ready for this Aegis respawn. Requiem not going to do anything here for Savage, and the jump back in from Yopaj means the Q will go down. Savage, he gets hit by the sharpshooter. He's down. That's got to be all she wrote. Maybe they continue to try and defend her, and they are trying to take down Natsumi with these kisses, but it's not enough. Natsumi will walk out of there. Now Mega creeps up. Still around 2 minutes without 23 Savage. 50 seconds without Ken. It's a very, very tough ask for this defense for Grindback, but they're going to continue trying. It's for this spot of TI. Raven jumps in again on Ollie. Ollie will just melt in the fountain. Meanwhile, Nico continuing to try and take anyone down. He'll get Scam, but Scam's happy to just hand out the tips while all this is happening. Nico still desperately trying, but it's him versus the world. He's going to drop, and that'll be GG surely called, as game 3 will go the way of OG. Nico just hasn't got the memo. He's still trying. My goodness.
Gotta try till the end.
Getting game number 3, finding a 2-1 lead here in this best of 5 grand final. And that's another game that almost lasts 60 minutes, but doesn't quite get there.
No, not quite. And again, it feels like it's one of those games where the team that does get more pendulums just has an easier time as well. You had 2 on the side of OG on your 2 cores. Game 1, it was 3 cores on Grindback. This item is just insane. Why? It's just crazy that it can dictate a game. Mind you, I feel like its impact in game 1 was larger than here in game 3, but I think the big difference is that in game 3, again, you had much better time for Yopaj, right? Like, he had such high impact, much earlier timings on the Void Spirit. You have another hero that can play make on Raven, and I think in this case, I do like the snap more than the Largo's impact, right? Like, Nico was able to try to play make. He wasn't able to really be playing with a blink. I think maybe they couldn't really capitalize on the early timing of snap. I think maybe a little bit in the itemization, right? Like the travels coming in instead of the Kaya first, and then the Kaya instead of the blink first, right? Like, you're not able to really be on top while you're strong before BKBs are really popping off from everyone. So you're not able to hunt down these heroes in the back. There were some big plays from Grindback, like Ollie and Q again doing their darndest to make sure Savage lives. With the Ags upgrade, Supernova, and just the Snowball on hand. But OG, they play a pretty darn clean game, and I'd say everyone in OG just played to their full potential here almost, right? Like, they're showing off this Sven pick that no one really has been picking up in Southeast Asia. It looks ridiculous with damage. It's actually insane that without God Strength, he already gets double damage at a late game point, or even a mid game point. He just has amp damage running every single time, and I think a lot of things went right for OG. The fact that Skem had a pretty safe game, like he got a few early kills for himself, he got a blink up, and that early blink allowed them to set up much better on a lot of these mid-game plays that they were getting. I think that's one key thing as well with that disruptor. For the side of Grindback, again, we talked about Savage going for physical very early. I mean, it does pay off in like the late game portion, but imagine if he had Yashakai at 20, right? Like Yashakai blink BKB, and then you just go on top, blow up Natsumi. That ends up changing the tone of the game. You're not getting run down. You're not 38-9. You might be closer, you know. It might be like 28-20. You know, you even out the game, you can get your momentum your way. Instead, they play for the slow game, and that's exactly what OG wants. I think you have to be so cautious up against a team like OG with all of that experience going for the late. You can see that this Splusher and Ollie, he tried his best, man. He tried for those saves, man.
That's a face. That's a face if I've ever seen one. I've made some faces of disgust, Jonathan, but my goodness, he was not happy. Standout player-wise, who is it? I mean, I think it's Yopaj. Who do you think it is?
I'm happy with giving it to Yopaj. I feel like it was the entire team in this case, but Yopaj for sure. His contributions were huge. He made the Void Spirit actually look like a hero. I think that's the biggest part, because we've seen this a couple of times up against Puck. It's been okay. This time it looked more than okay. He hits his timings early. He actually wins out his lane. He manages to bully out. He gets help from his supports to kind of get going there. And I think that is worth considering first phase banning now. Mind you, if you do telegraph this first phase Void Spirit ban, it could lead to, again, some shenanigans. Maybe that Night Stalker mid comes out. That could be an answer for Puck. I think that's their original answer for Puck. So I'm curious to see if that's something that Grindback will try to force out, because maybe it works in scrims. Will it work in officials? Who knows? Now, OG, one step up here, Mike. Again, we have minimum of 4 games. Can Grindback take us to game 5, though?
We'll find out. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between OG and Team Grindback. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for our fourth game of this best of 5 grand final here between OG and Grindback. And in case you haven't been paying attention, OG are currently one game away from proceeding through to TI. And Grindback, they're fighting for their lives now in this best of 5 grand final after pulling off the first game victory. It's MLP.Ondronix5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. What are you thinking? I mean, Grindback, they've lost the last 2 games. They were off to a great start here in this best of 5, but they've fallen a little bit. What's gone wrong? Well, what's the key change you think that's required here against OG?
I feel like
Radiant
Grindback looked the best when Nico can kind of just set up these team fights for you. Snapfire was a better idea than Largo for sure. It's just not the same. So it's just a matter of what will they want to do now for the offlane, right? Like what will they want to give for Nico? What will they want to make him try to play make on? Can they get access to the Darkseer again? I feel like it might be worth prioritizing at first pick just to ensure Nico can kind of set the game for you here on the side of Grindback. So I know, I think that changes. Grindback has already banned out the puck, so it looks like they are considering something like a first pick Darkseer. OG, I feel like they should ban it first phase, because what else are you really concerned about? I feel like that's been the highest impact. It's a Tiny. They actually show a lot of respect for that 23 Savage Tiny. So Darkseer is an option. You can start with Darkseer if you want here for Nico. You can kind of, again, repeat what you did in Game 1, repeat what you did in the Reckoning series where it looked really good for him on the Darkseer. I don't mind it. It might expose you to some lane matchups, though. I'm trying to think if there's anything really worrying in terms of lane matchup for Darkseer. Like the Disruptor's there to pull you back. They start with Clockwork, so something entirely different, but that does set up nicely for like a Darkseer lane for sure. And honestly, Clockwork has felt pretty good this patch, I would say. It's not the most popular, but the hero itself does feel like it's in a really decent position. So I kind of want to see what Grindback can get done with that, especially with more than likely our Q hero. Highly mobile, highly effective, pretty darn annoying. It's been banned consistently by both OG and the side of Grindback, so slides through for Grindback now. I just don't think you'll have access to Darkseer after picking up the Clockwork. It should be banned next. Treant's back up for Schem on OG. So just back to what worked, back to the basics. Clockwork doesn't really help you pierce through living armor when it's on an objective, so this is going to be pretty nice for the stall game on the side of OG. And yeah, it's like, do you ban out Darkseer for OG?
Every game's been about stalling, John. You know? And what's...
Yeah.
Well, the second game was 59 minutes. The third game was 57 minutes. The first game I can't remember. I don't have it on me right now, John, but I'm sure it was pretty long. You know, and that first game was really slow to get underway.
Oh yeah.
It is a best of 5 grand final for TI. Like there's no shame in playing extremely cautiously here. In fact, it was the first game that lasted 59 minutes. Apparently, the second one lasted 48 minutes, John.
Yeah, it's been a long slog with both teams. But again, if you think about the last 3 years of Southeast Asian TI regional qualifiers, it has gone this way. This is par for the course for Southeast Asia. Doom once more on the side of OG, and that should be your off lane. 53% win rate overall here. Has been looking pretty strong overall. Hasn't been revealing too much. See what the side of Grindback wants. Again, they don't have access to Darkseer. No Tiny. They have this Clockwork that would really like to play with something. Do you set up... Okay, with Clockwork, do you want to go Clockwork Drow into Doom? Because that could be one way to really shut down Raven. There's a lot of aggression. The cogs are going to feel good. The slows are great. They banned it out, actually. I'm surprised. They banned it out again here. Thank you. They just banned it. It would have worked with a clock. So what do you want? If you run Clock 5, you want a range hero. Sadly enough, Terrorblade kind of comes into mind. Could work as well. Luna, less so, because you're a little bit closer range. I don't know, it's just uncomfy now. Storm Spirit's prioritized. So you get the Ken Storm up and running. You don't have to worry about a puck matchup. There is Ember. So I do feel like you just get Yopaj Ember at this point, and you can kind of lane against it. It's still a little bit better for Storm in the first 2 levels, but level 3 Flame Guard can be hard to pierce down. And it's so long as you dodge out, the Overload, you can kind of make a play here on the side of OG. So could be an option. Pretty good win rate as well overall for Storm. 9 wins, 7 losses, 56% win rate. Been feeling good. And they get the Lich. Okay, that's fascinating. Now it's definitely clockwork for a Lich 5. And there's a lot the Lich can do. Of course, we've also seen games where Lich has had no impact. Like, maybe you shift... Okay, maybe you shift the Doom out now. Try to go for Doom 1. Get, like, ways to soak up the Chain Frost. Right? Like, Beastmaster offlane, banned out. Ember is to pick up instead, so they're going to try to pocket this Raven hero. What if you went Lycan as well? Like, anything that can help you spread the damage out from those chains is pretty big, because you don't hit unlimited chains until, what, 25? You just take away a lot of the output on the Lich. Lycan is pretty darn good into Lich anyway. You can kind of run him down, even with the Frost Armor, so could be one way to go here if you don't ban it out on the side of Grindback.
They've also got the Opage Ember here, John. I mean, he's very, very scary giving this man the Ember. You know, they're already 2 games ahead. You know how I feel when this hero comes out for Yopaj. There's the Largo now for the dire end of things, and I'll tell you what. You were making some comments earlier. I don't think you were the biggest fan of this Nico Largo. It's back.
Yeah,
I do agree.
I don't think the hero's bad.
Hero. It's a good hero, but yeah, it's maybe not the hero that you're looking for Nico.
Yeah. Right? Because you want him with something that can actually make plays. The Largo doesn't really do that by itself.
No.
It helps save your teammates. It gives you aura, gives you chase down, sustain, some damage as well, but it doesn't give you, like, initiative for the most part. So maybe this is a better game for it. Like, you have initiative on your Clockwork and Storm, right? It's a Clock Storm combo we used to see quite often before. So maybe that's enough to offset having a less control-y offlane here for Nico, which I think is fair. They're banning out the Luna, just taking care of any lane combinations up against Doom. They respect ban the Muerta again, as that did do a lot of work from Natsumi. So they've left stuff like Gyrocopter in the pool. It's honestly not a terrible Gyro game. Terrorblade's still in the pool as well. The Sven, in this kind of game, do I like the Sven? It's okay. It's a little bit more susceptible to kiting, I would say, though. They're actually expecting to shift for the Doom, right? So they banned the Enigma as well. Again, a hero that can kind of just tank all of the Chain Frost with the Eidolons, not really care. And just have a massive black hole that the only reliable cancel later on is the hook shot. So it's a safe ban. Are you worried about, like, Lycan? Because I can see a world where offlane Lycan comes in, you run safe lane Doom, the Lycan still goes right-click build with Echo Saber Harpoon, and you can kind of feed him the Wolf Bite later on, right? So you have this crazy Doom running down with a crit from the Wolf form and a crit from his neutral, or from his neutral creep that he eats. That could be one way, but that might be thinking about the Lich too hard. You know, maybe you don't even need to care about that Chain Frost too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Final pickups now. Grindback. Needing that 23 Savage hero. It's been a rough 2 games in a row. I wonder where they go for this carry pick for Savage. No Comfort Luna, no Ursa. You haven't got the Muerta.
How about...
Yes?
Team pick.
Monkey King. I was going to say, this is actually not a very bad... You know, when you think of Savage, you think of, like, Morphling Faces Void, right? This wouldn't have been a bad Faces Void game overall. You can lane against Doom fine. You've got some damage in Chrono with Chain Frost. You've got Croak of Genius to kind of help you do some damage as well in Chrono. The Monkey King is overall fine. It lanes really well into the Doom. But maybe now you shift that Doom into 1. Get away from the Monkey lane so you don't get completely stomped. Here's some of Natsumi's heroes. Hopefully not the Wind Ranger, although... Yeah, it's not great against Largo with a Dispel. You'd probably want maybe the Venge if you're looking for a very weird carry. Swap out the Monkey King from Wukong's. Something he's not doing as much. Feels pretty good. It's fine laning into Largo. Scale's really nice. I wouldn't mind the Venge 1 here. It actually looks pretty okay. You still have to cop the Doom lane into Monkey, so that's still rough for Raven. but you do have some answers with the Venge swap later on, and Doom's just going to be nice once you hit 6 anyhow.
Final pickup, OG. One game away. What's Adam thinking about, I wonder? The Raven and Adam having a bit of a conversation about this final pick. Of course, the Doom is flexible. Could be the position 1 Doom for Natsumi if they need it to be. Raven has been very good on it, though. I don't think there's any necessity for that. You've got the emergency hero in Yopa. Oh, hold on. No. Hold on. It's an off-lane Viper, right? It's not a mid Viper.
Yeah, okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
So you do end up trying to save the Doom lane, right? You get the... I mean, 0%, but okay. The matchup against Monkey King, it's supposed to be good, right? Like, this matchup is supposed to be good. Like, it's a melee... I say melee, you have some pretty good range in the Monkey, but you can harass the Monkey quite well. You can kind of make that lane a little bit slower for Savage. I'm just concerned now, because we were talking about Nico not being a playmaker, right? Or the heroes he's been getting have not been playmaky. The Largo is way more playmaky than a Viper is. Unless we see a change in build for Raven. I do not want to see Mage Slayer. I think it's just too slow. Get an Orchid if you want. Heck, a Force Staff is fine. An Ags Rush would be super cool. But just not Mage Slayer, because you're tanking up for what? You stand in front and you don't provide control. Your damage is over time, so it's not really a major threat. I want to see a different kind of Viper here from Raven. I think that's the one thing. I think this draft from OG is pretty solid. It's just the Viper is... I'm not completely convinced. Again, the lane is good. The lane is really good against Monkeys on paper. So if that lane ends up being good, I want to see what Raven will do in terms of build. Just, it's not a great Mage Slayer game. And again, it just hasn't felt impactful with Mage Slayer. Just something else for Raven here.
I like it. I'm very excited to see how this Game 4 does pan out. I still think OG came out with the better draft as well, I might add. Monkey King has looked okay as a carry in the regional qualifiers, I want to say, but there has been a lot of weak points too. It's not exactly the most amazing carry in the world right now, and laning matchup, as you've already pointed out, the Viper is going to have a arguably fantastic time. Does have the Hoodwink as well to follow off with the Bushwhack, so it could be a pretty painful laning experience. Is this it, John? Do you think OG have what it takes for a Game 4 victory, or are we going to Game 5?
I think this is... I agree. I think this is a better draft for the side of OG, but I feel like Team Grindback actually does have play here. I don't think you can count them out from the draft. I think if this does end up being like a free Storm game for Ken, and there are some threats into the back line, it is very slippery. Your best hold outside of any ultimates is really what? Bushwhack, right? Otherwise, you're talking about Overgrowth, you're talking about Doom. Maybe random chains and Yopaj can catch the Storm, sure, but it's not very reliable. So this is all down to really Ken and how much Savage can salvage out of his lane. Is I would even consider here for Savage, maybe you just lane swap. Put Nico up top against the Viper, sack his lane, give Savage a better matchup against Doom, and allow the Monkey King to farm. Right? Like, that might be the way to go. They are clumped around. They cut the tree line. With a Clockwork, that's something you can do at level 1, so Skem's not going to have a good line to play with. They're even quelling down as well. Late smoke from both sides, though. Could lead to some interesting shenanigans here.
Seconds to battle.
They are going to move in onto Tim's, but it's going to be a little bit hard to lock down the Hoodwink. This level 1 mark, even with the catchy lick. Get a Frost Blast out. Really need the cogs from Q to catch somebody to hope for a first blood here, I think, for Grindback. But they're still going to aggressively posture and force them away. Skem's already in position to take the other 2 bounty runes anyway, so it's not really the biggest deal, though. Skem, he's not going to run up north. So there is going to be 1 left, and that should theoretically mean a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Grindback.
Yeah. Pretty important to find a little bit faster of a bottle again for Ken here. And that mid matchup is going to be pretty stable. You are looking at just taking the range creep down bot. And it does look like maybe you leave Savage here. So you do dodge the Viper lane. That's one way to salvage it. Nico is going to be the one walking up to the gate and having to deal with a Viper lane. But it's semi-manageable with a catchy lick at least. Right? Like, you can dispel the poison attack stacks on yourself. So it's not as painful. And that is one way to just give yourself a game. Like, you clear out the tree line down bot. Again, you shift lanes. Savage should be set to have a pretty decent time. Nice cogs as well, but Savage?
You're chasing him down. It's still a tree and Doom you're getting chased down by. It's a lot of damage. Especially at level 1 at least. And maybe once the Jingu Mastery is up, you can start to play a few games here with the Doom Treant. But level 1, you've got to be ultra cautious. We'll see what he gets done. Of course, that mid lane, you're looking at Yopaj and Ken. Ken already off to a good start, but this is the Yopaj Ember, the one hero I always have faith in when it comes to this player. And you know, even if he has a bad lane, I never count this man's Ember out. Never.
No. And it's to be expected that the first 2 levels are a bit rougher for Yopaj. Right? Like, you just lose your Flame Guard instantly. Ken is out of mana now, though, spamming out all of that for the Static Remnants, so he's going to want his Water Rune. His lane is shoved in, so that is in his favor. Yopaj isn't going to be able to, like, try to go for a sneaky deny and take on the other. Maybe if he can fully shove out this wave, he'd have room. No room for rotation, so to kind of equalize there. The top lane is probably the most passive lane, right? And that's not good news for Raven, because you want to be relatively aggressive on the Viper in the laning phase. Nico is just so tanky. He's got that lick to try to save himself. They do have, like, the Bushwhack combos with Viper, sure, but it's not feasible to even jump Nico. Heck, Ollie, if he can get a point from Frost Shield later on, can make it even tougher to try to get that chase down. So I like this idea from Grindback to just go away from the Viper lane, ensure that, you know, Raven's not winning out big against that big horde if you want to slow down the Monkey. You're still having farm for Savage against the Doom anyhow, despite that scary moment a while ago. And you have the foundation set. You're offsetting this strong start OG wants. Them not finding the laning start with Viper, we've seen it before.
It's still a hard lane, even for Nico against his Vipers. Bottom lane, we are seeing a bit of action breaking out. Cute, trying to be annoying with the cogs, but not going to amount to too much, sadly, for him. But he has allowed 23 Savage to hit that level 3 mark almost, and that's probably what's most important, is just ensuring Savage not going to feel any more less comfortable, rather, down in this bottom lane now that he has a way to fight back against these 2 melee heroes. Does go for the level 2 Jingle as well, of course, for the extra value. Nico is going to die to the Acorn Shot of Tim's. It does bounce the right way. Nico having a really bad time already, of course. He is up against Viper. So it's not very fun for the Lager.
No. But again, you'd rather Nico kind of struggle compared to Savage and a Monkey. Because the Monkey does need that initial farm. It's going to be a Mage Slayer build-up here from Savage, who wants to be active early. That means the investment and the sacrifice should pay off a lot earlier. I think it's really interesting. I've been watching mid. Yopaj has been doing a great job of just harassing back Ken. Ken has been constantly low on mana. 4-minute Water Runes. Ken should be able to grab one. So no big denies. Can they deny top here with Ollie? No. Tim's is holding them back as well. So 1 for 1. And that should lead to some good tidings. No, actually, Yopaj doesn't even bother. That's Tim's take. So you're at the point now where level 2 Flame Guard's up. You've got the value point in chains. The Ember can actually start to poke back on that Storm. Ken does look like he's still going to reach 6 a bit faster with these 7 denies. Insanity right now on that Ember, on that Storm. But doesn't seem like anything else is going to be happening. The side lanes are too sensitive to really leave alone for too long. And Nico is just not having the best, just looking for catchy like last hits. And the bot lane for Natsumi is still pretty even. Savage has a ton of denies under his belt though. Done a great job to manage that lane and just prevent Natsumi from getting too much free EXP. Has managed to stabilize quite a fair bit. So again, you're giving your Monkey King game, you're sacking your Lorgo to an extent. The mid lane has been even, but still in favor of Ken.
Oh, Natsumi, he's in a pretty rough position now. There's the cogs perfect from Q. He's pushing him back so far. Almost near the tier 1 tower. He's gone. The Q literally pushed him back to the tier 1 die tower with those cogs. Or even Scam.
Yeah, I was wondering how he got there.
Not going to be too safe either. They'll gaze him with Ollie. Looks like Scam going to be another target being taken down. 23 Savage able to pick up his first kill of the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kind
what
of
you want to
shocking
be
they don't
seeing here
think
from the
about
side of Grindback.
switching Raven's lane.
I mean, that's the strange part, right? Like, we used to see musical lanes way more often back in the day. And it should theoretically be easier with a gate. Like, you can just go through gate, TP, if you need to change again. Down mid, trying onto Ken, but he does have his zip. Power Rune ends up being in favor of good old Geopodge. He does have himself the haste. I am as surprised as you. I feel like I think what they're getting here is that they feel like Natsumi's lane is fine. Even though Savage is getting a lot more, like the Doom isn't necessarily completely shut down. And they are doing more to damage Nico, I suppose, in comparison. So maybe that's the offset. Like, bots trading evenly, Nico's not really having a game. But I am concerned with how much Savage is getting. This is very good news for Grindback. Your foundations in mid have been laid. Ken's having a great time, even though he's not finding the runes. You've got good support rotations going along already early on. Natsumi's going to take a long time to be relevant. Raven's going to be still farming up. He is about to hit 6, though. That's where it can get a little bit crazy here.
Yopaj. Q's trying to be a menace with these cogs. He's actually sniping the creeps as well, which is kind of funny. So annoying on this clockwork, but... So Yopaj gonna be alright. 1-2, another very slow start to this game. Not expecting much more at this rate throughout this best of 5 finals. It's always been a slow start through these laning stages. Yopaj still being hunted by Q. Q's just again whacking away at these cogs, denying as many creeps as he can on this clockwork. And you know, it is one thing he can do. He's being very annoying. Largo's even going to show up now. Nico's here. There are remnants available for Yopaj, so there's no real fear. They are just making it as uncomfortable as possible for this Ember Spirit.
They are. Top lane, you've already lost to tier 1, though. Again, just a steady push coming out there from Raven. He is going Dragonlance, so I actually do like that a little bit more this game. Power Rune?
Get one.
Nico's securing it.
Yeah, Yopaj gonna remnant over, but he is caught. Nico out with the catchy lick. And to make matters worse, Nico actually allowed the amp damage to be left there for Ken, so Ken's gonna be able to pick it up. Happy days for him. Yopaj, he's just been focused completely on this Ember. They are really just not leaving him alone.
No, which is what you want to see up against this guy's Ember, right? You know he carries the game, so you know he's going to be setting tempo because you're playing with Viper Doom. So it's all down to the Ember early here. He is kind of held back. Really good positioning out from Q as well, just to clip Yopaj as he remnants in with a cogs. Man should get themselves that very important kill to slow down. Overall, a great start for Grindback. Again, they dodge out that Viper lane. Yeah, Raven's finding farm, but... Okay, he's gonna get Dragonlance, and then what? Like, where's the threat in the Viper? It's gonna take a little bit more. Again, compare that to how much Savage has gotten out from his lane. Mage Slayer, not too far off, has a Ring of Health hanging around already. And then he can really start to dish some damage out with that up. In fact, we'll try a Natsumi.
Yeah, bottom lane Natsumi. The chase again, Q. So pretty much all we can do is push the cogs out, be very, very annoying. It's still impact. But in terms of actually securing some kills, it's not really going to happen. At least they have slowed down Natsumi to the point where he's still level 5, where Savage is almost level 7 on the MK. Natsumi now hitting the level 6 mark does have Doom available, but probably won't see the opportunity to actually commit it onto somebody like Savage for a little bit.
Natsumi is also going for the Radiance build. Very helpful against the Monkey King for sure. It's just, it's such a slow game for its timing. Invis now for good old Ken, important as he was completely out of mana. So happy days for him. Not the most important for Yopaj to miss out on. I don't think he's going to get any rotations in at all. Like, again, top's gone, so no one's hanging around too far forward. Bot is pretty hard to kill off with Savage. And, you know, with how far behind Natsumi is. Hunting down Nico could be fine, but he is a tanky Largo. Still needs a lot of commitment to get the kill. Grindback have done a really good job of controlling this game. Again, your objectives on OG were to really win out your lanes. Arguably, you've won out top, drawn mid, and kind of lost out in bot. So you would be happy with that trade in Grindback. Your Monkey King lane still stays intact. And your timings are still on point. Like, Ken is going for that full Kaya. It's not too far off from the next two parts, the recipe and the staff. Yopaj, he's got an urn ready, going for the full Spirit Vessel. It's, again, healing mitigation here, but doesn't even have a kill to get a charge on. Doesn't have anyone to connect with. So this feels worse to play if you're OG, just because you have nothing to do but farm, right? Whereas, yeah, you're also farming in Grindback, but you have the option to be aggressive if you want to.
I mean, just such a quiet game. Nothing's happening on the map. Everyone's just hitting creeps again. It's favoring Grindback at least. Skem's gonna get caught now. Skem, maybe a little bit on the board end himself, but no, he's all right. He'll just walk out of the Wukong's command. They can't kill him.
Can't blame Savage for that. I'm sure he's getting a bit tired of just hitting creeps. Okay, the reason why Savage would want to start playing is they play poke again for runes, regen for Yopaj, pretty big to take away from Ken. But there is pressure for the Monkey to actually start finding kills once that Mage Slayer is up. It's not a farming item, right? You have to take part in some of these early engagements with your durability. With the durability, you provide your team with that magic damage reduction and really just leverage that advantage. Maybe you just really wait out for the full Mage Slayer. It is flying out now. So there is that for Savage. But a little bit optimistic to do that. And again, no reason to force that out too early until the Mage Slayer was sent out here. Maybe top now?
That's fine. Ollie will go down. Something, but here comes Savage and here comes Ken. They'll zip in, riding onto Tim's. Tim's will go down to the Primal Spring of 23 Savage, but it's a big chains out from Yopaj down. The Viper Strike on Savage. He went too deep for a hoodwink. Off the back of Ken. Ken now trying for the TP. Do they have a cancel? They do. Oh. They still had the overgrowth. You know, killing Tim's is great. It's great and all, but not at the risk of your own life. And they lost both the Storm and the MK. I mean, that is just an atrocious feeling. And in fact, more. And this is the thing, right? Like this offlane Viper, I thought it was fine because it just does this. It just runs with your team. And it's like, you can't contest it right now. It's too strong.
It is. I like seeing this from Raven. Right? Again, not a Mage Slayer, going for Dragonlance. The stats are good. The extra reach is good. He's super tanky. He gets the Viper Strike on Savage, just exposing himself up front. And yeah, I mean, this goes back to what Grindback thinks, because we went Mage Slayer and Monkey, we've got to play. But you have to be cautious about playing too far, too deep. You have to respect some of this mobility and durability on OG. They get control now in the game. 5-4. 2k lead coming out for OG. And Raven's build, I mean, he'll eventually go back for the Mage Slayer, but it's Hurricane Pike first. So it's utility, it's ways of going into the fight, ways of trying to isolate heroes, which I like to see. Speaking of isolation, Natsumi is alone, but is a Largo Clockwork enough? Doesn't really feel like it, to be fair. That means they're just not really getting much done. Smoke instead up top for OG. Very sneaky. Mind you, Savage can break these smokes nicely, so it can be a little bit tougher to find a clean target, but Scan did connect in the back. Oh, Ken, ooh. Had to cancel the TP.
Oh, he found Savage. He found Savage with the chains. They'll zip in and try and help out. Hookshot is there as well. Yopaj dropping pretty low, but still gets the Remnant away. They committed everything with the kitchen sink to try and lock this man down. Yopaj, he's just going to use the Spirit Vessel and just go right back. Nothing ever happened.
No. And that was pretty crazy. Ken was on the edge, broke the smoke, was TPing home. If he didn't cancel, he'd be dead first. And that turnaround from Grindback isn't there, Yopaj.
Careful, boys. The Viper's coming. Raven, he can do all the work that's required for his team right now. Just with a couple right clicks. Finds Ollie. Hurricane Pike up now on Raven. Props to him, John. He didn't bother with the Mage Slayer as Q. Also caught now on the Clockwork. Somebody take the kill, please. Tims will take it. We saw this so many times from OG where they're all just trying to give kills to Yopaj. There's only so much Yopaj can take.
Yeah.
Right
Again,
now for Grindback, I mean, it's not great, 7-4, but more importantly, 4K advantage. Savage once again finding himself second in net worth, which is fine, but as of right now against this draft, he doesn't really have much play. Like, this Viper is ruining his day quite badly.
And it is. Again, it feels like Savage was under pressure to make a play happen with Mage Slayer because he doesn't have a farming tool. You have to wonder, would Savage have been happier with like a, I don't know, a Maelstrom, a Battle Fury here in the Monkey, right? Just sit back, farm, get a bigger item instead of Mage Slayer, like a BKB to defend yourself instead of the Mage Slayer and kind of fight at that timing? Because now, you know, you're not finding kills with a Monkey King. You're not farming any quicker in the jungle with a Monkey King. At least it's still pretty quick with a tree dance. So you do have that going for you. I mean, OG has managed to really widen the game up. I mean, Natsumi's been free to farm. He hasn't been under pressure. And that lane was pretty rough for Natsumi bot. His Radiant's flying up now. He's starting to hit some key timings on the carry Doom. Going for the BKB next. Raven, again, he's going back for the Mage Slayer. But it's fine because he went for the Hurricane Pike first. Like, he does have a lot of impact, a lot of reach with this sort of build on the Viper in comparison to Mage Slayer first. We've got Yopaj going for his own Mage Slayer as well. Just they want to spread his minus damage onto everyone. And he's been pretty crazy with his Ember. So hard to pin down. Like, how are you supposed to lock in the Ember Spirit? It's down to like a hook shot, a Sinister Gaze, maybe a Boundless Strike from the tree line if Savage is in position. But that would require your Monkey to actually always join in if you see Yopaj.
Zip in, Ken, trying for the Ember, can't get it. Now Raven will get to work on the support. Overgrowth is pretty massive as well here from Scam. Ollie is already down. Raven just continuing to right-click away, but he's in the Wukongs, he needs to leave. Q also down. So 2 supports for the price of 1 support. All favoring OG. They still have the Doom as well, and they're going to commit it onto Savage. Here comes the chase, but are they too far? Oh, they are. They ran out of mana for the chains. He was like 3 mana short after the Sleight of Fist. So the Doom's not going to mean enough. Savage walks away, but OG still walk away with the better team fight. 2 for 1.
Yeah, you trade both pause 1 ultimates. It's a little bit shorter to reset with Wukong, so Savage can kind of look for like a minute window where you don't have to worry about Doom. But man, it's kind of scary when Raven's on top of you. The damage he's doing at this point, again, we've seen so many Viper games, but they've never done anything. Raven's actually using the hero. It's so cool to see. Like, you can see now why this hero is a threat. It has a game, it's #1 in net worth, and it's actually having a lot of impact. 9 to 5. What time is you waiting for now on the side of Grindback? It's the Deso for Savage to have more damage. It's the full Lotus Orb for Nico for some defense. Ken, he does have the Yasha and Kaya. I don't know about the full Yasha and Kaya investment over, say, just stopping at the Kaya, getting something else. Maybe a BKB helps you. Heck, maybe even a Lincoln's helps you here. The Yasha Kaya is nice, I guess. It's a little bit more sustainable to zip around. You have access to a little bit more mana. But we'll have to see. Again, the challenges right now for Grindback is that Yopaj is constantly taking point. And if your Monkey King's not in the fog, then catching out the Ember is just extremely difficult at this point. Like, Yopaj is just pretty slippery. You could argue the same about Ken. He should be slippery, but the overgrowths here from Skem have been so on point. Like, they've caught the storm like 2 times in a row now.
They have. Savage is currently watching mid. Harun not going to spawn. They will jump Raven with a hook shot, but the Hurricane Pike way going to allow Raven an escape route. And now Yopaj will come in, trying to just snipe Q. Ken will intervene. Natsumi here as well, but he does not have Doom available. They've killed Q off. Still complete. Oh, Natsumi. Natsumi has died in the middle of all this. That's not great news for OG. They'll chase down Ken. Ken cannot get to the high ground. He'll die. 3-for-1 trade. It would have looked a lot better had Natsumi not died. But still a successful trade for OG. And we've also covered our bases, John. Yopaj is playing a hero. Everything's okay.
Yep. Everything's fine. You know, if you're looking at OG, this is an okay point. 12-6, 5k lead. How could it not be okay? My God, Raven is 7-0-3.
He's doing
7
great.
out of the 12 kills he's been in. He's been in 10 kills out of 12. That is such an active Viper. And he is just not the target. Ooh, tries to break the tree, doesn't quite find it. Good attempt with a Hurricane Pike. I will say though, like Natsumi has to be so cautious until the BKB's off. They're still looking. Savage is still here. Does walk away eventually, so alright. But Natsumi has to be careful until the BKB's up. And Savage really wants his BKB up. Like, so dangerous. He's going for the Manta first. Maybe you can get some Manta dodge plays going. Tormentor though open, but they go back in. They're using their wards and they maybe want the smoke kill. They changed their mind. Can they find something? Q's in a good position to break a smoke though.
I love this part.
Savage.
Have a look. Smoke gonna be broken soon. They'll see Raven. They also saw Tim's, but Tim's gonna Glimmer Cape away.
Radiant are scanning.
They've learned multiple times. Probably not worth starting on the Viper. And Savage is still keeping up farm parity nicely. It's just hard for him to stand his ground without any kind of like BKB. And even then it's probably going to be challenging. Feels like a lot more pressure on Ken to be a big dog in this on this storm, but he's had a pretty rough time himself. They're going to see an easy pick-off on Oli by the looks of it. And of course, Yopaj will be there to take it.
Yep.
Not the biggest kill in the world, though. It's just Oli.
Yeah. You are playing the stall game to an extent and grind back. It's just
Is under attack.
to what extent? It just Savage. Again, he's going Manta, and does he prioritize the Scotty over BKB? Feels a little bit greedy. They catch Q. Does have a hook shot to escape.
Looks like he will be
He'll
indeed
fudge.
fine.
Just gets himself zapped twice for no reason. Fair enough, Yopaj. You're a bit bored.
It's alright.
You know, what if Dota implemented like direct feedback from skills? Like, say you get chained, there's an actual chain that flies out at you. Not non-lethal in real life, but you get chained up somewhere. You know? Leopage going onto the cog just wants to get shocked awake. So they go for the Tormentor at last. But they were looking for a while ago instead of the smoke play. They find themselves a nice freebie. If this goes to Skem, it's just more map control. And probably one of the best shards you can hope for. Goes to Tim's instead. Nah. The magic amp is pretty decent still, especially for Yopaj to help clean up, so fine enough. They're hunting on grindback a tad bit. They have good aggressive wards, but there's no way in heck they're going to be considering Roshan, so not really going to be finding much. And a quiet game once more. Just going back to the farm. BKB for Natsumi. Yopaj BKB as well. Pause from Savage. So this time not Manager Lane's fault.
Very
Manager
good.
Lane is safe.
Is there a manager for Grindback that we can blame?
I only know that their coach is JL. So I'm not sure who their manager is. It Nate? There's a chance it's Nate Wicks, but I'm not sure.
Not poor Nate.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It could be. If it's not you, Nate, I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus, but it might be.
That's okay.
Could be.
It's all right. We'll wait for 23 Savage to be ready again. He's keeping up in net worth. He's just been having a pretty rough time in these fights. 3-1 and 2, but just really not able to stand there and just abuse the MK the way he would like. Still in the game though. Well, we've obviously seen they have no problems dealing with Natsumi on this Doom. It's much more of a Raven Yopaj kind of issue this game, number 4. Of course, we have seen this Largo from Nico. Unfortunately, not able to do as much as you would like either. It's been a pretty pretty whatever game for him. And Ken, I mean, you'd like to see him doing a little bit better on this Storm, but a little bit behind. Maybe one good team fight for Ken would probably bring him back into this game anyway.
And it would. I mean, he's almost done with his Manta, so some Manta dodges in play again. At least a way to get out of the roots on hand here from the side of OG could be quite nice. So Overgrowth, Searing Chains, not as big of a threat. You can still layer these spells, though. So it's just a matter of a little bit of patience out here from the side of OG. Do have good old Nguyen reconnecting. See if how long it takes to get the go. I mean, this timing for Nico onto Shard is pretty good. So you get the double Croco Genius, you got the double Lotus Orb usage out. Could be quite nice to get that going for yourself. And, you know, just the double box. I mean, the double Lotus Orb is pretty big against something like the Viper. Right, so Raven might not be able to find good targets with a Viper Strike. Or at least he's going to have to cop it himself as well. Which can be a little bit rough. But that should take some of the bite from the Viper away. There's that Manta we were talking about. So Ken in a pretty nice position to just, again, try to dodge out and have some defense for himself. I find it funny nowadays that Storm goes for every single derivative of the triple items, right? Like, Storm would probably love if, what was it called? The Trident was an actual item, no?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Ken would love it.
That was a great item. That was a great item.
Yeah, too bad
I
it
really
was
wish
like...
they just let that just stay in the game. The Trident.
Yeah. Yeah, like keep it as an actual item instead of a neutral. It was just so rough as a neutral. You always felt like, oh man, you're in a here that doesn't build any part. And like, I can't really use this, you know? If it was just in the shop, maybe make the recipe cost as much as a component. Like one of these, you know, like cost the same as Yasha, then it's kind of balanced. It's still pretty crazy for the stats it gives and slot efficiency, so probably a balance issue. No balance issue right now, as both sides are pretty balanced in just finding farm. And the Southeast Asian specialty of our best of fives, Game 4. You know, we were talking about the long series, Mike. I told you, Game 4 is the longest one. It tends to be.
Okay.
Here we are.
Well, I mean, we're 26 minutes in, John. You know?
Yeah.
You've acted like you've proven
slow.
your point. It's slow.
Feels slow, you know?
It's slow, John. A lot of talking, but not much action.
Teams? Okay. Invisibility is invulnerability.
It sure is, John. Q. I mean, we've seen this over and over again. Poor old Q just getting all this info for his side, but it is, of course, going to cost him his life. 5th death for him on the clockwork. Just doing his job, but there's going to be an immediate smoke by OG off the back of this. Jump in. Natsumi not able to find the Doom. Be very happy if he caught Ken. In fact, Raven will start onto Ken, but obviously doesn't have any form of lockdown.
No. Ken does back off, so smoke really doesn't amount to much. What can you do off the back of it? You can't really Rosh because your lineup kind of sucks at Rosh. So, farm, maybe push bot tier 2. They're queuing up the shard here on Raven, which I do like to see. So it does help on the siege. Increased max attacks are pretty good as well. But, yeah, just chilling. Not farm. Do we have the shard up? Okay, we have the shard on Nico. And he's going for Lincolns. Alright, so now you just get free Lincolns Lotus on like 2 heroes at once. That's pretty big, and that's going to make it super tough for Natsumi and Raven to actually play their game. So that is a lot of utility if you can farm that full Lincolns. Which Nico has been doing a good job of keeping up with farm anyhow. Right, like he had the slower lane. He's still finding that build-up. He's only about a K behind Yopaj. Savage now #1 net worth, as you'd expect your Monkey King to be, going for Nullifier. So he is starting to hit that point where he hits hard. He finds Skem. That's a gem.
Well, playing, they're running towards Savage. Lines are being drawn out aplenty. Savage, I believe, was spotted there. Yopaj does get him with the slide for a second. But it won't matter. He's able to just jump around in the tree line. He'll be okay.
That's what happens when I rush.
AK advantage, but really just feeling like it means 0 right now for OG, and Dota Plus actually completely agreeing. 78% chance a grind back win this game apparently.
And it's scaled so much more straightforward for grindback. Like the Monkey King does become this late game threat. The Largo utility does go through the roof. And again, Nico is allowed to farm into Lincolns. Like double Lotus on hand, Lincoln's gonna be on hand. You've lost your gem here on the side of OG with Scam dying, so Ken gets to retake control of the top jungle. So you can't be as sneaky now on OG. I mean, to be fair, your scaling on Viper isn't too awful. Your scaling on Doom isn't bad. Yopaj, of course, scales on that Ember. BKB's almost done on him. I'm just wondering what the big launching point is, because every time you're hitting these big spikes on all these heroes, you're still kind of stuck waiting. Nullifier for Savage, perhaps? Already done. Already being sent out, so... more damage, some counter control as well. Maybe you start to make things happen here.
Maybe. Smoke up. BKB up on Yopaj as well, so maybe he makes the call to go, but they're heading towards him right now. Amp damage rune is sitting there on Yopaj. Savage. Start to look around. Skem does smoke up. They'll find Q once again, but Q's got a lot of help this time. They just want Tims on the hoodwink. Tims is down, but so is Q. A 1-for-1 of the supports. Savage immediately just pops Wukong's command, trying to disengage. Still, Yopaj found the back lines. He's already taken down Ollie and now is on the chase for Ken. Savage, he will TP up. So a successful fight for OG, but it's just support. Like, it doesn't really feel like it matters at all.
No, really doesn't. You forced out Wukong's at least. That's a minute where Savage might not be too comfy, but you also used up Yopaj's BKB, so some pretty big sacrifices there for a couple of support kills. Roshan is open, but do you take this quick enough? Maybe with a shard on Raven, this isn't too bad, and yeah. Shards up, damage is starting to pour in, should go relatively quick. And that is massive. That's where OG, they need to start finding more. Secondary life, more than likely to go Yopaj, as he is the one putting himself in the firing line. Natsumi doesn't even bother showing up to help, because what help can a Doom provide? A Raven takes it, or okay.
Okay. They did both free their slot up. It seems like Yopaj did want it initially, because they both had a free slot. But yeah, Raven makes the call. He wants it. Interesting call to make. See if it pays off for them. This could work against them pretty quickly if things go awry. Funny thing is, even with the Aegis being taken, it doesn't seem like Dota Plus is changing too much. It still seems to favor grindback quite a lot in this game.
Oh, Savage?
Maybe not for long though. Savage has been caught. That might change it. That may change it. In comes Yopaj. He's found Q again. Q will get the comp and just hook shot out of there, but the chase will be continuing. Tims not landing an acorn. Gets a very nice bushwhack though. The catchy lick, however, gonna allow him a way out. But they get Savage. That's a big one. That's the one they really have wanted for a long time.
Yeah, they've been hunting for that for at least, what, 10, 15 minutes now? Don't even really waste anything for it. Like, the BKB's still up on Raven. Age is still up for 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes. They can go for the siege. Again, the shard on Viper fixes a lot of push issues here for the side of OG, and he'll just get it done by himself. All the Mind's armor in the world coming in. Tower's not going to hold for long. Bot maybe looking for some aggression. But there isn't really anyone too close by to scam and Natsumi. Our Doom has been super quiet this game. Shiva's up now. There's some added AoE on the stomp, but Natsumi, nice blink.
Chasing a Natsumi. Blink away. Well, he's got his 9-second BKB charge anyway here, Natsumi, so he probably would have been okay. Largo's got that up. The Lincoln's up now here for Nico.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not going to move in. Yopaj starting to farm towards that Aghanim Scepter on the Ember, which is my favorite power spike for this hero.
Dire's middle tower has
Tends to get
fallen.
pretty ridiculous once the Ags is up. BKB is still being farmed on Savage. He has prioritized a lot of items before the BKB. In fairness, he's up against the Doom, so maybe just feeling like it won't matter that much anyway, but still feels as though the BKB is just very important this game.
I'm actually a little bit curious about that nullifier now overall. I'm not sure who he's supposed to nullify. There's no Yults and Yopaj. There's nothing really defensive. Maybe just the Glimmer Capes being annoying, but the Dusk really does that better. Catch just for a bit on Ken, but it's a little bit too slippery for that full commitment from Yopaj. And they'll just siege again. Just the last outer tower of Grindback. And with a Viper Shard, does not take too long.
Dire are scared.
Ah, Shrine of Wisdom first. Why not? Be efficient.
Yes.
What? Raven's 25. The Viper Strike cooldown is pretty big. They find Q. Alright. That was Doom as well, but okay. It's not like Natsumi's using it anytime soon anyhow, so it's fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
There's the bottom tier 2.
Scotty's almost done on Raven. I mean, he's a real
is.
carry right now. Let's be honest. Like, he's the guy actually making plays. He's the guy actually going forward, looking to take objectives. He has about a minute on the Aegis.
They're coming in. Here's the defense. Sinister Gaze out on Raven. Wukong's command and nullifier, forcing the BKB out from Raven. A lot of damage with the Wukong's, but he is able to retreat. At least with only 35 seconds left on the Aegis. They are just going to let this one go. Probably would have still been worth just giving the Aegis to Yopaj, honestly. You know?
Yeah.
It's like you didn't really get
No.
much out of it.
No. What I find funny is OG go for the push is 4. Natsumi's not even there.
Yeah.
He's just
I mean,
farming up Ags. He's got it. It's like... It's just, they're going as 4. Raven wants to actually play the game. Natsumi's like, nah, let me farm. Got the Ags, bro. It's okay.
He's doing great.
Aegis expires. Okay.
I mean, it is
18 to
a great
8.
Ags game. In fairness to him.
It is.
These
It
Lincolns.
truly is. With all the Lincolns, but... Man, it's so crazy to say that it feels like such a patient game. And theoretically, again, for Grindback, that's pretty good. Right? Like, Ken going for the full harassment, okay, but I'd actually prefer maybe an Ags. You know, the blue hole here would be nice. They're just poking on Ken, forcing him out. But the Parasma's done, maybe next blue hole. You know, just get that AoE vortex, get some control, help Savage actually do damage in that Wukong's, because that's the one thing they lack. Like, the Wukong's comes in, it's not like you have a Lich Ags, it's not like you can always line up for the best cogs here. So it's hard to kind of just keep them in position for Savage's monkeys to do damage. You got the full Scotty and Raven going Butterfly next. The real carry set to, well, try to carry the game.
Here we go.
Smoke out, Grindback.
They're coming. Who do they start? With Power Rune is what they really want, but they're going to move in here with Ken onto Tims, but Tims is very far back. Power Rune did spawn bottom. Yopaj is going to move in, but he's too late to the party. Haste Rune for Ken.
Scam.
We're gonna find Skem.
Oh,
Skem does get caught out. Skem, he can overgrowth if he wants, but no, the Boundless Strike is there in time to ensure he does go down, and Gem will be handed over here by Skem, as now Raven also caught. Will BKB up, going right in after Ollie, and Ollie will go down. Raven, though, needing to retreat, is now Yopaj. He'll move forward onto Q and Natsumi now with the Axe Dude moving in, but catching nobody with it. But really the clock. He wanted a bigger target. So Q will go down. Natsumi's actually very, very slow and will be forced to back away. So the dude doesn't really do anything, which is probably why he's not showing up.
Yeah. And Scan had to buy back. That's a bigger loss overall. Like, now you just kind of wasted gold. It feels a little bit better for Grindback, even though they can't capitalize on the buyback either. Roshan might see it early in 30 seconds. We'll have to see how long that timer will be in the end. And there's some opportunities. Doom is down. Overgrowth's still back up on Scam. I'm surprised. He does have the blink. He's going for the Ags. So again, maybe a little bit more in terms of durability with that extra strength he'll get. The Treant does get a little bit scary at that point. I can't believe his Ags just gives him God Strength if you think about it. Isn't that pretty funny?
It's great.
He just gets God Strength.
I like it. I like it all.
Oh.
Yopaj? Caught out. And he locked him down long enough. He's pretty tanky, but no, they've got him. That's massive. 80 seconds without the Ember. He had no BKB to try and use in that scenario. And now, for 70 more seconds, they are feeling very free on this map. Regen for Ken. Unfortunately, there is no Roshan yet. Still 2 minutes for a guaranteed respawn.
Savage?
Savage.
What is this?
Not like this, sir. He's going to retreat. BKB force. No, the overgrowth.
Oh, the overgrowth.
Savage. Sir, not like this.
What?
We've had this experience before. We really have, haven't we, John? We've had this experience before.
Yes, we have. This is the Talon special.
Yeah. That's a PTSD laugh from John X Fire, in case you were wondering.
Oh yeah,
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Oh, that's I mean, you killed Yopaj. Surely you calm down because Ken's not with you. But you go crazy instead.
Did you remove the talent from your Twitter name? Oh, you did too. Look at you.
Yeah, because they're gone. They're gone.
Goodness. No loyalty from John X Fire. Just straight out of
They're gone. What do you mean they're gone?
You could have left
watch
it for a
that
memory,
open
John.
again.
Could have left it for a memory.
It's fine, dude. We're watching this graceful moment again where Savage steps a bit too far. Yeah, I get you, Mikey. Well, all right. The Yopaj is back up.
Don't worry. Man. No team wanted me. They only wanted the famous John. You're a big deal in Southeast Asia, John. I don't know if people know how big John is. He can't even walk down the street. This John X Fire guy. Cute.
Oh, cute.
Not because he's popular. I mean, he just has some issues with walking. I think with John.
Shut up. Losing your mind. It's 42 minutes in. Calm down, Mikey.
They haven't done anything, these blokes. You know?
It's all meaningless, isn't it?
These are literally road workers in Australia, John. There'll be 30 people just standing there doing nothing for 12 hours. They'll all get paid ridiculous amounts of money for what they do. These are literally Australian road workers right here.
That's good. A little bit of Australia spreading into C. BKB for Ken, for us to see. I mean, that's pretty nice, right? Like, this time there is pressure. Natsumi actually has to deliver the goods. He's actually got to play the game here, Mike. So he's actually got to connect that Doom. And see if he can. Roshan is up. Surely it's an option for you to go for.
I'm sure it is. They've got an... Oh, no, they don't have an amp damage. It does wear off on Raven. There's your Ags on Nico now. Roshan's going to make it obvious that it is up. Immediate smoke and counter smoke. 5-on-5 smoke situation. Very, very big deal here for this next Roshan, and there's not many buybacks. Ken narrowly avoiding. No, he does not. The Hex is there. Ken being forced up the way for now.
Yopaj!
He went too deep. Yopaj is down. It might be the opening they've been looking for here. Raven going on to Nico, but Nico's a pretty tanky frog. They'll bushwhack him up. Raven getting the damage up. Will be able to do it. A 1-for-1. Onto Q they'll go. Q has just not had any kind of game on this Clockwork. It has been miserable.
No.
They just keep doing it to him.
Nothing to do, and even with Yopaj down, this Roche is gonna fall. Again, all that damage is on Raven. So this should be a fairly safe take. No Wukongs.
They haven't killed him yet.
10-0-8. A perfect game for Sir Raven on the Viper. A venomous Raven he is right now. As the war goes off, but you feasibly can't do anything on. And look, Mike, I'm trying to find a way to make this fun. It's...
But they're doing what? By saying venomous Raven? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
I don't know, man. My brain is melting. Ken? All right. Cool.
Too early. Not good enough.
There goes the venomous Raven.
Oh,
The Aegis.
Ollie!
Oh, Ollie! Oh!
Oh, he got
that's
literally
crazy.
nothing. He literally got nothing. He had 2 slots open, literally nothing. Savage, he's gonna get skinned. They'll take the gem back off Skim.
That's
No
the
scam
important
this time
bit,
for
anyhow. No.
I miss
He's
the days
been,
where we just call him Scam every time he dies.
Scamberly.
So funny.
I think chat's been saying that every now and again, anyhow. Stay lit. Certainly a bit more lit than this. I mean, look, if grinded back here, that would be lit, wouldn't it? We get a game 5.
Yes.
Everyone dies a little bit inside.
Don't sound too happy, John. So you sound so happy about it.
Woo! Yes. Oh, I don't even know
Well,
what
yeah,
I'm.
yeah,
What am I
The good
looking?
news is, we can pump up your ego, John. Like game 4 might actually be the longest one. You know, we're on target.
Oh yeah.
We're going.
Oh,
So
God.
the good news
19
is you
minutes
might
of
be
this.
right. You could be right, John. Think about it.
Oh no, I don't want
How
to be
good's
right.
that?
Please. No, I never want to be right. Okay. If we get a 90-minute game, Skem gets the Ags, he gets a Harpoon, gets a Daedalus BKB, right click Treant. That's how you end the game. All right? Mark my words. A 90-minute game, and the Ags Treant ends the game. That's it.
Nobody's wondering how the game ends, John. We're all having a good time. Everyone
Yeah.
wants to keep it going. We're having a great time here in this farming simulator.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
Look at this.
I wonder
They're going
if you
higher.
asked. Okay, that's a
no,
huge
they're
creep
going.
wave with a banner. All right.
They're going. Oh, banner's a bit out of out of range for the melee creeps, but that doesn't matter. It's okay. We'll keep the siege creeps alive. That's all that matters. Raven doing some fantastic work. God's work, if I do say so myself. No stopping Raven. Savage. Wukong's is out. Gaze as well. They want the Viper for the first time. He's got an Aegis up. Q to jump in. They finally get the Viper, but now in comes Natsumi.
Oh,
Right
Natsumi's
into the
trapped!
cogs. He traps himself. It won't matter though. Q and Ken are gone. So are Ollie. They have brought back on this Lich. They'll buy back on Q as well. There's no Doom to play with now. This could be the opening that Grindback need. Mind you, the Doom wasn't that impactful anyway. He literally got stuck. Sinister Gaze out.
Oh.
Raven going in again. Rather being dragged in, but he's okay with it. He'll take down Ollie. Savage does not have the damage for this Viper. No,
Oh.
he does. The balance will be enough. Now Yopaj chasing down the Monkey King, but it's just Yopaj versus the world.
What?
Yopaj.
He had no
gone as
remnants.
well. Oh,
Oh.
Grindback are holding on. They are holding.
Oh, Yopaj uses all the remnants to try to throw damage and never had an escape. That is costly. At least Natsumi managed to bail out somehow. That did force out buybacks. A little bit costly for Grindback, but is an opening. Mind you, the issue here is with the buybacks, they have no Roshan to take. They have some tier 2s to try to chip down. There are buybacks on the side of OG, but no one's going to be committing this early Schem. Oh man, Schem's almost got that Ags, Mikey. The Mega Treant set to go. I hope Schem decides to go for a Harpoon and just give us some joy. Harpoon BKB, just do it, you know? Punch some heroes. Have fun.
Radiant structure.
Is he just gonna... He's gonna buy out. Alright.
Radiant's middle tower.
Regeneration.
No. Grind back. Holding position in the Radiant Triangle. Anything? Yeah, there's an axe coming out. Oh no,
Yeah,
Ken.
there it is. Oh, okay. Blue hole. 800 gold. And that should help set up.
Tower is under attack.
I have to say, that last fight was so rough for Natsumi. I mean, he finally gets Doom and he's just sucking cocks. I just can't. I can't, man. This
Don't worry. If the first one fails, you know, surely there's not a second cog seed links into next time. You know?
Guess not. What are we at? 12k, 31 to 15. Roshan still 3 minutes away, so they found a tier 2 from their win there for Grindback. Scam is actually going Blade Mail. It's alright. I really wish he'd just save for BKB. Just because, why not? You're at that point of the game, why not?
There it is.
Refresh is up, and the smokes are here with a full
No
buy on the
buyback,
Axe.
though.
No buyback for Ken. Yeah,
No buyback on the Doom.
it's on
either.
cooldown anyhow.
No, but Natsumi. No buyback. Yopaj. He's been caught out. Yopaj, BKB's there. They almost couldn't believe it. Natsumi. Shivers. Gonna get a bit of vision. BKB paths.
Okay.
And as you can tell by my deflated voice, Jonathan, it wasn't overly impressive. I hope you could tell.
I think this is peak Southeast Asian Dota.
Yeah.
These are our teams going to the international. Oh,
Nothing wrong with it, John.
oh,
Nothing wrong with it.
beautiful. Oh, I'm so happy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scam, yeah, grab that Shrine of Wisdom. The other one, yeah, already taken. All right. How did the right side stay so open? All right, never mind, not relevant. Oh, there, this is big. Blue hole plus the gaze, the AOE gaze on hand for all you. Now it gets scary. Now your team fight's really looking good on Grindback. Of course, you can cancel that off with a good Doom on Natsumi if we get it. So, it is a back and forth game of cat and mouse. I'd say it's safer and lower committal for the side of Grindback overall, right? Like, all you're really hoping for is what? A Vortex and Sinister Gaze. That's it. Pretty low cooldown spells. Damage up on Savage now. Daedalus up and running on the Monkey. Starting to become a massive threat. Do you force this fight before Roche is guaranteed, though? I mean, they will.
Teams, this is the time they love to start on Doom. Oh, Doom committed on Ollie. All right, fair enough. That's one way. Q gonna be chased down. Raven getting to work onto Nico. Do you see a reason why they committed directly on Ollie? He was on top of him anyway, wasn't
Yeah, I guess he expected more heroes to run in with Ollie. I mean, Ollie died so fast, so it's not really relevant. It works out, I guess, you know? It probably would have been better on himself for sure, but you take what you can get at this point. And that is what you get, so... Missed opportunity, but...
Margo, Nico, Q. Spotted by Skem.
Radiant are scanning.
Skem moving. Overgrowth is available. Yopaj not going to hesitate. We'll move in onto Nico. Meanwhile, Raven is going to go onto Q. They know the frog takes a too long of a time. Nice hook shot though. Yopaj, he's gone deep, but he's okay. That's your vortex down for a little bit as well. 7 seconds at least.
Oh, Natsumi?
Natsumi's committed. Doom, he's jumping in. He's onto the storm. He's got a big target, but he's got no help. Nobody's there to help instead. They're going on Savage. Savage is down. Natsumi might be joining him soon though. Natsumi went too deep. Raven, the actual carry for his team, turning back onto the storm, but he's trapped in the Wukons. Oh.
What?
Look, it was good. Like, he found the storm. But, you know, like, Savage was right there. They just took the easier kill.
Yeah. And at least they forced a buyback on Savage. Roche, unfortunately, is like a minute and a half away at most. So there is time to respawn here on Natsumi and Raven. You can't just go for the easy objective to cover this buyback on Savage. And that makes it pretty awkward here for Grindback. It's very lucky for the side of OG that it's a bit of a longer spawn. So they get to hang on. Refresh for Yopaj. Shouldn't have problems now with his remnants. And we see him kind of start to pop off once the refresh is up. So can really start to dance around here. And they're still positioning. Grindback, no, they need this rush to cover that buyback. It's so dangerous now. If Savage dies again...
There you go. Bushwhack's going to land, but you're missing two very big calls right now on the side of OG. You can't really afford to keep this going. 55 minutes in almost, John, so we're only 4 minutes away from the game ending, I dare say.
Yep.
Congratulations for your correct prediction, by the way, John. Well done on your longest game is game 4. Well done, John.
Mayhaps. I mean, we could be proven wrong in game 5, you know.
What did you say? 90 minutes,
who knows,
right?
Mikey?
You said game 4 will
yeah,
go 90
it could be.
minutes, didn't you, John?
Yeah, yeah. If it went 9 minutes, you know, in that eventuality, Scam would be the ultimate carry. Look at this. No. He's going BKB. Man, Scam, yes! BKB. Let's go. Harpoon, Moonshard, next, maybe?
Is it going to be Scam or Scam? We'll see. We shall see. Here we go. He's got the pendulum as well, John. Don't forget. So all the things are lining up for Scam here. There's no excuses for this train not to just carry the game eventually. I would have carried it. That's for sure.
Oh god, they haven't made any progress on the high ground.
Here we go. Q. They'll see Tim's. Bushwhack actually going to land onto Q. Catchylick going to save. Ken. Linking in for Tim's. Hook shot off the mark, but Tim's is still going to try. Meanwhile, Yopaj does jump in, trying to take down Ollie. Almost has the Lich and will find him. Moving in now for more. No, he'll remnant back towards his team on Yopaj. But now the zip in onto Natsumi. He's already committed the first two. He has a second, but the blue hole gonna lock him down. Natsumi's down another time. Now Raven. Now Raven being chased down.
Oh, Ken?
He is still barely alive. Ken, he will drop as well. Yopaj trying to find Ollie for the secondary time. Will take him down, but Monkey is going to find him. Yopaj is gone a third. Oh. Skem is running. Skem will go down on top. So, I guess you call that a team fight win for Grindback. It's a full wipe. So, yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a win. And Roshan is up.
God. This is so scary for OG because the scaling's fully up now for Grindback. This is every Southeast Asian qualifier each year. Grindback, props to them for finding these openings. The buybacks are there, but it's covered nicely, but... Yeah, I mean, Natsumi again.
I told you last year we should have started charging hourly. I told you.
Yeah.
You didn't listen
yeah,
to me.
You're right. No, I didn't. Man, it's so awkward though. I saw Natsumi pop Doom and he couldn't blink. It's like, what? What's going on? It's just like, what's happening? It's just... Oh, it's so painful. Grindback. Yeah, not painful for them. They're back in the game. They're in control. 95% chance.
The way you're reacting right now, John, is literally our reactions every time we get to a LAN in the green room. Every single time we watch these SCA teams at a LAN, we just, oh, what are they doing? What are they doing?
Oh, yeah, no.
Natsumi,
That's
why?
exactly it.
Why'd you do that, Natsumi? Why'd you buy the divine, Natsumi?
Oh, well, so at least he didn't do that this time. That would be
no.
exceptionally painful. You know what?
Everything's fine.
At this point, why doesn't Natsumi just sell the damn Radiance? It's not doing you any good. Get a harpoon, because he can't bloody well blink anyhow. So he might as well harpoon himself around after blinking, no? That's pretty sound.
The Radiance gives you aura, John. I mean, not you know, not just aura, but aura. Like, his character is literally
Aura.
shining.
I see, I see. That's a good argument, Mike. I have no other
is going to
words.
have way more aura with the Ags.
Oh,
He can literally just
yes.
frame mog everyone. He's literally just going to frame mog them. Now, how do you
Imagine
win?
getting frame mogged by a tree. That's insane.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You literally die of embarrassment in this game if you got frame mogged by a tree. There's no way you can allow that.
No. I don't
As
even know what
grind
they're
back,
talking
but
about
that
anymore.
might happen to him. It might happen to him, John.
It will happen for sure. Will Raven ever get Ag's Blessing? He's going for Satanic. Maybe it's time to let go of the Mage Slayer. But I feel like the Ags at least gives you some frontline. He's just dying to physical though, so it's really not much you can do. Maybe go with Shivas as well, but I'm not sure. Like there's way too much physical output and not enough defensive ways to play here on the side of OG. It's all in. Age is still up for how much longer here? 2 minutes 40, and they're going in.
Hook shots off the mark. Ken still feeling like he can zip in with his ages. Yopaj. Remnanting pass for style. Remnanting in for style, apparently. A lot of style, in fact. Calm down. Refresh
Jesus
now,
Christ,
Yopaj.
Yopaj.
Save some remnants, Yopaj. My good.
Holy.
Plus 100 aura for Yopaj. But that's about all he got.
Yeah, I mean-
he lost a lot more than that.
Yeah, really didn't do much, but hey, it held him back from a wider fight. I saw Natsumi blinking, and I saw him mid-cast Doom, and then the Glimmer Cape came up, so he just stood there for a bit. It's a rough game.
Yeah.
I'm not
60
even
minutes?
I'm not even making fun of him. Oh yeah,
Tier
tier
5
fives.
Get serious.
Will you
Wake
really
up.
let go of the pendulums though? You wouldn't, no? Like you'll keep it on Raven and Skem. So you're likely looking at Yopaj, Natsumi, and Tim's getting something new here. Would you want Divine Regalia on Yopaj? Yields pretty good.
It feels like you're getting to the point where you're going to see Divines, right? Like we're 60 minutes in now. Probably around that time, right?
Should
Savage. Desm Blood, right? Very pog.
be. Oh, that's
gonna
gonna
be a
crash
pretty
a few PCs. Not gonna feel good for anyone's computer watching in lobby, which is great.
Yeah, but think about all the great AI we get, John. You know? Think about it.
Hey, they could be playing this game. Yeah, I wanted to say a while ago, you know, if you asked Google Gemini,
Oh, no,
what do you think is
name
happening
them.
in this game?
Don't name them, John. We don't want to call any of
If
the
you
AI
asked,
out. You never
okay,
know.
if you ask any of the programs, you know, what do you think is going to happen in this game? I don't know if it would even predict this. I mean, Dota Plus has been very adamant that this is supposed to be Grindback's game. It's always been Grindback's win probability ever since. It never really went to OG, so... what is this?
This is literally my portfolio, John. It just never went up. It just slowly grinded down.
Wait,
That's all it happened.
huh?
What is it,
Raven,
John?
he got the Rift Shadow Prism? He
What?
left his pendulum?
He's got an
He left his
illusion now,
pendulum!
John. Yeah, but he gets an illusion. He gets a whole one of them. Oh, look, Scam. Fallen sky. Imagine a huge tree frame mogging us while falling from the sky, John. A literal god is Scam. Literally a god.
What's up with you and frame mogging, dude? Like, what is this?
I've been spending too much time on social media, and all that's there now is these young men that appear to do a lot of surgery for views, John. And it's wildly entertaining because you know that it's not going to end well, and you're just waiting for the moment it starts going really bad. So I'm watching, you know. I'm giving them what they want. I'm a viewer.
You're
It is what it is.
You're very unwell, Michael Phoenix.
I am. It's unwell times, John. You get with the times.
This could end up very unwell for OG as well, but Aegis has expired, so...
It's better than, you know, hold on a minute. Natsumi.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess I could have kept saying it was better than that play, at least. Cute.
What is this? What
We got
is
any
this?
interesting items? Did anything... Like, we got Fallen Skies, we got Desert,
No.
we got Rift Shadow Prisms. We got a Bobble. We got a Bobble on this Lich.
Oh. Alright, that's
Smoke up.
50% off. That's a lot of spell land. I have to say, the tier 5s in OG are straight trash. Like, double Rift Shadows are... It's not impressive. They'd want to wait until 17 minutes now. Which we're guaranteed. Smoke? Will it connect?
We'll get jumped. Natsumi again going to commit the Doom right on the clock. Ken, zipping in, seeing what's behind the Doom. Yopaj trying to get the final bit of damage out on this clockwork. I don't think it's enough. Is it?
Last
probably
tick.
not. Ollie-
He's alive.
He's alive. Ollie's not, but Q is. Q actually made it.
For once, the clockwork lives. And that's the Doom. At least the refresh is off, so there's another Doom, but Lich has buyback as well. We have the AoE living armor talent up with Skem, so very tanky creep waves. His BKB is still a pipe dream at this point. Another smoke out from the side of Brian back.
Tibbs. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Raven. Maybe didn't get the memo. No, he wants to move in and fight. Natsumi does too. He got the Doom. Savage.
Oh, Savage!
Savage. Natsumi, he's gonna die anyway, but they got the big one in Savage. He's got buyback though. He's all right. Meanwhile, Ollie also dying, but Yopaj dying along with him. Q will go down to boot. Now Nico being chased by Raven, but seems like Nico will be okay to retreat. It's a 2-for-3 trade in the favor of OG. But I don't really see it leading to anything.
The top racks.
Oh, the creeps.
It's going. Look at that creep wave.
The creeps.
Oh, no. Nico saves it.
Oh.
And now nothing
Ken?
happens. Oh, Ken.
Oh, gonna jump in.
Meteor Hammer.
Scam. Scam.
Oh, the right
He's
clicks.
frame mogging. He's mogging them, Jonathan. They've got to run.
There's no mana in Ken.
They can't possibly match his aura.
Onto Raven.
Oh, Ken. He's been caught. Oh, Ken. Ken, you know you couldn't do it. Skem had too much aura. It was too much.
He really did. He just beat down. Tries to Meteor Hammer away right into Raven and Tim's, and they're fully reset. And now the high ground's open. This has to force a buyback out. Like Savage, Ken. There is damage here. Only Q committing for now. Raven, is he full committed? He has Satanic ready to go. BKB's back up. Nothing to stop this Viper. Again, the right click is insane.
Q, pretending like he's doing anything on this clockwork. Ken, will zip in trying for Raven. BKB TP away though. They'll leave Tims to die. They got a range barracks. Here come the creeps to the top lane again, John. Our heroes.
Come on, come on.
Oh,
do something.
Creep. Triple siege
Oh,
creep. Look
come
at
on.
this. Oh, the action.
No, Nico, don't, Nico,
Don't, Nico. Oh, the siege creeps though, John. They're still going. Oh. Do something.
Come on. No, the stuns. Oh, okay. They got one more attack. All right. There. Can you imagine if Ollie hits 25 and takes the Frost Shield region? Oh, the Doom!
They got a
onto
Doom.
Q!
It's onto Q. They got it. Ken, he's going to try and take down Natsumi. He might have him. They'll Doom up the storm.
Oh,
Yopaj,
that's
he'll
huge.
zip in. This is huge. They've got the big one, Ken. And the Bushback Savage. Savage got trapped in that. He's going to die. He'll buy back
Ken died
immediately.
back.
There's 2 down without buyback. Now 3 without buyback. Scam.
Yopaj?
Oh, Yopaj, he's gonna die, but Natsumi's back in. But he's got no Doom left. He's got no Doom left. But Yopaj, he's brought
Savage,
back
he's so low.
Savage. Trying to get away, gets back to his team, but he's gone.
The dieback.
Hero OG, I think, have done it here, Jonathan. As Raven's getting all the tips. Oh, Nico's brought back, but it's him versus the world. If this isn't some symbolism, my goodness. Raven. I mean, Raven really has been the standout of this grand final, hasn't he, Jonathan?
And he is playing the real carry, and to be fair, big doom at the end. They catch Nico.
They have called
That's
Nico.
it.
That's it.
GG's
called
called.
by Nico. A close attempt here by the side of Grindback, but OG Esports, they are your grand finalists. They'll be going to TI15. And what a performance it was.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort. Again, game 4 ends up being our longest game, but it might have been the most action-packed game, but it does end in quite a explosive manner, right? You finally get that big doom you were looking for in Natsumi. It secures the setup for that kill onto Ken for that dieback. And there's a lot of tension, a lot of build-up in the end. In the end, OG does manage to outplay. That was all it was at the end. Because it was anyone's game at that point. You got the huge swings back for Grindback. They found some good punishment. They were starting to outscale the side of OG. But then they buy back in that moment with Ken, and then Savage is forced to kind of reinvest as well. And then, without the Lotuses out from Nico, you are a sitting duck. Like, it's been so challenging for Natsumi that entire game, right? Like, you can see him struggling to just catch people in his Doom, but he gets the one big Doom, and you can see why that Doom pickup is worth it in the end. An amazing, amazing journey for OG. Such a sad ending for Grindback, but they did such a fantastic job in their lower bracket run. They went the distance. They went in to prove a point. And after game 1, I thought they could carry that momentum, but you can't count OG out, and they managed to bounce back in. And this was that last set of fights. This is when the buybacks were starting to get committed. And the refresh, Natsumi had that second Doom. Nico did not have the Lotus, and it was that turn after. Okay, this wasn't quite. How many fights did we have there? Anyway. Eventually, that fight is in the same area and ends up better. And I mean, OG, again, this is the first time in a long while we get one big team going to TI and the other big tournaments. They've finally done it. They can call themselves top of C. Whether or not they perform on the lands, we'll have to wait and see. But this is good news for OG overall. You know, 2 tournaments to go to.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. OG are going to be very, very happy.
Frame
I'm sure.
mocking.
Looking at the tail end. Yeah, frame mocking indeed. Skims. Just look at, he's huge. What are you meant to do again? He's like, that's 6 foot, that tree. Absolutely massive. But Ken also getting caught out, as you saw. There's just nothing they could have done. I mean, props to the boys. Natsumi, he was having one of those games. He just didn't know what was going to happen. I think, as we saw with the tips at the end, most of the team agrees that Raven was the actual carry of this game. And it certainly felt that way throughout a lot of the series. Raven was doing some crazy amount of work. Really felt like he was here to prove something to the people watching it. I think something was proven here today for Raven. Whether it transitions to the land, we'll have to wait and see. I hope so, Jonathan. I certainly hope so, because we're yet to win one here at SCA, but maybe this year. Probably this year.
Maybe.
Definitely this
Hopefully.
year.
Absolutely. And what I do know for certain, Raven certainly our standout player of this game. I mean, he literally carried this game. He was going on the objectives. He was the one willing to make these moves. He was the one wanting to make a change happen in the game, and certainly does pay off. And again, it's been a struggle for OG since Nico left, right? Like, it wasn't great for Nico. It wasn't great for OG either. They had Toronto, Tokyo on. It didn't look hot. And then they get Raven in. They get to train with him. It looks good so far here in the TI regional qualifiers. And he gets to bring his team all the way to TI. So a great showing from Raven and a great showing from OG again. It's been such a rocky time for C. They had such a good start at the start of Wallachia Season 6, right? Like after TI last year, in the first tournament, they get top 6. They get top 6 again. And it just kind of went downhill. They were trying to figure out. They had a lot of months where they stayed together, didn't quite pan out, and decided to part ways with Nico and struggled a little bit. And again, Raven, he's been fitting in. It's a good sign for OG. For Grindback, again, it's a heartbreak. I don't think they can look at this as too badly. I think they did a fantastic job to get as far as they did. It's just unfortunate. We only have 1 slot. I feel like if we could, these would be 2 teams that we should send to TI, but there's only room for 1.
It is a real shame that we can't send more than 1 team here for for the region, but it is what it is. We can only get one, and we can only have one interview as well, Jonathan. I believe we have one ready here with somebody from OG. Who is it, I wonder? Oh, it is Natsu. Hello, Natsu. Congratulations on your grand final victory and qualifying to TI, sir. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. Like, it's been a long time since I haven't played TI, so yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys finally qualify. You guys get to go to like the two big tournaments. I'm curious, when you guys came into this matchup, you know, there's a lot of history between you guys and, you know, with Nico. Was there any added pressure for you guys going up against, you know, your former friend, your former teammate in Nico?
For me, there's no really like emotions like during the game. Like, yeah, we just normal enemy, I think. Like the team mindset is like that. Like, just don't put emotion in the game. So yeah, there's nothing beef.
All right, fair enough. How does it feel for you personally, finally getting to go to two tournaments, right? Not just TI, but the Esports World Cup's coming up as well. You get the two Grand Slam. Is it overwhelming? Like, how is it for you? You guys made it to the two big ones.
I mean, yeah, like personally, I just like feel happy. I mean, like we've been grinding since like I don't know for how many months, and yeah, I'm just happy we win tournaments. I mean, we qualified.
John? Sorry, in case you're waiting for me, so I can't hear Natsumi right now. That's why I'm not asking you questions.
No, I didn't hear Natsumi either. He gave such a good answer. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
Well, it disappeared on me. The audio came back with you. All right. Okay.
I can hear.
Yes,
I can hear you now.
I believe so. Okay, sorry, Etet. Sorry. I'm sure it's a great feeling. Mike, get your questions before I make some weird questions here. Go. Shoot, Mikey.
Natsumi, what went wrong in game one? What happened? Tell me what went wrong.
Wait, let me check the game one heroes. I think the game one, like we can like knew it the heroes. Like if we go to the late games, like it's kind of hard. So yeah, I mean like their playstyle is like very defensive, so it's hard to run down them also. So yeah, I think that's what happened. Like we cannot really finish the game with our heroes.
Natsumi, be honest with me. With these games that like go like super slow, do you ever get bored, Natsumi? Like, are you just sick of these slow games?
I mean, like in the career perspective, it's like it's always happy to hit creeps. So yeah.
What are you doing to celebrate now? What's the team doing to celebrate after this?
I think we're gonna eat outside, like everyone. We're gonna eat dinner, maybe hot pot, maybe.
All right. Hot pot, very, very pod. Go on, John.
Always
Maybe
hot
come,
pot.
John.
Oh yeah, I definitely go along. Tell Lane to eat my share. Lane can have my share. Still, you guys had, you know, it's been an up and down year. It ends with this, the road to TI for you guys opening up. Do you have any message to all your fans, all your haters, anyone out there that you want to say something to at that?
I mean, maybe for the fans, like thank you for always supporting us, like up and downs. Yeah, like thank you for supporting us. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much, Etet. Congratulations.
There you have it. Thank you, Natsumi. Congratulations on your victory, sir. And we can't wait to see you guys at TI. You have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That was a lovely Natsumi. John, I can't help but notice, and I don't know if the viewers notice, because I keep complaining about this. Notice how he invited you to Hot Pot, but he completely just ignored me. How does he know I'm not, like, we're in the same room, as you can literally see on screen right now. John's decided he got a weird paint job. He went for the blue, I went for the teal, but we're literally in the same place. I don't understand why you got invited. Tell me it's not a race thing. It's
no.
A race thing. Okay.
No.
All right.
No. You know what it is? He knows you have two. You're not going to leave your two kids to have dinner with the boys at 9 p.m., Mikey. You know, you're not going to do that. Natsumi knows that. So he's not going to make it awkward for you to have to say no. I know he is. And we're thoughtful enough to see the brackets here, Mike, that journey that OG took. They started in the upper bracket. They stayed in the upper bracket. They took one loss to Reckonix, just in terms of game, one loss to Grindback, but otherwise a near perfect run for OG in these TI regional qualifiers. And in comparison, Grindback, again, they got knocked down early on by Reckonix. They had to play way more in that lower bracket, starting in lower bracket round 2, taking out Karstens, Glyph, taking out Execration as well, taking out Reckonix earlier today. It was a long journey. It was a lot of games. And I think this team just has a lot of potential if they manage to stay together into the next season. Just, again, TI is brutal. The road to TI is long, hard, and narrow. Only one team fitting through, and it's only OG. Big props to the boys in green. And I would say for Nico, that was a great showing for him anyway. I think his redemption arc is encircled because he made it to grand finals. He made it to play up against OG. OG as a team, it's not just an individual player game, right? Like, I think Nico did everything, especially in that Reckonix series. OG just targeted him down and made sure that the impact wasn't big. But I think Nico has also managed to redeem himself, Mike.
And so have we, Jonathan, I think, here for this grand... Oh, no, we haven't. We did a horrible job. But that is it for the grand final. That is it. That is our one team going to TI, and it's been an absolute pleasure casting for you guys, as always. But that is the only Dota we have left. We'll have to say goodbye now. It is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire, and it's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again next time. Bye-bye.